Alright, we'll get it underway then. It's a new map in Caesar 3. Always delighted to see them. And this time, Caesar is coming to deliver instructions personally. So, Toga Boy, what do you have for me?
Bested by one stubborn fisherman and a few half-naked barbarians. And he has the audacity to call himself Rome's finest.
No, Caesar, I don't think those are the instructions. That doesn't sound like me.
Upon entering the city, I was greeted by a foul sprawl of tents, the stench of their inhabitants' miserable existence pervading the nostrils. Sound familiar, Governor? Or should I go on? I ask for prosperity and good governance. What do you give me? A slum? I know all my governors have an unquenchable yearning for the ore, but your flirting with the bounds of my tolerance goes too far. And to think, I esteemed you reliable. I considered making you family. Alas, my cretinous sister caught wind of my ill-advised intentions, and horrified at the prospect of such a union, sent her engagement ring to the king of the Huns. The horse-loving barbarian somehow interpreted this as a proposal of marriage, and is now demanding half my empire as dowry. He now marches westward with all the enthusiasm of a drunken legionary promised double rations. You, Governor, will stop him. The mint has been working day and night, and though the denarius now contains about as much silver as a spoonful of garum, your funds shall be enough that surely even you can redeem yourself, if such a miracle is still within the realm of possibility.
Thank you, Caesar. Glad to see you're in such a good mood as ever. And now we find ourselves here in the latest map from Keinwyn. It's pretty huge and it's really gorgeous. It's also looking incredibly dangerous. So I'm quite worried about this map. Keinwyn himself, who has previously shown off that they are a brilliant governor and can build excellent cities, says that this one has whipped them black and blue. They made it, and they also play it, and they got destroyed by it. They say they have only barely managed to eke through, and only through deplorable means. So, as is often the case, we're going to spend 30 to 60 minutes talking about the map before we can start building stuff. Maybe. We have a lot of money, so we can surely get things going fairly rapidly, right? In any case, like I said, the map is huge. Not only is it huge, it is extremely dangerous, because we have been warned by Caesar that the Huns are on their way. The Huns attack on horseback. I don't know if they're more or less dangerous than the Goths, although I suppose I could check. I have that technology. Anywhere on the edge of the map where there aren't trees, rocks, water, or elevated land, it's a potential entry point. Now, that's not to say that it's even possible, because the map maker can only put in, I think, 8, maybe 10 entry points for enemies. So whilst it could be anywhere along here, it could also be nowhere along here. But we have to treat it like all of this is an invasion point, because we simply don't know. Unless we build parts of the city that we intend to just dismantle if something comes to attack us. So yeah, all the places along the edge where I'm able to build gardens here shows where entry points could be. It's just a quick way to visualize it. I'm not sure if this could ever be an entry point, considering that it's elevated land. The game does weird things with elevated land along the edge. I'm going to assume that this is safe. Hopefully that's not silly. That said, this is not safe. This is safe, even though there are little bits here that are on the edge of the map and open. No enemy could path from there because it's blocked by trees and rocks. So this is safe. This is safe because it's blocked. And yet, the map maker could put some invasion point here, but Keinwyn is not so daft as to put a blocked invasion point in. So it actually seems like the entire area along here is safe, which means, huzzah, this entire place is free for building on. That might sound amazing, but we'll get to why that's not very amazing very soon. And yes, invasion point here as well. So the entire edge of the map, which is already quite constrained by the water, is, although nice and flat for building on, extremely dangerous because it could be invaded in. So it's not that we would never build somewhere like here, but if we did build somewhere like here, it would have to be backed up with legionaries and towers. We're only allowed 6 legionaries maximum, and if the Huns are coming in numbers that he described as being Nibelungen-esque, then perhaps we should be worried about it. Nibelungen Lead, or whatever it's called, is one of the hardest maps I've ever completed. And that one had so many goth attacks. That level was called the Gothic Horror Show, I believe, by the map maker themselves. So what do we have resource-wise along here? Well, we've got a lot of water, and it's not too stingy with the possibilities for putting down wharves. Look at that. Wharf, wharf, wharf. That's no wharf. Wharf there, wharf here. Double wharf if I want, although I could even dock and wharf, perhaps. But yeah, the fishing points are quite spread out. I don't know what's up with this fishing point. Where's that meant to be? Does it mean we could fish here for massive fish efficiency? I don't know. It might be worth checking, but then how do you get your ships over there? I'm unsure if ships could sail along something like this. Maybe they can. Ships can often sail tighter areas than you suspect. Another wharf area, wharf area. So yeah, lots and lots of opportunities to grab fish. But where do we do the farming? We can farm for wheat, vegetables, olives, and... Wait, we can farm for pigs? That's a strange one to have in a level where we can have fish. Because that means the farms are actually capybara farms. They pump out... they'll pump out fish instead of pigs. It's all meat in the end. It's just a humorous visual issue rather than anything serious. So we have a couple of very miserly growing points here and here. So I can fit 4 farms here, 4 farms here, another farm here, another farm there, here a farm, there a farm, everywhere a farm. So very miserly amounts of farming, only for perhaps feeding patricians, very small settlements, or exports over here. The only other farming area that I can spot, and look, we have this fancy button that allows us to look at the ground underneath easily enough. Hold on, will that work with the merger map mode? Oh my god, it does! I don't need to leap things to check if they're merger points. Wait, is that true? I actually don't think that's true. It's not showing them. Nah, okay, take back what I said then. Anyway, still pretty neat for planning with. This is where the bulk of our arable land is, right here. Unfortunately, probably an invasion point. Probably an invasion point. Well, not this little bit down here, but this almost certainly. Because you can path to it, and it just seems perfectly suited for invading the arable lands. I often plead with the map makers, please don't put the arable land next to probable invasion points, but to Keinwyn's credit, the arable land does extend quite far down, although it does get a bit patchwork the closer it gets to the water, paradoxically. Oh, I wasn't around yesterday, crowd burned. Real life decided to chase me down yesterday. That and I also haven't caught up on the crash thing that I did in Discworld. I need to go and quickly redo the progress there. Anyway, Discworld's not on the mind right now. Doing this is... So Togaboy mentioned inflation running rampant. I assume that will be reflected in the prices. And I certainly assume that Rome pays more wages is on. As the quality of life mod goes on leaps and bounds, map makers also get more tools to make things more cruel. And I'm not sure if it's been finalized yet, but there's a way to actually schedule when your invasions and your price hikes will be, I think. Now, the invasions you could already set for the year, but I think now we have the power to do it by month. Anyway, what I'm getting at is there's a lot of food that one can grow over here, but it's very dangerous because invasion point here. Is that possible? This is absolutely possible, and so is this over here. So whilst this looks like an amazing land to build on, big, flat, resourceful, not only that, but a double dock position right here. And I'll tell you right now that well, I can tell because we can see it. The flotsam starts here, so this is the entry point for boats. Their exit point, I don't know. It could be here, maybe, but more than likely it has to go all the way around. That's of big concern because boats that spend ages on the map means it's more difficult for me to do high volumes of trade. So this is the perfect place for a dock, and of course it's very, very dangerous. But perhaps the bigger issue of building anything of note here, especially early on, is that the entry point is here. All the immigrants come from this point right here. And especially early on, you want as many people packed into your city as quickly as possible so you can rapidly get your industry going, your farming going, bring your houses up to speed and start taxing your people. If they have to come in from here and they trundle out on their little carts and they have to go all the way around here and over here to get to their house, and they're going to do that over and over again because it's only, let me think, 1, 2, or 5 people, I think, are the only numbers I've ever seen arrive. Maybe 4. Whatever. Something between 1 and 5 people arrive each time. And that's going to take them months. I think 3 months, maybe more, to get all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people over. Just takes too long. I need my people to settle here, or at the worst, maybe here. So they'd have to go so far, and I can get people in rapidly. Which I think is going to have to be our initial plan here. The enemies of Rome are making farming hard, very hard. It's like in Stronghold where you want to put your farms outside the city walls, so you don't have to spend so much stone on walls, but then they get burned down, and then you have no food, and your peasants are unhappy. Right, so at long term, I would love to have my industry over here with 2 docks, but I think short term it's untenable. Maybe not, maybe not. I have 2 different possibilities in mind here, because I could get this up and running and then wall it in like a madman. But that's a lot of wall. You know, you want double walls to actually be secure and put up towers. And then the towers themselves cost 150 apiece. You know, Pharaoh players saying, oh, woe is me, it's so hard and expensive, but you don't know the high-level Caesar, do you? No gifts for us here. So yeah, this would be a lovely place to start. If only this were the entry point, right? If this were the entry point, boom, my initial settlement would be here. It would be glorious. We could even go to Grand Insulae because we could fish for a second food source, although admittedly the fishing in this region is a bit pants. What we could do, however, is grow our vegetables or our capybaras, and then even get up to Grand Insulae here, make loads of money on taxes, defend it well, and then wait for other things. But I don't think it's actually tenable to wait for the people to come in from here, even though longer term it's probably a better payoff. A double sheet of paper, yeah, all your buildings are like paper in this game. Enemies tear them down in no time. Regardless of the size, those hippodromes are gone just as quickly as prefects. Oh, there's also sheep in the way here, although they will make way for us. No, I think I need things going as quickly as possible. This mention of large Nibelungen-esque enemies tells me that I want my army up and on the go as soon as possible. We have the money for it. Something that we don't have for it is the bloody military academy. We're going to have untrained units. That's really bad, and it probably tells me that I want legionnaires. Legionnaires backed with towers, because the legionnaires are going to be able to handle the most punishment in combat, and they will grind down the enemy in place while the towers do the job of shooting them down. That's my thinking, but because they're not academy trained, they can't engage in tortoise formation, which means they become quite vulnerable to projectiles. And I think Huns do projectiles. You know what? I'm so unfamiliar with the Huns as an enemy. I'm actually going to go and check my stats on them. Walkerstats.txt. Are they called Huns? Actually, I don't know, because it's not named like that. It's like enemy 4-5 sword or enemy 4-8 chariot. But I have to assume it's mounted archer, right? Mounted archers with their 100 hit points. Their 6 attack. They even have defense. 4 missile attack. You'd think M attack is melee attack, but it's not. And very frequent attacks. Basically quite concerning. Very concerning. So yeah, I need a big powerful army, and I need it fast. Right, so whilst I would very much like to just make lovely load of housing here and then wall it in, I think that's not reasonable. I think the reasonable start is we settle here. Industry is going to go here because I can double dock. I can double dock, right? Hey, look at this planning we could do. Dock, dock, double dock. And then we would also probably need... I wonder if it would have to be a ship bridge over here. I wonder if there's any world where we could have not a ship bridge, because ship bridges are mighty expensive. This one doesn't have to be a ship bridge, but this one probably does. Yeah, otherwise... Well, not that this is a great place for fishing, given how far it is from the fishing point here, but... I don't know, I'd love to cut costs and not have this. The boats probably won't worry too much about it. What's the difference anyways? 2,400 versus 960. Good lord. I don't think it's a big problem to use a small bridge here. I'm trying to think to myself what the problems would be. Given that there's no fishing point down here, it's a complete waste of time to have any wharves around here. Especially considering this is probably an invasion point. So I wouldn't want to fish over here. That is quite far away from the fishing point. And these are almost hopelessly far away. That's a long wait. That's essentially a vegetable farm, which is not good. That said, this fishing point, this fishing point, this fishing point, possibly these ones seem like they would rapidly produce food. So I could get some hardcore fishing done here and then feed people here on fish. And I could actually give them wheat and fish with a view to making them Grand Insulae. Now, who would they be and where would they go is part of the question, because I look at this area and I see this as an excellent place for patricians. We've got this nice little safe area down here which can fish. I can have a separate loop around here that kind of goes along this, and it would serve the patricians. Oh, look at that. I can trim away just little bits of it, and I can delete it without deleting the trees as well. Amazing. So yeah, I reckon I could have a whole bunch of patricians around here, serviced by a loop over here and a loop down here. So if this is where I want my patricians to be, they'll get the fish from here and they can get their farmed foods from here. That's not a lot, is it? Yeah, I can get 4 farms here. Is 4 farms my lot? 4 farms is really... like 2 wheat farms, 2 vegetable farms. That's 360 for times 3. Probably do 7 or 8 medium palaces that way. And I like to limit myself to medium palaces given the limitations we have on this map. Although I could also use this. But then... Grand Insulae? How much do I want Grand Insulae? I don't know. I love my small insulae. They're so much easier to manage. But it seems a waste of the multiple food types. I don't know. I don't have an answer yet. We'll come up with an answer as we build, I think. Is it the same fork as the mergers view? You better believe we have our mergers view as well. So yes, we're certainly putting some quality in this quality of life. And I think a guiding principle of the quality of life mod should be, it's nothing you couldn't do already if you had some graph paper and a lot of spare time. I actually don't think ships need to reach their end point, because they can always leave from their entry point. The trade ships, that is. So I'm going to really skimp out in costs, and I'm going to do this with a low bridge, I reckon. So yeah, industry here, low bridge over here, settlement here. Don't know what that settlement will look like yet. And I still haven't decided between feeding them on fish and feeding them on grains. Or potentially both. In terms of getting them water, I can reservoir dog here. I can obviously bring the water from here over to here. The annoying thing is the farming point is right there, so how exactly we spread them out, I'm not sure. There is a water access point right here. That's interesting. The planning tool doesn't let me put down a reservoir if there are trees in the way. Oh wait, it does. It does. I tell a complete lie. It just doesn't preview it. It's probably having a clash with the whole preview of where the water can go. But yeah, I could bring the water all the way out here without any real problems. Good to know. So watering around here isn't too difficult. The food moving would be a bit difficult, but I could see a world where we could have like an amphitheatre and a theatre around here, and a road that comes along, servicing lots of small insulae, or even potentially grand insulae. I don't even consider medium or large insulae for this kind of thing, because what I want is the tax money. Small insulae pay good taxes, but grand insulae pay immense taxes. Oh yeah, of all the plebes, they pay the most taxes. There's more people in the house as well, but they have larger needs, right? Compared to small insulae, which needs one food type, low desirability, and pottery, a grand insulae needs moderate desirability, pottery, furniture, oil, and 2 food types. That's a huge amount to give a building. Which is why I hesitate to go for grand insulae early, but sometimes when the setup is good for it, I do go for it. For example, this is a pretty good setup. Something we haven't talked at all about is what we have available in terms of buildings and goods, so let's look at it. All the water, all the health, all of the religious stuff. I'm very surprised to see oracles, and I'm relieved to see small temples. Oh, that's a nice reminder. God effects are unvengeful, very good. All the education, including a superfluous missionary post. Probably just for sponging up labor, although these days, fountain is what I go for more. I have an auto-clicker, so I don't have to fatigue myself in clicking it so many times. We have all of the entertainment buildings, including the hippodrome. And you know what? I could shove the hippodrome... You're a real piece of work, Keinwyn. You placed that rock right there, specifically so the hippodrome couldn't go here. Yeah, this otherwise fairly difficult to use area. Could have had a hippodrome. Instead, it's not allowed a hippodrome. Tactical large-size Marok. That's a shame, because it would have been a wonderful place for the hippodrome for serving patricians over here. But the way I set up my patricians is I like medium palaces, and medium palaces are the highest level that do not necessitate a hippodrome. They do necessitate very high coverage of the other types of entertainment buildings, but it's not a complete necessity. The hippodrome, that is. Life certainly gets easier with the hippodrome. Many things do. I'm going to double check my numbers on that, because suddenly I'm not so certain. Let me double check. The medium palace requires level 60 entertainment. You can get 25 from fully functional Colosseum, 15 from fully functional amphitheatres, that's 40. 10 from fully functional theatre, so that's 50. And if you have full coverage of theatres and amphitheatres, which is, I think, one theatre for every 800 people and one amphitheatre for every some other number of people, then they get a bonus 5, so that brings you up to 80. Very good. Don't let me down, Governor, says Baron, who's voted in the win lobby. That's magnificent. I'm very curious about this fishing point. The birds here tell me that there is a fishing point here. And I'm really keen to discover a few things. 1, can I fish with 3 wharves here? And 2, could they be supplied by a shipyard that is, for example, over here? I and other inquiring minds wish to know. Maybe we'll just have to figure it out later on. Like, staff all the other ones before doing that. Because if you have an out-of-bounds wharf, let's say I had a wharf here, which I'm quite certain a boat couldn't get to, then the shipyard might build a boat for that wharf specifically, realize it can't reach there, despawn the boat and start building a new boat, again for that same wharf. So don't screw yourself by having an out-of-reach wharf like there or here. Well, that'd be just as bad. Anyway, so all entertainment buildings are available. This is where things start looking a bit grotty. Yes, we have both the Forum and the Senate, so we can tax everywhere in the city, but we have no statues. Statues are just the ultimate way to boost desirability, and we don't have them. So we're going to be relying on oracles and large temples and other things like the Academy. I always undervalue the Academy as a desirability building, but it's huge. Let me actually get numbers on exactly how huge. I think it's range 3 with values 5, 6, 7, but I will double check. I have a sheet with all the desirability numbers, and as with most of my information on this game, it's on my Google Drive as well. The Academy has a range of 4, and it goes 4, 5, 6, 7. So if you slam down an Academy, and we'll put it in planning mode, you get a plus 4 on this tile, 5 on this tile, 6 on this tile, 7 on this tile. So the ideal world is you live within a reasonable distance of the academy. Of course, if you're 5 tiles away or more, you get nothing from it. What a shame. How about this? Looks like we get every single building for engineering type, including Plaza. Plaza is a very strange thing to allow me, especially on a Keinwyn map. Jings, the amount of desirability you can squeeze out of Plaza is insane. At a range of 1 tile, Plaza is plus 4 desirability. So I reckon getting desirability for Patricians and Grand Insulae would be really rather easy. Even on lower ground, but I've really taken to putting high ground buildings in these days, because high ground gives an inherent plus 10 desirability, which is far from nothing. That's more than an oracle at point blank range will give. This is another problem, no military academy. We do get a barracks, and I think that barracks is going to be overworked. With any luck, our initial invasion won't be anywhere near here, so we have time to build up our army. But that could be very tough, because it's also going to be playing double duty for manning my towers. How about farming? As we've covered, wheat, vegetables, pigs, and olives. So we can make our own oil locally, but not our own wine. And we already have all 3 types of food needed for maximum level patricians. That's wonderful. For raw materials, I've never seen this before. Click the button. Receive nothing. It still thinks it's in a menu, but there's nothing there. Keinwyn has gone and manually removed all possible raw materials that we have on the map, making this list look very, very sad. Oh dear, so I assume this map on vanilla would have access to maybe clay or iron or anything, but as it happens, we're going to have to import for everything else. No local pottery. I cannot remember the last time I had a map with local pottery. I think it was Rat Race. But that's fair for what it's worth. Local pottery is really powerful because it gets you to small insulae for taxes without having to pay for imports. And there are a lot of trade routes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. That means we're going to have very, very busy warehouses and traders and markets and whatnot. So, Massilia. You give me wood, you give me oil, which is superfluous, and wine that we won't need for a while. You'll buy my iron, as if. You'll buy my furniture, you'll buy my pottery. Narbo. I'm seeing this iron furniture pottery thing here again. Well, I can't produce iron, I cannot produce wood for furniture, and I can't produce clay for pottery. So immediate money making looks kind of sad. On top of that, these trade routes are obnoxiously expensive to open up. Look at that, it's like 900, 800, 1500. These numbers are mad. Anyway, there's something very important that these trade routes do, and that is give me wood. Well, Capua already gives 0 timber, it seems. That, or they give a custom number, but I think it's 0. Actually, you know what we could do is check and see if any of these truly are customized, because they definitely look custom. I'm just going to open them all up to find out. Because Keinwyn has definitely done some fairly deep modding of this map. So let's open them all up and see if anybody's doing any jiggery pokery here. If you see a number that isn't 25, 15, or 40, then Keinwyn's been up to no good. And that all looks fairly normal. There we go. So Capua instantly trades 0 of timber. Thank you, Capua. Okay, good. And what I can do is I can just imagine I didn't do that and all as well. I reckon then, economy-wise, we are going to have to import lumber, craft it into furniture, and then sell it. And possibly the same with pottery. And we probably can't afford to export weapons, not at least until we have our full assortment of legionnaires. And I do think it is going to be 6 loads of legionnaires. Yeah, because a lot of people buy weapons, which is interesting. Let's have a look at the prices. I've told there have been changes done ahead of time here. To my surprise, timber has not been made more expensive. In fact, I don't see any changes here. Vanilla, 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 vanilla. This is not vanilla. The weapons have been raised in price considerably. So a lot of money can be made exporting weapons. Furniture is normal. Pottery has been reduced in price. Now you might get excited and think, yay, cheap pottery imports. But what I'm actually thinking is, boo, low-value pottery exports, because it would be very nice if I could import some clay, Import some clay. Okay, there is no clay to import. I must import my pottery raw. That is my least favorite way to get pottery, because you can't control which warehouses it goes to. Pretty much have to set all warehouses to getting warehouses for pottery. That blows. Okay, so no pottery export whatsoever. Our only real conceivable way of making money then is to export, let's see, vegetables. Did anybody buy oil? Anyone at all? I swear Keinwyn has changed what these people buy and sell as well. Okay, oil exports are off as well. The only raw good we have here that we can export, I think, is vegetables. Double check that nobody bought olives either. Not that olives are a good thing to trade. Okay, no, so Syracuse will buy some vegetables. We'll probably have to max that out. But otherwise, we are going to have to import vines from Syracuse, press them into wine, and then sell them to Tarentum and Narbo. Ooh. Oh, hold on, I'm looking at the wrong one. I need to look at buy. Does anyone actually buy wine? Okay, Capua buys wine. And that's... Oh, Tingus buys wine, right. We have to do a lot of manufacturing very early on, which means we need a lot of population early on. How long has it been since Jake last saw a clay pit? We had two pre-built clay pits on a river crossing map. I remember that much. I think that was from Panda. But you couldn't build more of them. So you're very reliant on them. And Caesar kept demanding all my pottery anyway. Okay, I'm seeing some trade loops then. So we can import wine... we can import vines, 25 of them, crush them into 25 worth of exports of it. Capua sells tons of iron, so it's also a very nice trade route to open. We can buy all of that iron, smelt it into weapons, get our army going, and then sell the excess. And then there's the import-export of wood and furniture. For that, we want to open Massilia to buy in as much timber as possible. And then who's going to buy that? Oh, who's going to buy the IKEA? That's 40 loads of timber, so I'd want 3 one-barrel export loads of furniture. And the ones that we're already setting up will have that. So what I'm seeing is I'm going to want Syracuse. Am I going to need or want Tarentum? Can I get away with Capua, Massilia? I'd like to not need Narbo because they don't really do anything good for me. Tarentum also buys weapons. Alright, so it seems like I want Massilia, Capua, Tarentum, and Syracuse opened initially, just to get those first trading loops going with the wine, the furniture, smelting the weapons and such. Tingus doesn't seem immediately necessary. Although they also buy my wine, so maybe I do want that. Oh, hold on, Narbo sells even more vines. So I can sell even more wine. God damn it, I just want everything opened up immediately. Why can't I just start with about 4,000 population and get my economy rolling ASAP? Well, we do need to be rolling ASAP. I think the mission statement here is go very, very fast. We actually have 30 years to accomplish this goal, which is quite a lot of time. Just enough time for demographics to be a royal pain in the bum. So what am I even thinking about? Maybe we can use this planning tool to actually show my thought process here. Let's not assume there's any progression going on. So I reckon I'd have my forts set up here. That's interesting. It doesn't show the... That's weird. It doesn't show the little places for the men to be. That's okay, though. It still pretty much walls this off. I don't build them against the edge of the map because that would mean that any enemy that instantly spawns here would instantly destroy the fort. You can use forts as an invincible way to wall in parts of your city. I don't know when or why you'd want to do that, although I think I've done it once. Point is, I'd want them there, and I think... Let's see... I reckon a low bridge can do us right here. Here or here, does it make any difference? No, not really. Well, I'm going to say that it won't make any difference. I'm going to want something like a shipyard and a dock. I don't want to build the entire city, right? Let's think more about the general layout. I am going to absolutely need to wall myself off against attackers here. But how aggressively do I want it? Because you can more or less insta-gib enemies that attack you by having towers set up like this. You know, they come in, bang, 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 bang. And I could also have some towers up here. But then they will instantly start aggroing, but that's actually a good way to pull them in. So maybe I do want towers here, backed up by more towers here. Something like a gatehouse over here. Not the gatehouse. Wait, oh, that's cool. Show me that again. Moving gatehouse. Anyway, are you going to stop moving now? Yeah, there we go. It stops moving when it knows it has walls around it. So I think something like immediate tower. I'm having second thoughts about the immediate tower part. I think I'm stalking this a bit too much. If this isn't an invasion point, then loads of defenses here make less sense than general defenses here. But it is a very, very vital point to defend. But my thoughts are something along the lines of towers up here. Oh, cool, you can't build towers on these. But yes, towers up here to shoot things that are here or things that manage to get here. If anything comes along here, well, if they arrive here, they instantly get jibbed by my legionnaires. That's cool. If they come along here, then I'm going to want another set of walls along here, just to make something of a gauntlet for them. Maybe even a few more spaced out around the place. And then, you know, the triple legionnaires linked up here, backed by towers, should be sufficient. If it's not sufficient, then we'll have even more towers along here. Any enemy that rolls along here, I don't want to present them any opportunity to do me harm by invading my city through any other means. So until I'm at the point where I also have a defense along here that blocks a bridge entry point to here, then I probably just want to focus that as my only way onto this, not island, what would you call this? I don't know, landmass. So yeah, we need to focus heavily on defense here, because I'm not in the business of underestimating horseback enemies in this game. But then what does that mean that we have here? Because this severely now limits my space. I would want something like yonder. How far can I push this out, I wonder? I'm going to need labor access to these towers and a place for the fighting to go on. This really is not a lot of space for industry. And the further I push it out here, the more vulnerable it is to enemy attack. Even so, I might have to. It never rains, but it sure as bloody well pours. Considering my options for dividing it up like that so I can have more warehouses. The trouble is warehouses are going to have a hard time reaching people. Not people, but industries. Because, yeah, I need to import and export a ton here. Looks like potential for bridge cheese. Oh, right. Excellent point, Baron. Excellent point. Yes, so bridge cheese is this thing where your enemies are attacking. Oh no, they're about to cross this bridge and kill everybody over here. And then what you do is you build a different bridge. Maybe over to... yeah, here. That works. Yes, that works. So you build this other bridge, so you still have access to the road to Rome, and then your enemy has to turn around to go back, allowing you time to rebuild your army, or take shots at them with towers, or throw in the prefects at them. Why would this not work? Well, because of the delicious layout that we have around here. This central point is not all connected. So this entire area around here is blocked off entirely by raised land. There are no stairways that lead up to this raised land over here. So essentially you can think of this as being three distinct areas. There's this area. There's this tip of the boot area over here. which again is blocked off by raised land, although notably, and this will probably be very, very relevant later on, it can connect to the first area by bridge. And then there's the third and final area, which is the elevated land and the lower part around here where it is connected by these abhorrent stairways. So the problem there is that you couldn't trim off this stairway without having everything here perish, because you cannot get over to it from this area. With the slight exception that if it was exclusively populated with cliff dwellers who can treat a road here as their road to Rome, then it would work. But that's... ugh, it's tenuous at best, because you couldn't have anybody living here, for example. So no, bridge cheese is relatively out of the question. You could do a smaller version of it. I mean, you could have your bridge alternate between here and... what's the closest possible bridge? Okay, this is the closest possible bridge, so it'd be between here and here, which could still count as bridge cheese if they kept going back and forth between these, getting shot by these towers, but that's very expensive. These bridges cost $1,000 minimum each. Okay, well, 880 minimum each. So I think if you're doing that, you're already making yourself broke. So I do reckon this will be our initial layout. What is the industry loop again? And this is very important, so I need to somewhat commit it to memory. The wood comes in exclusively... Oh, no, tin just sells me wood as well. Interesting. The bulk of it, though, comes in from Massilia by land donkeys, and it needs to be heavily processed. So what we would end up doing is maybe having... I'd have you somewhere like here, and then we'd have a lot of, maybe even somewhere like here. I don't know, I need to do a ton of processing of my furniture. An actual ton. And this poor warehouse is going to be overworked like mad. I could have a getting wood warehouse, which would get the wood and then distribute it as well, which seems kind of mad. Maybe I could even put it here. Ugh, there's a lot of reasons I don't like that. But maybe not enough reasons that I don't like that. Could I possibly... Because... Okay, I reckon this is actually quite safe as an invasion point, because there's so much woodland here. It's pretty awkward for them to come out and then go around all of that. So maybe we push these up a bit. Maybe instead of there, our legionnaires can live... Just spare it a little bit. This is a risk, of course. I do not want them there because it gets complicated with the towers. Is that okay? I think the tower could maybe shoot in some directions there. Otherwise, we can just push this up, I suppose. Maybe 4 units up. Something like that. Yeah, and then we have a shootout here, so to speak. I just need to spare myself a bit more space for industry. So something like... Timber goes in here and gets distributed to a lot of furniture workshops. Why do I keep clicking on weapons? I want to go furniture. I don't know how many non-stop working workshops a single warehouse can staff, but I think we're going to find out in this one. That way the donkeys can immediately offload their wood here, bang, and then I do need a dedicated furniture warehouse, but it can go anywhere. It doesn't have to go next to this one. And what's the other trading loop that we're going to be doing? We're going to be importing vines to make wine, and iron for weapons, but we're not necessarily selling a lot of the weapons. And the vines will come in... Despite that little cart pushing thing, this tin just definitely comes by sea, so I don't know if that's a bug or whatever, but... Well, I say definitely by sea. This is almost certainly edited in, so maybe Keinwyn knows. Anyway, not relevant right now. What's relevant is where I get my vines from. And it's both Narbo and Syracusae, so it could be by sea, it could be by land. Either way around here makes a lot of sense, and again, it needs to be processed heavily. Yeah, maybe not that heavily. I want to push this one further down if possible. Just so I have a bit more space for building certain things. Would you be happy being pushed one further down? I mean, maybe so, maybe no, but what if I just do it anyway? You were there. If I put you there, then what's the problem? God knows, let's just imagine. Yeah, planning tool's kind of fun. You can explore ideas without the commitment. Some people might say this ruins part of the game. I can almost see where they're coming from, but not quite. This again wants to process a ton of wine for export, because how much wine can I actually export with this thing? 15... 40 loads. Ooh, boy. Yeah, so again, I'd want a fairly hard-working wine place over here. Ugh, closer to the docks makes more sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, like so. And then I'd still need... Well, actually, this would be coming down to get closer to the walls, so... Alright. I'm not saying this is how I'm going to build it. I'm going to be clearing all this before I even start, but I just want an idea in my head of how exactly this thing is going to work. This thing being this city. Because the final import-export needs to be our iron for weapons, and the weapons get sold by sea and land. This is a recurring thing, right? We have to consider sea and land. This is going to complicate matters when I decide to move my processing over here, because this is just such a better dock location. So close to the entry point. Although, maybe I get too attached to what I have set up here and I don't want to migrate. It's possible. Especially if things work here and I don't see any reason to change. We do already get the double dock. Triple dock would be even better given the volume that's happening here, but I see no plausible third location for a dock around here. Okay, there's here, but there's no way you would have your industry so scattered like that. It needs to be concentrated. Yeah, more dock. More dock would be nice. Oh, that's funny. The docks don't change their orientation. Oh, wow, that's real... almost Augustus feeling. Anyway, it has to be double dock, even though I'd prefer triple dock. I feel like planning mode makes the planning phase longer. Well, I normally wouldn't even spend this much time planning, he says, noting that he has definitely spent this much time planning. It's that I have been told that this map is incredibly difficult, so I want to give it my all. Right, so we can do a similar setup with yet more iron switching around, and then we should be fairly confident in this working. I would also need a barracks and some labor access, but it'll probably just be tents, let's be real here. And then I would also probably need a little tent up here just so all of these get everything they need. This wall seems like it's going to be ultimately a bit superfluous. Alright. That doesn't answer a very important question. Where do I put my people? And how do I feed those people? I do reckon if I have a shipyard over here, if I just knew the exact locations of these fishing points, life would get considerably easier. Can I put a wharf here and here? Cool. Those are going to be some very, very hard-working wharves. Interesting. Bridge. I'm just trying to think of the bleeding layout of these people. You can have dock access the goods and then deliver them by cart pushers. The dock access the goods and deliver them by cart pushers. You've lost me there. You probably mean some like getting warehouses, but warehouses have a huge footprint and relatively low throughput. They only get 4 goods at a time. I am really not confident in setting up my first housing block. The land is very awkward, but I also don't want to slum it. I'm never happy with the slum solutions. I think I need people in and fed pretty much immediately just to get a lot of people in and just advance the city in general. Oh yeah, I never checked my salary. I'm demoted to citizen. Okay, let's keep those taxes down at 0. Thought I'd change that to automatically do that. Oh, it's a save file, of course. See, a big part of where I set up my housing is this. This tiny little bit of arable land is complicating the matters immensely. Because otherwise, I just go something like blip, blip, and then work from there. But the food is produced here. This is all safe. I should maybe consider this more heavily. Desirability is going to be a pain, but when is it not? Yeah. But there's more arable land here, so that kind of blocks off this area as well. And this is a little small. Well, it's only a little small. I could go to hovels or even small casa. They can be taxed, and you can fit rather a lot of people in. And the food over here wouldn't be a huge deal. Let's shove the granary over. The market ladies have a bit to go. I reckon I could make that work. Alright, that means I'm going to need this space. Didn't mind me. Sorry for tearing down all of your beautiful trees, and they are beautiful. Should be no problem getting access around here. There's a very niche issue with this game when you have raised land against the edge of the map. The game doesn't actually do raised land on the southeast and southwest parts of the map. And we recently saw an issue where that was causing some buildings to despawn. Yeah, sorry, it's got to go. I'll spare the ones on the island because it's completely useless. But even though I have this planning tool, I want to start building. My finger's getting Roman itchy here. Where are the pointy dark green trees? I have no idea. There's just trees, and then there's alpine trees. In the map maker, you make the two types. So we're saying we're not getting grain, is that right? Because the grain would feed rather a lot of people, as opposed to these fisheries. I don't know how many people I can reasonably feed on 3 wharves? 1, 2, 3, 4 wharves? That one won't work as long as this one's a low bridge, so let's just keep that out of the question. Well, this is actually one of the perfect use cases for the planning tool. Slamming those down without further thought, because this is probably going to be more efficient than even a wheat farm. So this is going to feed probably like 1,500 people or so together. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to reach them. No, because this needs to come down a bit more. Anyway, that will work. They need to go into a granary that's reasonably close by. And the market lady is going to have their work cut out for them getting to that. Do I want to use all of this room? How vital is it? You cannot cheat and get your water up to high ground over here. It's been blocked off. But there's no big deal in slamming a reservoir over here and watering all the people. So let's assume all the people are going to be fine in that regard. Despite this annoying raised bit of land here, it's not a rock, it's strictly raised land. We still need to make use of this area. That's merging, that's merging, that's merging, that's not. And if that's all merging, I'm fairly confident I can drag this in on this side and be happy. Okay, this is mergers central. But this, however, is not. Although that's fine for putting down some service buildings, especially when they're at the edge of the corner there, it works out pretty well. I can have the other ones over here, that's no big deal. Another little bit of raised land right there. But this is a 2x2. This could actually have an oracle, a very effective oracle, I might add. Just making up shapes with my head here about how this is going to be going. Good merger points to be had around here. There probably needs to be water up on this point now that I think about it. Thinking doesn't come easy. The farming that's going to happen over here. Oh, that's right. I wanted to export veggies. There is absolutely no point in not maximizing my veggie export while I'm at it. Unfortunately, it's going to be a bit awkward. Oh, this tree's going to get in the way. Yeah, I think I want to have this as vegetable farming. And they can shove it in a warehouse here-ish. And then I'll have a getting warehouse bring it over, rather than having these guys work their arses off getting the veggies. Assuming the vegetables even sell by sea, which they do, 25 units of them. So yeah, veggies have to be made here. Do I want to be able to wrap completely around this or not? In time, this probably won't be a vegetable farm. In time, it's probably going to be a wheat farm for either Grand Insulate or patricians. But something like that. Yeah, the most we could ever get out of them is 4 here. Dum dum da 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 dum dum dum. And they would come over to a warehouse around here. So it's all connected is what I'm saying. There's going to be a lot of stuff connecting here. It's going to be quite awkward. That's why I want more of my service buildings on this end for the people living here. And as I said, the granary needs to be quite close on this side. Could probably put it here. Yeah, so that these fellows... Yeah, it would need to be something like, but not necessarily that. Give ourselves the opportunity to test this out later. See if we can get any fishmongers going on over there. I suppose the monger is the one that sells them. These are just the fishers. The fisher price. I can't paste over that. That's not a problem though. I'm contemplating bringing these one down so that I can loop around them. Ooh, but does that work? It does not work. Fascinating. So this is why I'm grateful for the planning tool. I'd be building and deleting these things, or I'd spend ages agonizing over every pixel here. But here I can just get the conclusions. So if it is going to be like that, we're going to need some road going around it that leads over towards this area one way or another. But also needs to connect up with this somehow. So are we ultimately looking at... Oh, that is fugly. No, I can't be having that. That loop seems way too big for any conventional walker. Yeah, probably. I like to use gardens to measure distance. It's like 26 by... I can't even read that number, 15 or so? That's way too big for most walkers. How can I scale it down a bit? What I could trim off a little bit here. I could not go around here, but I don't want to not go around there. What about an unconventional walker? Oh, lots of things can be done with unconventional walkers. If you go really unconventional, you can force walkers to do kind of spectacular things. This is amazing for mergers. Oh, that's spectacular for mergers. Maybe the walkers will just do a good job. Well, I'm considering the minimum walker distance, but what if they're really good and they decide to go maximum walker distance for me? Feels dirty, like I'm painting my numbers here. I don't like this. What if I didn't have this? Could I produce enough vegetables as is? What I could do is have a gap between them, although for what purpose I'm not sure. Let me think. One vegetable farm is going to put up like 9 point something. 3 is fine. I want to limit my walker's ability to piss me off, which is something you'd think they have no limit on doing. But yeah, we'll get that in some warehouse over here, connected up. No sense beating around the bush. I need this over. I'm going to make a save here, by the way, because there's a possibility that me putting a low bridge instead of a high bridge here is actually going to ruin everything. So this is DDR Jake, red, wedding. Since when did it sort your files by what you put in there? Stream 01. Cool. Let's commit. That's a lot of money to commit to anything, but there you go. Now, we do need people down here immediately to get the labor access for our, well, the docks, the shipyards, the whole shebang. And the most sensible place to put your mergers are on any of the junction points so that whoever's walking around always gets them. So this is a tremendous place for a merger. Tremendous, he says. It's obnoxiously close to the docks. Oh well, it is still tremendous. Hey, since when did merger points start showing underneath the roads? Oh, it's showing underneath the ghosted roads. Oh, I need to be careful with that, because that isn't actually a road connection. Naughty, naughty, very naughty. Yeah, that seems like a mistake that I am bound to make. This bridge's existence is actually very, very annoying. I think I need to get rid of it. Not the bridge, the connection to the bridge. Let's be reasonable here. If I have this bridge connection, then walkers might wander over there, lose labor access, and then my life is ruined. But yeah, let's commit to the road network that we're building here. I need to make sure that it's actually going to be built, because there are still trees and things in the way. Thank you for everything, planning tool. And now I go and delete what you've done for me. It's very cruel, isn't it? So the other place that I would probably want labor access is around here, just to make sure that no matter where the walkers walk, they end up getting access. Which would reasonably be anywhere around here. Because if they don't hit that, they would hit down here. I actually think labor access over here would suffice, because then that could help people that walk along and around here. Actually, this is an amazing place for them. Boom. There we go. Those are the initial places that I want people to get their labor access from. Yeah, that'll cover every possibility for labor access. And I make sure they merge as well. I'll get the initial walkers in there, and then the rest are going to have to come on down and around. All right, very good. Gonna get rid of these ghosts, actually. They're kind of distracting, aren't they? I put them in so I could do some planning, not so that I could marry myself to the idea of them being there. Alright. We start bringing people in? I reckon so. Once we get our initial people in for these ones, we start building up over here. But it's very important to get these ones in.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
So with that, we know that they've at least spawned. Let's get our shipyard as one of the first things working so that we can immediately get fishing with boats. We're on a fairly regular looking map here. So prefects are of vital importance. Put the prefect here so that it spawns next to these tents. And I'm going to put another prefect here so it spawns next to these tents. So they're always covered by fire insurance. And then now is the fun time. Because it's very difficult, although not impossible to figure out how much food is produced by each wharf, it is difficult to ascertain how many people I can feed. And to make matters considerably worse, I don't know the exact fishing point. It's somewhere here is about as good as I can say. And there's no easy way for me to... Well, that's engineer post, not bridge. I cannot think of an easy way as a player to figure out where the fishing point is. The map maker put in the fishing point, but birds move around it quite a lot. I've never really done any measuring to fishing point stuff. I have the numbers somewhere, and somebody refined them into very accurate numbers. Probably Cretinous or Fire or Keinwyn or one of the Super C3 nerds. But as much as I've played this game, I've not ground those numbers out. Anyway, it doesn't change much. I still need to build, don't I? It's not a question. I need to build. Yes, we'll even put one over here. And over here. This remains a little dubious. I should probably put you out a bit so that I have the possibility of going through here. But then I already have the possibility of going through here, so what's the difference? I don't see one. And we're using our beloved quality of life merger tool, so we know where exactly these fools are going to merge. And on top of that, I am building these wee buildings one by one so that we know something. What do we know? This is a little aggravating. Got nothing but ones here. And little ones here that don't do too much. Yeah, we build the buildings one by one so that when people move in, I get 3 loads of immigrants rather than just 1. Because when they merge, you suddenly only have 1 building for immigrants to come into. This is a no-go. This is a yes-go. This is a yes-go. This is a yes-go. I truly have no idea how many people I'm going to be feeding or going to be able to feed here. Let's make no mistake on that matter. No space for God knows what over here. Maybe I'll keep it open as a potential 3x3. So what's that? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And I forget which one I counted from, so I've already ran out of count. Incredible. These are going to be nice people that live over by the waterfront. They're going to be quite happy about that, probably. Although they'll be considerably less happy about that reservoir I'll put nearby them, but that's their problem. I don't know, I'm kind of frustrated by not knowing how many people I'm going to have living here. Because I just don't know how many people I can feed, and it's a huge question whether or not I can feed with this fishing point. The fishing production calculator is in review. Cheers. Ugh, I should just slam in as many as I can. In the end, I can devolve them if I really need to. This is a ghastly, undesirable thing to live next to. Let's focus a bit on keeping people reasonably away from it. Lots of 1x1 spaces and loops always feel bad. It feels like such a wasted opportunity. But, gotta make do with that sometimes. Don't worry about that. It'll be fine. Although, it's actually kind of annoying. It gets in the way of a lot. Okay, too much. Get out of here. Get on out of here. Instead, I'll put you over here, so then I have this as a 3x3, or do I just want another 2x2? I'm sure we'll be fine. It already feels like I'm cramming in quite a lot of people here, but that's probably testament to this being far too large a loop. And I am well aware that it is honestly too large of a loop. I'm doing it anyway. Largely because I know I need a ton of people in for my massive amounts of industry. I'm putting them near where the reservoir will go anyway. That's how little I'm caring about them. I'll even put somebody here. That's pretty good for labor access, but in the end, these guys are going to need somebody, unfortunately. It's not that unfortunate, actually. What I can do is contemplate. Baron sometimes got confused as why people weren't merging, but he'd spun his map around 180, forgetting that they care about the northern tile. If he goes out here, they'll get access to labor here, so ideally I want something over here. Although sometimes they get lost inside these, so maybe I want both. It's an undesirable place to live, being near all these wharves, though, but even so... Yeah, my life gets a bit easier if you weren't in the way. What I could do is just shove somebody over here. It's not too difficult to give them basic amenities and desirability from there. Yeah, that's fine. Make sure that granary is in, because it's kind of important. As are these roads. Without roads being next to them, houses just die due to having no access to the road to Rome. Rome is just that important to Romans. Okay, it might not seem like much, and I've already blown through 4 grand, which is sometimes all the money I ever get given for these assignments. But even so, let's see if we can make this work for us. What's that? Employees needed? I am shocked.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Ah. If DDR Jake have walker distance. Horrifying. What's our name here anyway? The Tent Master. No doubt in reference to the amount of times I've finished a run by putting down tents. Our prefect is preparing for duty. We are operating on the desk staff only. We frequently go a full month without sending a prefect on the streets. Okay. Probably tells me that prefects should immediately be our #1 priority so we don't ever burn down right here at the start. Because, yeah, I don't want my immediate things to break down. I need to take care of the usual stuff. That is to say, a doctor, an engineer. That's a good place to the engineer. He'll be able to do this loop quite easily, and then this. Don't know what he'll cover here, though. I'm going to slam one down over here just to be safe. Unfortunately, I'm going to need quite a lot of prefects because, well, it's a Caesar 3 map. Need we say more? Okay, maybe we should say a little bit more. Never trust your buildings not to explode, especially when they're tents. So there we go. That's a bit heavy-handed on the prefects, but I need these people in. And they're already taking an aeon to get over here. Imagine if the people had to get all the way over here for our initial settlement. We'd be waiting for ages. I can't import weapons raw, can I? Absolutely not. Despite wanting to set up an industry immediately, I think I need weapons as a huge priority. So I need to bring in iron and get going with that. Iron is sold locally, is it not? Not locally, but by land traders. And yes, there we go. Capio sells me a glut of iron. So I'm thinking something like here, surrounded by weapon workshops. Because we already had here surrounded, like, the wine, the not wine. I could do it over here. It would be horribly undesirable for these people, but I think they are destined to be tent dwellers forever. At least until I migrate my industry. But yeah, if I put them over here, then I kind of have space to do significant weapon making. How does anybody know how quickly you produce legionnaires? Inquiring minds want to know. Dum dum dum. I want to get this full of iron and immediately start pumping out weapons, I reckon. At least Cappy will buy some of those weapons back. 21.3 per year on one barracks. Well, multi-barracks is a disgusting exploit. So let's avoid that. If I make 21.3 per year, then I need to make that much in terms of weapons. And that is 5 weapon workshops, which will have a little bit spare. We'll start with 2. And that means you will accept the iron and the weapons. I made a mistake there, didn't I? The trader hasn't spawned yet.
Greetings.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Oh, you can, Lucky. I want the iron in there, and I want to start my weapons industry because I don't trust those attacks not to come in rapidly. Nibelungenlied did, and why wouldn't this? I don't trust these tents not to explode either. I might need more prefects. And soon. How are we doing on that boat? There are no wharves demanding any of our boats, but you still produce the boats. So I'll put down the wharf once we have the boat at the ready. And you're going to bring in your capybaras. What's the ghost buildings, asks Badosh. That's probably going to come a few times. We can set down ghosts for buildings. They don't do anything until I actually build them, but it's a good planning tool. Hey, the iron is here already. However, there aren't enough people working to actually... Oh, this guy's trying hard.
Pushing carts all day long takes energy. How's a cart pusher supposed to carry on without food?
Is this truly my concern? Come on, you filthy immigrant scum, get in here. Okay, right, we got our first one in. Let's begin with the mighty Wharfing Power Rangers. I just slam them all down. Yeah. Although they can't get labor access because I built this last. So all of the... Oh my god, this building's a fire trap. Please, prefect, save the day. The prefect will not save the day. Fire grows randomly. So sometimes it just goes up extremely fast and then you're in trouble. So I might have to delete and rebuild that granary. Somehow you got labor access, which is amusing. Prefect is trying again to reach the granary and save it from collapsing in flames. He just needs to reach here. Or even there. Oh, nice one. But yeah, these tents are absolute fire trap disaster pieces. To the point where, yes, I will want another prefect here. And yes, they will remain top priority. We actually have unemployment. Phenomenal. What should I have my people do right now? We should placate those gods. They're going to be very angry very soon. That wouldn't work because it doesn't get labor access. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gods. I've already taken care of health, so that shouldn't be a concern for a wee while. At low population, your gods will never be angry enough to smite you, but I think it's like 250 people, so let's be ready for them now. You accept the weapons, right? But I don't sell them. I'm going to need to start building up my legionnaires on the double. Womp womp womp. I'll start with you. Good thing we started with all this money, could you imagine not? And let's just keep you right next to where all the weapons are going to end up. So they're instantly ready to rock and roll. Good. Ish. Well, he's wasted no time with his demands. We're half a year in, and Caesar's already demanding furniture. And that fishing point is further out than I expected. Oh dear. The gods are unhappy. This is a concern that some of the gods may be a bit displeased. I think they're a bit more than displeased. They're angry, but we're working on that. Okay. I need more people in and I need them working. I wonder if it was the better thing to just slum here so you have some immediate initial people to work with, but building here isn't that much closer than building there. Well, whatever. Get the food in, get these people evolved, get them merged, and get to work. Now, what would be really powerful is being able to evolve them up to hovels without merging. But that would require more desirability than I can offer these poor sods. So we're going to merge small tent and then work from there. It's just a smart thing to do. Well, no, the smart thing to do is what I mentioned before, but it's simply not happening. Slight problem with this tent is it could burn down and then bring this down with it, but surely being adjacent to the prefect and there being another prefect here means that even if I get all the worst luck in random fire growth, it won't be so bad. What I'm being torn on right now is that I'd really like to get more industry, because I need to export on the double and start making money. What did we decide about that, right? Capua gives me the ability to make weapons, which I could export. But realistically... well, realistically I can do some of that export. So I don't see a good reason not to work on the weapons whilst we have it as a viable industry. Should I keep this as a potential 3x3 for anything? Would I ever want to? Or do I slam down a couple of my weapon industries here? Said I need 5 just to supply my local stuff. I can feed 8, though, with the 40 incoming. I suppose I could do 7 with no wastage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. There we go. Hopefully the one warehouse can supply all of these guys, but I need the iron coming in, and what if it doesn't? And the next thing I reckon I'll set up is indeed the furniture. Hope those traders keep coming in, though, because the traders have a long way to go to get out of here.
Ooh, I love coming here. Bah, I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell.
Well, that is not true at all. I absolutely want to buy your iron, Lucky, so get back in here. Maybe that was a mistake, actually. Yeah, because I don't have the iron backed up, I should have actually moved on to wood. Although I could do Syracuse and do wine, right? Because Capua buys wine. Because I'd have to open with Massilia to get the wood. But Caesar wants the wood, so it's a clever thing to open, isn't it? Alright, in that case... Dun dun dun... The layout is important, but maybe I'm kicking myself over it a bit too much. I could, for example, have you here. There's a lot of places I could have you. Maybe this is exactly what I should be using the ghosting tool for. I'll need to start the vegetable movement as well, for what it's worth. I'd want someone like you going and getting the vegetables. Yeah, maybe not even. It's one of the ones that I'd want to have closer to the docks. These ones just for stuff that gets exported. And then this, for example, would be the furniture guy. And then the furniture would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's pretty good. Alright, that's how we'll do furniture then. Donk. You accept the timber. You will be accepting the furniture, which I'm fairly certain I will need a separate place for, because the amount of wood that I want in here is going to be biblical. I'll start off with 3 of you. Very heavy on the unemployment, but hey, at least they're going. And hey, our first dude is here. So I strongly suspect I'm going to need a lot of you. Population is growing. I think I'll start making my vegetables for export as well. It's not very efficient in terms of employment number to money made, but it's a start. And you will just deliver your veggies right over here, please. Interestingly, if I made something that I export too much of, I could have a getting a warehouse for vegetables that also receives the other stuff, and then we kind of trim it down with exports. Does that make sense? For example, this one would work just fine for that. For now, please get the vegetables. If this ever becomes a problem, I'll deal with it in the future. Now, let's see. I feel very fortunate that the fires didn't burn these places down. Still immigrants coming into the city, but at this point I think I can start the mergers. Maybe when the next batch arrives. Get them merged and get them elevated. I suppose I have time until the granary is stocked up with food. Strange that it has no access to employees when we have this right here. Let's see, there's 1, 5, and 1. Yeah, so they can get quite a lot of people coming in on the double. Distant battle already. Well, please, for the love of God, my army. Erect. And where's my iron?
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Oh, I never actually opened up the iron trade. The wood trade, rather. Get in here. Alright, so, question. Can this get a boat from here? No is the answer. Fascinating. Then why is there a fishing point here? Oh well, that's a bit of a shame, but what can you do? What I can do to get my mind off things is begin the merger process. Don't worry, it's not painstaking. Well, it might look painstaking to some people, but I find it very... satisfying. And you have to do it quite deliberately, otherwise you might end up with mergers where you don't want mergers. And I don't want mergers where I don't want mergers. Some immigrants will go away, but once we begin evolving these ones proper, most of our problems will fizzle away. I guess that includes doing you. Still short quite a lot of workers, and still hoping to come in before too long. Any more for any more? Yeah, there's you. This severely cuts down on fire risk. Can you build a shipyard on the opposing side of the river from the fishing point and just make one ship? Could I build a shipyard here that services just that? Probably. Possibly. Maybe. Seems kinda risky. I mean, what if it doesn't work? I'm kinda low on money for these types of experiments. Somehow, I'm out of money already. How could this have happened? A good day to you. Let's get the markets operational immediately so they can go and grab the food. Desirability is going to be a pain over here, but I think we have ways of making it less painful. Well, we have Plaza, don't we? Plaza. Something, something, multitude of sins. We called it sin. Yeah, those markets are going to be working hard. Can they even reach that? Yeah, they can. It's not a comfortable reach, though. 3 of them should be able to manage it, although it's going to take a while for the food to truly reach them all. I need to start making some actual bleeding money, though. I'm not joking about that. And I'm still short of employees. And I'm wondering if this one warehouse can actually deal with all these iron-eating weapon workshops. Well, as like the rest of us, they can try. There we go, the fish is coming in rather rapidly. We called it toga boy. Okay, Caesar wasn't Joe. Oh my god. Did you manage to make it do that specifically, Keinwyn? The first increase in inflation, a staggering 4 denarii. More than 10%. Imagine just waking up one day and 10% inflation is hit. Overnight. In the real world right now, we calculate inflation year on year, but this was just month on month. And the mind boggles. All of my weapons are getting eaten up by my legions, which feels pretty bad. Is the trade by land or sea open? We just have 2 land routes open right now. And currently they don't buy much off of me, weapons and furniture, and I don't have any of either to sell right now. So I've managed to burn through 11,000 and a bit denarii, and I have almost nothing to show for it. Incredible. Did I open up anything that can sell me my... that I can sell vegetables to yet? Absolutely not. The vegetables go to who? Syracusai. Syracusai also buys weapons. That's cool and all, but... it'll also help me by getting my wine industry going. At least wine only gets sold to other people. Okay, I have unemployment. I need to get that furniture going on the double. And I'm starting to think I need that wine going on the double. Was this going to be a wine workshop? I feel like it's going to struggle to reach all the places if the wine goes there. Well, that's what the planning tool is for. Let's imagine the wine is here. And we have, or the vines rather, go there. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is 6 going to be enough for the wine trade? How much wine can we export anyway? We can export 15... 40 loads of wine. 7 without wastage, as I like to say. So the 7th one is probably going to go here. Here or here adjacent. Well, not much for it. I think we're going into heavy debt this year, with a view to getting out of heavy debt this year. Would the wine go here or here? I think I need this freed up, and I probably need also this kept at the ready for the future. For all the trade that still needs to be done. I've got a little bit of space over here as well for wildcard things like marble. Most of the wine goes away by sea. Just want to minimize the journey that the dock workers have to make. Alright, I think we just have to embrace the debt. Narbo sells us the vines. Syracusai sells us vines, but they also buy my vegetables, which makes them a priority trading partner. So sell them veggies, import the vines, sell every bit of wine. I might just tell Caesar to screw off with his furniture demands, because he's asking for about 1,000 denarii worth of furniture. That said, he gave me rather a lot of time to fulfill it, which is quite nice with nice for him. Yeah, of course I'm not going to get bugger all if I don't actually have some initial wine buildings. There we go, get it moving. No working dock. Wait, do I need a working dock? Ah, right, of course, Syracusai. the tree is in the way. It's the only sea route I have, so I should be okay just having one dock. But I don't believe that for a second, so I'm going to have two. Boats can queue up in bizarre ways.
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
Love the way he says try. So the fish has already arrived in the markets, which is a wonderful sign that I can begin the evolution. Question, how close does this fountain have to be? Highly amusingly, I can put the fountain here and... Oh, bollocks, no, it's just out of reach for you. I would ideally put my... ideally, I'd put you there. And we are going to be working with ideals today. You go here, and then you water almost everybody. But we are going to need another one probably over here. Or maybe a little bit further down, like there. Aye, that should work. Let's get these people watered up to hovels and try and tax them as brutally and swiftly as possible. Let's get the water going first. I want a better...
My governors think money grows on trees.
Get a better overview as soon as I can. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very debt-filled year. I really wanted to keep this as a 2x2 area for an oracle. I could. And I will, even at this rather egregious expense. Because that way I can put this even over here, actually. And then it waters the people down at the bottom better. Better bottom. Yeah, and then these four can be watered. They have to climb a bleeding mountain to get their water, but that's their problem and not mine. There we go. The one I already had cleared was fine. I'm making too many mistakes here. Recht. Who else needs water? That'll water a considerable number of you. That will do a good amount here, although be kind of annoying in other ways. Alright, who's still unwatered with this setup? You're really not getting water? Yeah. Sometimes it might be that land is just so undesirable that they... Oh, hang on. Ooh, that's a bit of a boo-boo. It's just out of range for watering that. I should have moved this one further up. Actually, that's more than a little bit of a boo-boo. These poor buggers are unserviced. At least the one on the corner is extremely unserviced. How do I feel about that? Tempted just to murk this guy then. So I will. I feel quite bad about that. I could just give him a well. Oh well. There we go. In comes the food, in comes the water, and once we see a significant number of hovels... Since I need a lot of people, I'm actually going to bring up to casa level, which is not something I often do. So that means they're going to enjoy some theatre coverage. It's a desirable building, so I may as well put it here. And, of course, some forum coverage, very important. Would I want multiple forums, given... You know what, taxing was very important. Give them multiple forum. And then give them a library so that they can go up to castle level. Alright, sure. I don't like doing casa. Hovels I prefer, but let's see what we can do with this. Desirability is going to be low, but let's see how it goes. Get them registered for taxes and then start clobbering them with taxes. I'm importing the vines. I want to export these veggies as soon as I can. Hopefully the boat is coming in. The boat is coming in. That's a good sign. If the boat didn't come in, then that would mean this bridge is a problem. A 2,800 denarii problem. Which is not the kind of problem I like. Is everything flowing here? The army is flowing. That's a good sign. Probably need rather a lot of an army, and I can't wait to have to spend another 1,000 denarii on a second fort. I want all of these people registered for and paying taxes. It's very important. As you can see, I'm short a huge amount of workers. I have 2 years before Caesar really throws the hammer at me. And give you well water. We'll see what you can do with that. Probably not much. You're even outside of the range of the market, ladies, when they get here. Even if they had food for you. Which occasionally they probably will.
Ooh, I love coming here. Business is going very well. A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Having to buy all this iron just to make an army is a bit rough. Maybe I'm overestimating the initial army demands, but the description I heard told me it was going to be very foul. Let's get that furniture exported. And if I ever do end up with some weapons, let's get those exported. Rome pays even more wages. Oh, jeez. That's tough. This means that taxing these people is not really going to be very good for me, but I gotta make my money somewhere. 1,000 population means the gods are going to be unhappy really rather soon. I should probably slam down a second set of temples somewhere, just to keep them off my back. That will sufficiently keep them off my back. Won't keep Caesar off my back, though. That debt is astronomical. You're coming with my vines, right?
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
And there's another ship coming in, so I'll get a lot of vines in. Hopefully smush them into lots and lots of wine and get it sold on the double. That's the dream, at least. Oh, I am fiscally extremely worried. Underestimating army is the kind of thing that just kills you, so can we be blamed for being a tad bit careful? Well, the army is extremely expensive. And I'm using weapons on them that I could be selling. So we've got 2 units in here, 11 here, so that's 13 units. That's 13 weapons. That's a lot of money. Like 2.5 denarii. 2,500 denarii, rather. Yeah, every fort hurts. And they're not academy trained, so they're even worse than usual. It's already May, and Caesar is going to go ballistic at the turn of the year. Well, at least the immigrants keep arriving, because I do need to press them into my workforce on the double. The tent dwellers are going to be very unhappy until they get some food. I'm unsure, by the way, if this is actually enough food to feed these people. It's a lot of people. And the food is a bit... yeah. It's all a bit iffy. It's not exactly backed up, either. And they tend to like to stock up their food for a while as well. Not a lot of point to make them into hovels if they don't have if I'm not having them pay taxes already, but you really don't like the lack of market stuff. Just putting little drops here and there. The most important thing is that they reach hovel level. Maximizing the amount that I can get out of each little bit of plaza. Once these guys reach hovel or so, I can start with the taxation. I'm almost out of money to the point where I can't even put things on Caesar's credit. Except for imports. You can always import on Caesar's credit.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
Could impress Caesar with some weapons, but it's entirely possible I have to fight Caesar off. Which, believe it or not, I'd be ready to do. The problem, of course, is that with citizen's salary, I cannot really gift him at all. Yeah, the only way I could probably gift him is... Well, is that true? If I gave myself engineer's salary, I'd lose 4 standing per year. But I would gain 60 denarii. That is, I'd lose 2 additional standing per year, but gain enough money that I should be able to gift him out of that. There's got to be a perfect salary level where you can give him more gifts. It's essentially liquidating your own money into Caesar's favor. I'll have to strongly consider that on this map. I'm already strongly considering it. Alright, the furniture's coming in, which I have not at all sold any of currently. You'll buy crap. It's basically a trade here, veggies for your vines, except I end up the loser in that because the buyer always pays more than the seller. Why does this look like it's actually a sea route for Massilia?
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying. I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Okay, I'm pretty sure they're coming in by land. Alright, well, July of year 1 of too much debt. I am quite worried about the food situation, though. Oh my god! Another 4 increase. So the standard wage has gone from 30 to 40 in a year and a half.
No sign of crime around here.
Well, at least that's one good thing going for us. How about food stocks? Food stocks are too low, sire. I think they're essentially working as hard as wheat farms, so let's say this is enough to feed like 1,200 people. Problem is I have 1,200 people, and room for more. I don't think I should be going for Casa then. That, or I should do a bit of a tent purge, but if I tent purge and I want them back in the future, I'm going to be hurting for it. This would be an immensely powerful pair of wharves if they worked, but I don't know if they work. I don't have a lot of money with which to test this is the problem. Well, it's one of many problems that we have right now. So my thought is a shipyard here with a wharf here and a wharf here would go a long way. Of course, it would need labor access. You'd have to go temporarily. If this doesn't work, I might just reload this save because I need to know, and it's just not information that I have right now. Let's try that. Oh, I'm out of credit. I can't build anything more, including gatehouse, including engineer posts or prefects, so this is actually going to fall down. Including I can't build any more legionary area, and I'm still spending money on imports. Oh, but there we go. Now we're out for a little bit. 12,000 denarii, and it wasn't even close to enough to get this thing operational from the get-go. But maybe I just need to start taxing. They estimate it'll make me barely any denarii. Does that mean it's even worth paying the extra wages? Probably. Tent Dweller is going to be very unhappy about this one, though. They'll work if the fish point is on the opposite side of the bank after removing the shipyard. Well, we'll find out. Like I said, if it doesn't work, I'm just going to reload it because this is too much of an expenditure. But we won't know until it builds the ship, and then we see what happens with it. Well, I'm out of ultra debt for now. The problem is I wanted to go back into ultra debt because I need to have my army growing constantly. Yeah, so they know this one wants it. The problem is if this does work, then the granary is too far away. You want the granary to be 5 tiles away if it's like a 0 distance fishing point, and now it's more than that. But it'll still be a very efficient source of food, it just won't be running at full efficiency. Right, let's see how this goes. I am shocked it actually got there. I wonder if it can make a boat for this one as well. See, like, it goes there. Fish dude does his thing. The fishing boat is fishing, and it has returned with its catch now, but the cart pusher only just got back a little too late for it. It's no big deal. It's more food, right? And more food is desperately needed right now. So that my tent dwellers don't dwell on the fact that they're out of food. Rome pays...
You again!
No, Rome does not pay me again. It again does not pay me. Oh, right, the unemployment is really high. People are going to be unhappy about that. Oh, I can't delete things to... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Well, at least I am kind of making money on the taxes. Not as much as I'm spending on my annual bill, but it is making people rather unhappy. So this is a problem. I can't reduce unemployment. I can't delete anything. I actually just want to get rid of this, but that's not an option either. I think I'm going to have to face Toga Boy on the field, which might be a problem if and when the Huns arrive as well. But it's good to know that the food situation here has improved, which means probably could have had this back. I could always build the crappy little tent again. Because of the water access, it'll remain a small tent. I've got a lot of wine here. I'd very much like it if people would buy my wine. But you only buy... Let's see... I'm only selling 15 to Capua. I think I need to open Tingus so they'll buy more of my wine. Painful as this is on my money, of which I don't have. We're now 7 grand in debt. The food is having a very difficult time stabilizing, so I've got too many bloody people in my city. And the people are very unhappy because of the unemployment numbers. I really should not have gone towards small casa. I overestimated this. Well, I overestimated my need for small casa. I think I underestimated how good of a loop this was. The library and the theater were overkill. Yeah, you can spend money opening trade routes, but you can't build more. That's correct. Okay, well, they're buying up my my wine. That's good.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
I would need to dig myself out of debt by the end of this year. It seems like something that's never going to happen, but we're trying. At this point, I should err on the side of caution, kibosh my timber imports, kibosh my iron imports. That's very dangerous. The vines I need to keep coming in because wine is so very valuable. Weapons as well, though. Away goes the wine.
A good day to you.
Toga boy wants even more wine. You know, if you didn't devalue the denarii so heavily, maybe I'd have an easier time with this, Caesar. Just throwing that little nugget out there. Freaking Toga talking. Is there a way to shorten the trade routes so they can make more money and spawn more often? On this map, not really. I could probably bridge over to here and then bridge over to here, but it's not worth the bridge money. Nor opening up more vulnerable places for enemies to attack me. Ah, okay. Iron has gone up in price. Making weapons has become less lucrative, and indeed for building up my army, more expensive. It is already June.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Do I just sell all of my weapons?
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
There's no wine at the ready because we haven't got enough vines in. I really think Toga Boy is going to go spare on me. Yeah, at least we have some more weapons coming in. But who can we even still sell weapons to? Tarentum buys weapons, but not really in a position to be opening up more trade routes. Syracusa buys them as well. People are extremely pleased with me, yeah, but we have problems here. Oh, the wages rose again. I wonder if the markets are actually struggling, as in I need another market. I'm going to believe that that is the case and put down another market. Because they only carry 600 fish as opposed to 800 wheat, and it's quite far away. It's July, we've got August, September, October, November, December, 5 months. Well, 6 really, to get out of debt. And the donkey traders are not coming along fast enough.
A good day to you. Can I? Ooh, I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Maybe for you. I don't feel the business going that great. No, Toga Boy is almost certainly about to go spare. I can't dig myself out of debt fast enough. Hopefully the boys in blue get scared by your spooky ghost walls. Well, the fun thing about knowing that I'm going to be in boys... Oh, right. Real enemies are at the door. Oh, crumbs. The fun thing about knowing that that's coming is that then I can spend like mad. If I was certain I was going to go into the red by the turn of the year, then I could just build up massive army and then wait it out a bit. Well, more army, more tower walls. As it stands right now, it's not unthinkable that I could get out of debt. I have 12 furniture here, I've got 5 weapons here. We're producing more wine as we speak.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
If I said that I'm going to sell every weapon, everything I can to get myself out of debt. The weapon workshops, wow, you have low access to employees, that's mad. I'm sure it's fine though. I wonder how. I guess you only barely touch these guys. Oh, maybe you get lost in the stairs, but even that wouldn't make any sense. Anyway, 12 furniture and 5 weapons to sell. Maybe a bit of wine on the side. If I just kibosh my imports, all of them, painful though that may be, and just Focus on getting out of debt. We might have a chance. While we're at it, since you... Okay, no, I can't have you be getting stuff. You're busy offloading goods. Look at that. Buy my freaking furniture. Wait, can anybody actually still buy my furniture? Yeah, Capua could be buying tons of furniture. Please do.
Wow, love coming here. A good day.
Ah, damn it. Capua. Wait, there's another bunch of Capuans.
Can I interest you in some talk?
You must get me out of debt. Just buy my crummy IKEA. Caesar gets off my back and I can focus on dealing with the real Hun threat. Come on, it's October, lads. Buy all you can. 400, 200. We're in the black, baby. Okay, vines, come on in. Timber, come on in. Iron, I need you badly. Weapons, hold off on that a little bit, please. Alright, and in November, I'm going to jump right back into debt. I need a bigger army. By the grace of Neptune. Yeah, no, we do not live off the grace of Neptune. It is November. I am black. I am expanding the army. And I'm probably going to start building up some towers. I don't know where is more important, but... I also don't need this anymore. It'd be nice if this just disappeared for now. Assuming Neptune never gets so mad that he sinks all my boats. Indifference is good. I like indifference. Towers are actually good because they're going to suck up some of that unemployment as well. Well, maybe that's good. Getting these people up to small insulae would actually be very good, but right now I just need to set my thumbs and make some money for a bit. Which, with this setup with trade, is actually reasonable. Is there anything that I could still make money off of? We do the wine, we do the furniture, we do the weapons. We do the vegetables as well. Narbo will further buy my IKEA. I'm having a hard time doing more industry. But not an impossible time. Not sure I really want to open Narbo right now, but they will sell me more vines, which could be important. I will open it, though. Do I want to open Tarentum? They don't sell me anything of value. They do buy weapons and furniture, but neither of those are important right now. Don't mention IKEA. I spent all day yesterday building a big cupboard thing for the kitchen. Kitchenware. I spent an entire day just building up my apartment in Sweden from IKEA. It's difficult to know to what degree was my export limited by imports or by just the amount that I have here. I suppose I could calculate, right? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 6? This is unacceptable. I need 7 furniture warehouses. Trouble is, I'm not sure they'll all get stocked if I put down a 7th one. And this space is kind of invaluable here. Well, how valuable is invaluable? The problem is the warehouses... There's only one cart pusher that pushes out all the goods. He's got to cover a lot of distance within enough time to start seeing to another one. Ideally, I would move this weapon workshop over here, so it's equidistant with that guy. Don't really want to spend that kind of money right now, considering that he's storing some iron for me. But I'd really like to maximize my furniture output. Because as it stands, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 4.8 per year, which is really not good enough. Considering that we're able to import... 40? More than 40 timber. So this is a really awkward position to do massive trading with. Maybe if I'd pushed it out more towards here, but I cannot risk this being an invasion that flattens my industry. So I need this space as a possible jump on the enemy's area. Which is all the more reason that this is a much nicer place to set up. Get the double docks right next to each other, close to the entry point. Huge amounts of area for industry, and then we wall it off with the triple legion and double wall on the outside. That said, let's not turn down the fact that this is still quite profitable right now. Still think I want you moved over there, though. It's just not worth it currently. I can't tell this guy that he's specifically not allowed iron, though. Wonder why he's so angry. Concerned about this first attack. You know, what if it is right here? Well, in comes the wood. I don't have the money for this, but... up goes this. The thought occurs that I can't tower at all because of the wall placement. The thought also occurs that towers are incredibly expensive. And the thought also occurs that the towers will probably want additional walling. And that they're going to eat up some of the barracks output for a while.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Is there a chance that the enemies of Rome and Caesar's army fight each other? No, all hostile forces fight you. And that's just as wonderful and fair as it sounds. This game has such amazing sound effects. I love them. Well, it's going to be debt anniversary again. Caesar's going to be very unhappy that I don't pay tribute. But I should start paying tribute after this, at least. Gonna have another getting warehouse for vegetables, so I have more vegetables to swiftly sell.
No sign of the enemy! No sign of barbarian! No sign of the enemy!
Wow, those filled up fast. Suspiciously fast. We've already got 3 here. How quickly can these guys get over there, by the way? They have to come round through in here. I have a feeling that if I put towers here, they would anger the enemy too quickly and they'd start attacking. And I might be in big, big trouble. Which tells me I might want a wall here just to slow them down as I shoot them and buy time for my legions to arrive. On the other hand, I haven't put up any defenses here. But you'd think 3 legions immediately jumping this should be enough of a defense for now, at least. You would think. Alright, favor is at a horrific level of 11. The Emperor is extremely angry with me for some unknown reason. I need to get out of debt and fulfill one of his demands. Probably the furniture one. Those 2 goals do not coincide very well. Hopefully this weapon workshop can unload its weapons and then I can move it without using up some of the precious iron within. So Jake, chained to a boat is all that it takes to make the barbarians and Romans come together. Wow, the food situation is really struggling, but I suspect it's just because they're all stockpiling their food. That's often what happens. Still more immigrants coming in, might be a problem. Right, this weapon workshop has unloaded all its weapons. It will now be moved. In the super far-flung space future, do I even want another weapon workshop? I can sell 30... I can sell tons of weapons, so yes, I do still want it going. Well, go figure. Taking a fat lot of time getting the wood in here, though. Remember, Tarentum sells me nothing of value, and they don't buy anything that I haven't maxed out elsewhere, so there's not much point opening with Tarentum right now. These donkeys are a real problem, though. Realistically, I'm only getting 2, maybe 2.3 per year. Damn donkeys.
The warehouse is just unloading goods from my beasts.
I wish I was better at manipulating sound files. Lucky is too quiet. So is Brelix. But yeah, look at this one brave cart pusher delivering all the lumber to all of the furniture workshops. He's got his work cut out for him. And so do I. I have lots to export. Hopefully the wine makes some good headway.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Barely getting any boats, which is a touch frustrating. Is Tingis even arriving? How in the world is the map so empty of boats? This is the one and only boat on the entire map. Ah, would you look at that? This is the entry point and the exit point. All right, so you really want your industry over here. Maybe I absolutely should have set up over there and not down here. This could end up being a problem. A big problem. First priority is to get out of debt, which buying all this expensive iron is not conducive towards. Second priority is to get Caesar his furniture. Ah. Am I still making a profit on selling weapons? I pay 100 and then I receive 100 in addition. So yes, I am, but it's still painfully expensive.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Can't believe I got 12,000 denarii and this is still kicking me in the face. I think the big mistake I made was not pushing these to be better quality, higher taxed houses. I should have made far fewer of them, closer to this location, and brought them up to small insulae. Then they'd be contributing quite heavily in taxes. But I had no idea the amount of people that I would need. At the moment, I've got way too many. There's nothing saying I can't purge, right? I could do a fairly considerable purge of these tents. And in fact, it's probably the clever thing to do at this point. Get rid of these crappy tents. Great. Get rid of anybody else that looks a bit too crappy for liking. Kind of need some labor access around here, so regrettably you need to stay. Get rid of you and you. And some of the more crappy buildings. Quite like what we have over here, though. If I want to evolve them, that means a lot more people are going to be living here anyway, and the food is already seeming a bit stretched. I'm having some forbidden thoughts about making them Grand Insulae. Because I'd make a lot more money off of wheat being produced here to feed these people into Grand Insulae. Ah, that's the mistake I've made, isn't it? I should have pushed for really good quality housing over here. It might not look like much, but this is fairly half-decent building area. Of course, even I thought it wasn't. Very hesitant to demolish any of this housing, though. Yeah, Toga Boy and his Toga demands. I didn't put much of a dent in the unemployment, and I'm not sure I'm willing to build however many fountains it would take to improve matters, but it would allow me to tax. Currently, I don't make anywhere near enough money on taxes. How many fountains would it take for that? It would take 50 fountains. It's like 750 denarii. But I could start taxing. How many did I say? I think I said 50. And that's 25. It certainly is. Not proud of doing this, but this is a fairly rough start. Again, despite getting such an incredible amount of starting money. 12,000 denarii. Probably going to find that my first invasion is like 4 people, and then I feel ridiculous for building up as much as I have here. I could have sold so many more weapons and been in a much, much happier situation. Ooh, my money is not in a happy situation right now. I think I need to stop importing iron for a bit. And just hope that this is enough of an army to deal with come whatever may. Caesar 3 fans are eating good this year. I have half a dozen runs to catch up on now, says Luxshaden. I've been putting a lot of hours into the old Caesar, haven't I? The city was back in debt in January. Wait, wrong year. November is June, July, August, September, October, November. I got 5 months to dig myself out. And then I still need to give him his goods. Yeah, I know, Caesar. I'm well aware of your demands. You realize you gave me a town that can produce practically nothing, right? Alright, well, at least some money is coming in, although I'm not even sure I'm making profit off of the taxes. How much did my bill for wages go up? That's why you need small insulae, so you can overcome that. Stop being such a disgusting building. But I'm not really in much of a position to throw myself into small insulae, because then I'd need to import pottery. August, September, October, November, and then Caesar flips out. The Huns are on their way. I'm out of iron. The fountains eat up unemployment. If your unemployment is 4% or lower, then your people become happy and are more willing to accept your not very lenient taxation. But wages are very high thanks to rampant inflation. And I'm actually unsure if my taxation is even worth the extra labor that I employ there. The more clever thing to do would be not to need extra people. I can't believe I got in the black there. It was temporary, but it reset Caesar's anger. Okay, the other troubling thing is I need to be at the black at the turn of the year as well, and I need to give him these bits of furniture. So the combination of this means I need to make do with the wine exports, and I need to have the furniture stockpile to give it to Caesar. Unfortunately, Caesar also wants my wine, but, you know, come what may. At least it's only one batch of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Oh, well, they're here. Oh, they are right there. Okay, the reason I tooled up this was because this is the worst place they could possibly attack me. So let's be ready for it. And yes, I got rid of the Ura. I know some people will be heartbroken at that, but one thing I really hate about RTSs is where your units constantly yell at you when they're doing their orders. Yes, sir. At once, sir. I'll be right there. I am getting paid for this, right? I get sick of hearing that, so... I also don't quite like the Uras. That's not a small invasion force. On the plus... Oh, that's not a slow invasion force. Alright, I think I just have to engage. Okay, they're shooting me dead already. Remember, every unit I lose is a weapon I lose. Oh man, some of them are over there. I put them too far on this side. Well, to my immense surprise, we're bodying them. Yeah, I forgot that. The Huns are lightning fast. I think they're just essentially the same as the Goths, but they ride horses instead of chariots. That was good. That was really bloody good. Problem, it can't remain that good forever, surely. If it was a bigger invasion from that very point, I would be in a lot of trouble. That was the only place I was attacked, right? Okay. Losses were few. I'm heavily in the black, relatively speaking. That is good. How do I deal with this when it's like 100 units here? I think I bring my units a bit further back. I have more towers here. A lot more towers, just in general. Like towers here, towers everywhere. Alright, towers everywhere. Sounds good. I'm very, very happy with that. I'll be even happier if I can get Toga Boy off my back, which might not happen this year. Only got 7. Come on, where's the 8th? Why is it still playing military music? There wasn't another invasion, was there? Absolutely not. Okay. Does he invade you at below 10 favor? Can't even remember. Oh, right, there's the last bit of IKEA, and it's in, and it's still this year. Alright, there you go. Take that. He wants even more, but whatever. Incredible. We keep him off our back for the time being. He has such high demands early on. Especially considering I need that money. How much of my money did he take? He took 1,000,000 in tribute. I should have spent more money so he was so he takes less money off of me, but here we are. Right, this is the year that I want to bring these people up to small insulae. I really can't afford not to, is my assessment of the situation. I think that means I have this place accept wheat as well. So these two places are going to become wheat farms. It's going to be a bit rough on the market, ladies, but whatever. And I'm going to need to get some pottery in here. How do I get pottery? I think somebody sold it to me by land, right? Pottery comes in exclusively by sea. Well, that is extra cruel. Is that true? That doesn't feel right. It's also interesting. It does give me a bit more control than I thought I had over my pottery situation. Okay. That means you, for example, become the pottery barn. The pottery will go here, and then we'll fill these people up with it. Alright. Now I want to bring these people up to a level at which taxation is good. They are going to need a Colosseum if I want them to become Grand Insulae, which might seem a little presumptuous at this point. More than a little. They don't need it. I can put down amphitheaters and theaters until they're satisfied. But that puts down even more of a footprint on the land than this does. Of course, that also blocks stuff going on here. The Colosseum is an unfortunate thing here. Let's not consider the Grand Insulae just yet, then. Thought I left a really nice 3x3 area. Honestly, I've left a lot of nice areas. But entertainment walkers are difficult to trust. As in, I don't trust them, period. What I'm going to do is I'm going to purge you. I'm going to put the amphitheater over here. Sorry, Nikki.
I've been thrown Not on my own.
Yes, you have. Active colony is a desirable neighbor. Sure, we all know and remember that. Would actually quite like it around here, but some asshole went and built all these temples over here for some reason. Not thrilled at the idea of having to move those. You're probably going to go up and around here, so maybe. Actually, I'll watch the walker. If the walker goes up this way, then the active colony goes over here. Which means you should be the active colony, right? Yeah, you're the last thing I put down? Okay, good. The active colony goes here, and I assume he's going to go up this way, and that means the gladiator school can go over here. And then it goes, I assume this way, but what if it goes that way? Oof, I don't like that. Alright, despite being an undesirable neighbor, I'll put you here in the hopes that you go this way. And then you should service everybody. On top of that, you're going to need bathhouse access, and then we're pretty much done. Which is a good sign. Normally my advice is never mix food types in a granary, but the relatively low amount of wheat here should keep them okay. Does mean I'm going to need more wheat. Alright, sorry, vegetable exports. It's not very efficient, though. I reckon that's not going to be far enough. Maybe I should do a specific granary over here. Could even put it here. Yeah, I'm not sold on the merits of that one shared granary. You'll be the wheat fiend. And we'll get that fish there. Why not switch the gladiator with a colony if the first one isn't desirable? Because the gladiator school only sends gladiators to the amphitheater, but the actor colony sends actors to the theater and the amphitheater. Where's the theater? There it is. So if an actor walks by you, you'll get access to the amphitheater and the theater, but if a gladiator walks past, you only get access to the amphitheater. These guys here are at the most trouble of not getting access to all of their entertainment because the amphitheater is all the way over here. So by putting this here, I ensure that these guys are definitely getting access to theater and amphitheater. Because no matter which way this guy goes, the actor has to go out here, 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 and then to here. So he's hit these guys. Chances are he's going to go up this way because it's the closest way. Oh my god, the gladiator is coming out and going up this way, even from there. Well, that's annoying. I might have to put it here. Ow. Oh well, more fool me. Yeah, desirability is going to be a pain. Importing pottery is going to be a pain. There's a lot of pain in this map for some reason. Why is there so much pain on this map? Can somebody explain that to me? Is that knowledge we're allowed to have? People are unhappy about desirability. The temptation is to plaza everything, but what I should probably do is just maximize plaza enjoyment. So putting down plaza so that it aids the most people. Because plaza is expensive and I'm not made of money. Well, to my surprise, you're actually very unhappy. You're going to need a lot of plaza here. Mm-hmm. Alright, well, nice to see all these casa at the very least. The strain on wheat is going to be a problem, I can feel that. Dun, 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 dun. Because the markets always prefer to get wheat, so they're going to waste a lot of time going to that wheat place. Starting to wonder if I should have put the warehouse a bit closer in for better pottery access. Or maybe even just more marketplaces. But the more marketplaces there are, the more they're going to fight over the few shreds of wheat that are here. At least when they go for pottery, it should be an easy journey. What's the main challenge? Everything. The economy's tight, the trade is awkward, the military matters are dire. Caesar hates us, Caesar makes demands. The layout is... it looks big and flat and wonderful, but it's much worse than it looks. So yeah, the challenge is approximately everything. Still, we'll see what we can do about that. Realistically, this is 3 times 320, running at maximum. Oh god, it's not running at bugger all because I cut you off. Whoops. Alright, that fixed that just barely. You should get labor access, no problem. 3 of these running at 320. So it's 960, and you can double that for 2 food types. So about 1,800 people here, and I'm happy. 1,800 over 84 is 21. I need 21 houses here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 20 lots more than 1. I do have space for 1 more farm here, and I'll probably need it. So, to hell with walker problems, we're going to have this. Not even convinced the engineer will make that properly. And then I end up with 320 320 producing farms. 4 of them times 2 over 84. Now I can support 30. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, I know you want wine, Caesar. I'm well aware of your impetulant demands. He's extremely angry. All right, then, all right. I need that. I need to build up more of a defense force with my walls, though. Alright, there are still trees in the way here. Good way to eat up unemployment, if nothing else. Marginal concern about labor access must be met with labor access. Can shove one over here, that way walkers that walk over here will at least get access, and it guarantees it for people over here, so... Junk. Also, potential for... Hold on, did I stop importing iron? Whoops, I need that iron. It still is money for me. Otherwise, these guys are sitting around doing absolutely sod all. Right. My tax rate is enormously high. The people love me. That's amazing. How do they possibly love me? I don't want to build any more legions. For now. If I'm going to defend myself here, it's going to be with towers and these legions. I want to spare 3 legions so that when I set up my defenses here, it can also have 3 legions. And that means that we only have to worry about 2 points to defend, because I cannot worry about a 3rd. Is that true? Can I worry about not a 3rd? I could ship bridge over to here and low bridge over to here. That way I can have all of my legions here, and that defends only this point and that point. That means I abandon the possibility of using this area whatsoever. I don't like that, because as you can see, we struggle immensely on the seaborne trade. I feel like I need this. Look at that, I'm getting 1 boat on the map. 1 boat from 2 naval trading partners. How is this possible? Yes, I kind of feel like I need that, but maybe I can get away without it. Especially if I go grand insulate taxation. Okay, I'm not thrilled at that idea, but maybe we abandon this region. That means a lot of people are going to have to live here. And here. But the fishing is... It's not great. Because the fishing point's all the way over there. But it's not nothing. And the fishing over here is far from nothing. Fishing over here is crap. Yeah, fishing points that we have available here are a bit grim. But once again, they're not nothing. Huh. This is starting to look a lot worse than I thought it would be. And I already thought it would be really bad. So the major decision that I'm making here is, do we commit our defenses 100% to this area? That way I build all of my legions here. And that would probably be 4 legionnaires, 2 javelins. Or do we say split 3 and 3? I'm not sure 3 legionnaires, even if I put in a Guerrillian towers here, would be enough. Actually, I think it would, if I was smart. The problem is I don't know where the attacks come from. Here, 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 or all of the above. Any, all, or none are possible, because I don't know the invasion points, and that's... No matter how much I look for a pink pixel around here, I can't... Wait, is that true? No, I don't think there's anything that invasion points do to the tile that I'd be able to ascertain what they are. And if I could, that'd be cheating for sure. So... Yeah, I probably have to bite the bullet on this one. 8,000 people, though. I really don't like a lot of this proposition. Can anything be done to improve it? How about a rough estimation of how much fishing I can do around there? Then I'd at least feel alright about it. Plus a half-decent place to bridge over to it that doesn't block any fishing point. Like you, for example. So if I bridge over to there, how much Mighty Wharfin Power Rangers can I do? Speaking nonsense, right? But it's just a good sign that I'm being pushed here. Remember, there is no arable land on this area. And the fishing position isn't that far away, but it's not ideal, is it? My estimates would say this is going to feed like 2,500 people, maybe? But then there's this area, and this area has rather a lot of fishing possibilities, right? That is most assuredly not bad. I don't think you would work, and this one it probably would work. Where's the nearest fishing point? It's here-ish. This could do. Get quite a lot of small insulae in here. Cart pusher has to go a very, very long way for pottery, so I'd probably need 2 or even 3 of them. And then the patricians go here. That should actually bring me to a fairly decent, 6,000-7,000 population. And if I need to squeeze out the 8,000th, then I could build here. It just takes a long time for the people to arrive, doesn't it? Any other possibilities? Yeah, well, there's no other arable land on this map aside from this little patch here and a single patch here and here. And I think what would happen with that is that oh, hold on. These people are going to need olives. I guess that's you then, right? Yeah, olives for oil for these, hopefully, grand insulae. Okay. Again, I'm not happy about it, but here we are. Amazingly, these people got their food. They're getting 2 types of food as well, which is mental. Cozy Caesar 3 Friday stream, says Cotius Muffin. I love it. Yeah, loving it. Caesar is putting me through a vice today. Can't even sell this wine because he needs it so. Starting to think this is where the... Oh, that's where the pottery goes. Oh god, the pottery that I'm about to spend money importing. Ah! We're getting some weird ghosting effects. I think it's where I've drawn road over a ghosted road. Or maybe it's because... Yeah, I think building something over ghosts is causing some ghosty things to happen. Because I swear I saw ghosted images of the donkeys there. I am surprisingly still black, and I'm very surprised at that. The next pottery import will probably take swift care of that.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Wait a second. I now actually think that...
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
pottery imports are going to be the biggest problem.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
I get so few pottery off the boats, and I can only get pottery from the boats. That's quite bad.
You again! Ah!
I know, Caesar, you're not happy. We're all not happy. If I were to turn this run on its head, and I were to have started over here, just, you know, prepping myself for the inevitable failure, losing this area is actually really bad because it's such a good patrician area. Courtesy of the access to these little tufts of arable land, allowing me to just feed them additional wheat and vegetables. Although I can import fruit, and I can produce wheat and veg over here. And there is a lot of completely safe land over here. And if I really wanted them on higher ground, I could use this. Really don't want a debt anniversary the way this is going. Oh, when do you ever want a debt anniversary? I'm just saying times are quite bad. Well, here's your wine, Caesar. I see you also want my furniture. What else is new? Get back to selling the vino. And start stockpiling the furniture for Caesar's increasingly angry demands. I'm worried about the pottery coming in, but on the other hand, I need the pottery, so these people will be more fuel for taxation. I suppose I've got a shack. The Emperor is extremely angry with you. Yeah, the gods are also displeased, but the gods are chill for a little while. The gods will chill until about 2,500 population. I restarted my iron import, but I actually don't think I can afford to import any iron right now. I do not want to be in debt at the turn of the year. That said, I'm still spiraling into debt
Dockers
world.
are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse. I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Does that Tingus trade route even work?
A good day to you.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Apparently yes, because they bought some wine. Ah, Tingus is coming in by land somehow.
Business is going very well.
Ah, okay. Is that relevant? That Tingus is a land trader? Maybe. Sometimes hard to tell. I really don't like the debt right now. I want to sell that furniture. Get myself out of debt. I've got time to comply with this. You know what? Sell it. Sell it as best we can.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Yeah, it looks like it should be by sea, but it's actually by land, which actually makes the dock situation not as punitive as I thought. Oh boy, I'm in the black. I love being black. The market traders, they want to stock up on as much wheat as possible, and they're not satisfied until it's all wheat all the time. I want another army. I can't really have another army yet. Life is bad. Okay, maybe I can. Maybe. But I still don't know if and where the pottery's coming in.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Frustratingly, they'll sell me vines before they sell me pottery.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying
Am
from a
I
warehouse.
actually importing pottery? Well, there's a mistake I've made. Give me the bloody pottery. I want my small insulate on the double, please. Okay, now he's giving me pottery. And pottery's relatively inexpensive. I'm still not willing to build another... Okay, one was bad. The other was awful. I have 2 years to get him that oil. One farm is not going to cut the mustard there. Which is maybe a sign that I should have got my oil production started earlier, but well, too bad. Here's the situation we're in. This is going to be the new oil accepting warehouse, I suppose. Just want to make sure this stuff doesn't burn down or break down or any kind of downing. Ugh, the order is off. I should have moved this down a bit. I should have thought a little bit more about what I'm doing, but think I did not. If this works full pelt, I might actually be able to reach this. I'll do my best. I probably won't be able to, though, now that I think about it, but I can try. No one's going to take that oil after all, right? Yeah, no. This run's looking a bit easy for you, says Scipio. No. No, absolutely not. I don't know what easy stuff you're seeing here, but it's certainly something you can see and I cannot. Right, I don't really have weapons to spare. I need some javelins here. 2 lots, ideally, but I don't have the money for 2 lots. Can't afford to be in the red here. Fortunately, we are selling some stuff. Probably the furniture, which I wanted to stockpile for Toga Boy. Since I'm in the money, I can begin the stockpiling again. I wonder how much he's going to take off of me in tribute. I made a loss, so he shouldn't take much. He'll take like 100 or 200. 400 if he's feeling really greasy. Which he sometimes does. Right. Pottery. I will wait for the pottery to permeate before I bring them a bathhouse, and then I'm going to continue the taxing of the togas. And I do want to do that rare push for Grand Insulae. Because Grand Insulae money is going to be necessary. I can't believe the way that amphitheater walker is going. Fortunately, he's going around, but you know, what's this guy's deal anyway? Right, they have the entertainment. The desirability might be a bit tough, but we'll do what we can. And Toga Boy took 200 off of me. Not too surprising. We need to get the iron moving again, though. It is still slightly profitable, and I still do need the... I still need the weapons for my legions. So everything's importing, everything's exporting, except for the stockpiling of furniture for Toga Boy. And of course I'll need to stockpile the oil as well. Perhaps I should set that to stockpile. There's a chance I can meet that oil demand in time. I'm going to take the chance, because I really don't want to set up more oil production over here. Because this thing on its own would service all of these if they're Grand Insulae. Of course, it could be that Toga Boy ends up demanding lots more oil in the future, and I'm going to wish that I had this here. But for now, I'm going to make do without. Inflation. Another triple inflation hit. Water services are suffering here. How about that pottery, by the way? Are you actually getting pottery? And where is it? Where is the pottery? Come on, lads. Ah, right, they won't get pottery unless I have a certain amount of it, which I currently don't have enough of. Is that a problem?
Another successful
Yes.
voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
Why is Tingus sending me like one boat a year? Not Tingus, Syracuse. You'd think it should be higher because they have such a large number of maximum thing that they'll sell, but I'm just not getting enough bloody boats off of them. Oh well, gives time for other problems to be solved. But not the money problem. The money problem is a very real problem right now. As is the constant attacks problem. Since I've just decided to bring this out by another... Where'd my money just go? Sieges just... Oh, the iron, of course, yes. It is profitable, but up front it's very, very expensive.
Ooh, I love coming here. Business is going very...
Very, very expensive. Bloody Caesar. And I never increased my defenses here either. I'd like to, but with what? With what money, that is. Right, the oil. I'm a little worried about the oil, but at least I don't have to be worried about getting Caesar his furniture. There we go, no longer stockpile. I'll get back to exporting that. Yeah, Keinwyn has definitely made the sea trade intentionally a ball ache here. Probably to encourage you building up in this area.
Careful. I wish these workers would take more care when they load the beasts up with my new purchases.
Freaking lucky. Hey, see the weird ghosting there? I wonder. A little scared to do all of this, even in ghosty mode, but maybe the ghosts don't properly clear when you build over them. I'm unsure. It's certainly a new feature here. So there's a lot we don't know. But they did stop doing the ghost effect, so yeah, I actually reckon you do... Yeah, building over isn't a complete thing then. Whatever, it works. Where's my money? I rather think I want my money now. The only thing I'm stockpiling is oil. I should be selling a bunch of other things. Oh god, I'm about to spend more money on pottery.
I love a good deal.
I mean, I need it, and it will make me money, but the upfront costs are always frightening. At least he brings...
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
I thought he would bring you back some vegetables from here. Normally they offload and then... Yeah, there we go. There go the vegetables. They won't grab the last bit of vegetables here, sadly, because of the way getting warehouses work. I wonder if they get from emptying warehouses.
Oh, these baskets are so heavy, I'm taking fresh supplies back to my market.
So enemies are at the door twice, and there's a further distant battle. I don't think I need to tell you that that means times are going to be very bad for me on the military front, and I'm going to hope they attack from here where I've got much of my defense set up. Alright, we managed to take the burden of all the iron coming in, and now we're turning it into weapons, which are marginally profitable for us. And I'm still hoping to... Oh dear. Okay, well, Rome is happy. Oh, dear. Tingis are willing to give me less wood. How much less? I think the cap is 15 now from them. Well, now, this is good information. They attack from here. Does that mean it's more or less likely they're going to attack from here? I'm just trying to get into the map maker's head. Alright, well, whatever. You being there is just good for me. With your pathing, you have to come around this way. Is that good for me or bad for me? I kind of would prefer you to come this way, I think. But then I don't want you shooting through this either. The closer you come to engage me, the happier I'll be. They have to come this way. There's nowhere else they can actually go to approach any part of my city. This will stop immigration, but that's probably not a problem. Where's my pottery? There's the pottery. Right, get these people their pottery so I can start evolving them, please. The Huns. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the same units that the Goths use. Toga Boy wants an enormous amount of wheat, which I can't really spare him right now. I could just set up a temporary wheat respite up here, which I will probably just do because sod Caesar, sod everything he stands for. Can't do it until the fight is over though, because I won't get him immigrants. They just immediately kill the traders, and now they're on their way. Hopefully, the line of my units can hold. Alright, that's actually quite nice because we throw at them. Oh man, but they do really mess up my... Oh, yeah, that's another problem. They can just destroy the towers as well. And in fact, they seem to want to do that. I was hoping they would largely ignore that. Oh. Well, this is quite bad. I owe a great debt to those towers, which makes it all the more a shame that a lot of them died. As we observed, they are very, very speedy in coming into attack. Perhaps what I actually need is more towers over here. That way I can have the towers here, or even here. They shoot out that way. The army is here. It stops them being blown asunder. Yeah, there should probably just be a solid line of walls here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Unless I want a gap for them to get through, I don't think I'll care about that. They already have a way through. Yes, I know. It wasn't my marriage proposal causing all of this, Caesar. Gonna let my units wait at their forts for a little while to regain some health. Caesar does not agree with my way of dealing with things, and I see the problem.
The warehouse is just unloading goods from our beasts.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
I can't afford this. It's killing me. Please stop with the iron and even stop with the pottery. And even stop with the vines. I need to avoid debt, although I'm not sure anybody can buy anything now to get me out of debt. Oh, they can! Wow, what in the world did you just buy?
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Ah, the wine. The wine has saved me.
Business is going very well.
Alright, alright. Well, if we're in that kind of situation, we can re-enable this. The iron. The vines. It's so tight, man. It's so unbelievably tight. People keep throwing me into these maps with horrible economic situations. Maybe I can just, you know, face tank them with the javelin so I don't spend any weapons on this. That seems unreasonable. They're pretty bloody close, though. I'll have them front and center so they'll at least absorb the archer fire. Oh, they didn't like that. Excellent. Get the hell out of my city. It's touch and go if I can meet Caesar's demands on oil in time. His wheat demands, with those guys running, I should be able to start doing something. Once they're off the map. How do they break that quickly? Because when the enemies are on the map at the same time, they share the morale. So if you break one unit's morale, the other unit's morale also goes down a lot. So if you have a lot of attacks happening at exactly the same time, it actually ends up being weaker than the sum of its parts. Yeah, another way to look at it is Huns are bloody cowards. Pottery, pottery, lots of pottery. The time has come to push the button. Bathhouse worker is one of my least trusted workers. She refuses to make the full loop every bloody time. Will she, for once in my life, actually do a full loop? And bring these people up to the level they deserve. Let's find out. First, well, that's a very bad direction for her to go. Hopefully she turns left. She does. Very surprised. She does not turn right. Good. And if she just gets to about here, she should continue the loop entirely. Of course not. But, you know, if she makes her walk this way and at least gets this far, she'll cover everybody, and then I'll be happy.
Oh, these things seem to be working well here.
Oh, you don't know the half of it. Right, I am so money, I don't even mind putting down a lot of plaza. It's all relative, of course, but Keinwyn was Keinwyn enough to give me lots of plaza, and I will oh. Feeling a bit raw here, Keinwyn. How am I meant to get Caesar that wheat that he wants? I don't have time. Interestingly, these people will subsist on fish, but I don't want to disturb the wheat distribution because it causes a lot of other problems. He wants 32 wheat. That's no small amount of wheat. And of course this attack has happened now, so I can't actually set up a little wheat area here. I needed to do that when I wasn't being attacked, and I didn't do it. Because I thought, oh, I got plenty of time. Ach wel. And the Huns are aeons away. 18 months to fulfill that request. That's gonna hurt a lot. That's interesting. Yeah, I knew you'd hate the gladiator school, so here you go. They'll love that. Yeah, Crutch Plaza. I guess the thing is, this map is already pulling you in every direction. It's pretty tough layout-wise, militarily-wise. Economically, for sure. Perhaps they didn't also want it to be a jigsaw puzzle, putting in enough desirability. Although we don't have access to statues, so it's not a complete freebie. Just getting increasingly bothered by how I actually get this wheat going. Cretinous would be appalled at the way I'm deleting these. Deleting this nice shrubbery and such. Bum ba dum ba dum. There's a setting to make this automatically not accept everything, and I keep forgetting it's there because muscle memory tells me to go and hit that button. Alright, needs must. Let us stockpile the wheat. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. There's ever a need for everything not to burn down. It'd be rather nice if farms couldn't burn down. Right, I'm not too worried about this because I have plenty of time to deal with them. I think. Well, that's going to be my claim, at least. Maybe I could actually use this for some more of the army. I have the space, and I can pull them back here. With a few more towers kind of pushed off over here, this could do some real damage to any attacker. And the army has to go somewhere. Well, the army isn't fully repaired yet anyway. 7 months should get me the rest of that oil for Toga Boy. We're working on the wheat immediately. I'm unhappy at the prospect of stockpiling my weapons, but we're going to do it. At least this is a big attack. I'm going to assume this is the last of the big attacks that we have to face early on. You know what asses do, though. Assumptions, that is. Got ahead of myself in the saying there. I want to already have more of this. To my surprise, this is working for one of them. Okay, but it just needs some crummy tent labor access, and then it's fine. I do not want the crummy tent labor to be adjacent to the warehouse, though, because if it burns down, then it can take out the warehouse with it. So I'm just going to put it there and call it a day. I am beginning to see a huge problem there could be if you had your settlement at the north end of the map. If the invasion came in over here, they would slaughter all the land traders before they could trade with you, doing enormous economical damage. Powerful. Speaking of powerful, the bathhouse worker continues to be powerfully useless, never walking in this direction. She gets 4 attempts at it, and she didn't do it once. I hate the bathhouse walker, and I don't think there's any particular reason why she's worse than the others. But she just constantly lets me down. How am I short so many workers? I think it's just because immigration's been paused by the constant attacks. Alright, time for the booze up to approach us. The rest of this has to be reinforced with... Actually, given what we have here, maybe I could just have 3 more legions of javelins. The fact that they throw against a ranged enemy is actually quite handy. What I could even do is I could use the fort to force them to come in this way. That way they won't run into the extra... Oh, that's devilish! Oh, yeah, I like that. Right, so I can use the fort to clog this, so that the enemy army must come through this way, and then they get shot, shredded, and shredded some more. Ooh, now we're thinking with legions. So they can't get past this. They either meet impenetrable fort, impenetrable rock, and then they come in here, shot, 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 and I'll put more towers here to shoot them. And since the vast majority of possible invasion points are over there, that makes this a delightful choke point. What's the downside? The downside is when I have my city set up over here and this is my way in. Can I do something about that? Kind of. I could make do without this fishing point and have this be the entry point for that part. I don't like that though. What I could do is, if I'm rich enough, engage in the... What's the cheapest way to do this? Because I could engage in the forbidden bridge strategies. Yeah, I could take the cheapest bridge, that's this bridge, and switch it with this bridge, which is a monumentally expensive bridge, if this area was ever under some serious threat. But I think the more reasonable thing to do is just to set up a more pushed out tower defense over here. Yeah, just lots of towers, lots of army, like an L-shaped defense here. Okay. But that's for when I build up over here, which is still a while away, because I still need to get these guys up to Grand Insulae and punch them for money. The money punching must continue. Anyway, the army seems... well, the enemy army seems very keen on coming along and pushing my bits up my other bits. Still rather like the idea of my cheap javelins being on the front line. That way they take all the melee attack. They take all the shooty-shoot attack without costing me armaments. It's quite a lot of Huns, though. I mean, I've known some Huns in my time, and that's a lot of them. But look at them forced to come in this way. No, don't make me pay more for pottery. I thought we had kind of an implicit understanding that the economy is already a bit harsh here. Just a touch, a smidge. Such a shower of bastard.
Things seem to be working well here.
Okay, I'll bring on the Hun. So yeah, they are shooting my javelins, which is fine by me. Because when they die, they don't cost me a weapon. Am I, my tower's even engaging? Okay, good. That's a lot of them, though. I might have to fall back with my javelins, because they're going to get engaged in melee. Or I pull forward with my heavy infantry. Alright, all needs must. I'm heavily outnumbered here. Thank God for the towers. Sir, we're being flanked. Thank God for those towers. There's nothing remotely fair about this. Well, the heavy infantry held, but that's because the heavy infantry are so damn good.
You again!
Caesar is not impressed at my ability to hold against endless amounts of Goths, Huns, that he himself invited into my city. Some people never learn, right? I need to bring these things up to small casa, so they're small insulae rather, so they actually pay me some bloody money. I'm trying to make the city that you demanded here, Caesar. Could you stop raking me over the hot coals for this? Gods are certainly unhappy, and they're going to be even more unhappy as the population swells. The need for weapons is quite dire. Unfortunately, my weapons are being stockpiled for Caesar. They're no longer being stockpiled for Caesar. What else is being stockpiled? Oil for Caesar. 3 months to give him one last bit of oil. That should be fine. It'll be done next month. He only lost like 4 legionnaires in the bloodbath. I lost all of my ablative javelin line. You might think that's no big deal, in which case you're a mentalist. The thing is, they all have their health bars, and when the health starts dropping, they all start dropping. And you end up with that. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, keep holding. Well, at least we got small insulae, which I frankly waited far too long on. Here's your wheat. I'm going to stop stockpiling that. I might keep this for a little while just to completely surge up on the wheat so the market ladies aren't overwhelmed for a while. Unfortunately, if I want Grand Insulae, and I want Grand Insulae, I am further going to require some furniture. Meaning I need to keep like 12 or more of these at the ready. I don't like this. Desirability is going to be a problem despite the Crutch Plaza. And their need for entertainment is going to be quite high. But they will pay some damn good taxes, so it's important to get there. Dun dun dun. He's thinking. He's continuing to think. Yeah, furniture to there. Bring it over. Get the furniture. They're going to need better entertainment. It was 1 theatre to 500, 1 amphitheatre to 800. So I should need 3 amphitheatre. Well, 2 additional amphitheatres. And like several additional theatres. I don't really have that area that I normally make where I just dump crap buildings. A ghetto, as you were. Which is yet another awkward part of this entire city's layout. I also need to bolster my defenses here. There's only 1 invasion on its way, but given all the invasions have been up to the north, I suspect we're going to get one really nasty one here, which I have not really insulated myself against. Could I build any kind of crappy area? I suppose I have this area. It's not much, but I could slam down some fairly useless entertainment buildings here to get these people the entertainment they need. Alright, barely any time for it, but here's Caesar's oil. And we'll continue making oil. No need to keep stockpiling it, we will use it for our denizens. Certainly not import it. We import iron, timber, pottery, and vines. And we are on tenterhooks right now. I hope we don't get another big iron import that throws me into debt right now.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
No, instead we're getting the pottery import, which became more expensive.
You again!
I am shocked. God, that early inflation was rough. Hold on, why am I paying more than I should? I think I failed to be able to count for a bit. I think we need to kibosh the pottery for a little while here. Save up some money. Instead he switches to giving me vines. Lovely.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
Caesar's almost as unhappy with me as he was at the start of the map. Almost. Still can't seem to get people living here for the life of me.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Yeah, this is a concern because people are going to turn the gods against me. What I could do is bring in a very, very small amount of marble, but actually we have problems right now. Death anniversary is around the corner.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
And actually, this is a big problem. We're too close financially for this. Stop selling me stuff, please. No, he won't stop selling me stuff. Cease.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
I need you to buy something so I'm not in horrible debt again. Alright, Caesar's surprisingly happy that I got him all that food and stuff. Okay, there we go, out of debt. I suspect that's because of taxes being pretty good. Taxes are almost defeating wages, and with these people fill up, it should actually significantly defeat wages. I need to end this year in the black, and then try to punch our way towards Grand Insulae here for some actual bleeding money. Especially because I only have about 12 months of Caesar's forgiveness. Because if I ever go 12 months in debt, Caesar resets my favor down to 10 and then invades me. Which I don't want to happen.
Don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell.
Alright, there we go. January, and I'm not in debt. That is about to change. I'm going to want that iron coming back in. Wait, it's already set to come in. Oh, that was dangerous if he'd arrived at a different time. He actually arrived last year when our entire quota was fulfilled. So he's just a complete waste of space, and he'll stay on the map for months. Right, so you're bringing over the furniture. These people get furniture. They'll go to Medium Insulae, at which point they will want a barber. Hopefully he does the rounds. They will also want a school, which is bothersome. School's one of those very, very annoying buildings to put in. Although I actually think if I moved Ceres out of here and replaced her with a school, we'd do pretty well on school coverage. I'd probably get around here, and then another school about here would cover the rest. Probably. I could try here. It's undesirable, I know, but plaza and multitudes of sins come to mind. We called it sin. At least schools very quickly tell you what their coverage is. Because the school kids come out like a locust. Handy! That hit everything. Okay, that would get them to large insulae. They have the religion. Wait, no, it's not religion. It's entertainment they need, but I can do that for them. Oil is there. Furniture is there. Pottery is there. Wheat is here. Please empty that warehouse. Don't know the purpose of you yet. I'm sure we'll figure it out. I mean, the oil could go there quite handily. But I think I should just keep you as a wild card for now. Yeah, I'm strongly considering bringing in some marble to put an oracle on the hill here. It'll take the the gods' anger away from me for a little bit. Ceres is a bit unhappy because of things that I have done to her. Not sure if I'm going to need this space for other things later on. God knows what, though. I'm going to slam you over here for now. Right, importing marble. An unpleasant thing to do. I'm going to use this warehouse for it. Or I could use a pottery warehouse for it. Pottery's more important than furniture. This marble is going to cost me an arm and a leg. But it ultimately might be cheaper than putting down all the small temples, right? That's 250. No, it won't be. Marble is vanilla price. But yeah, we are deeply anticipating some similarly deep debt this year. But hopefully we can punch our way to Grand Insula and dig our way out. The gods are unhappy, of that I'm aware. Angry and irritated. Wait, how soon can I get that marble?
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
I worry I won't be able to get it in time. Well, the gods aren't that unhappy, right? I think irritated makes them do curses. It better not make them do curses. Yeah, it's very undesirable here, but we can do some stuff for that. Oracles, for example, will go a long way once we eventually... Why is the ship so infrequent?
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
It's horribly infrequent. That means pottery is a huge problem for this map. I cannot guarantee 40 pottery a year. If I refuse to import marble and vines, I can maybe do 24 pottery a year. Maybe to an average of a little more than that. But it's foul. Alright, there we go. The Medium Insulae are in. They are complaining about lack of access to a barber. The barber is the building that employs the fewest number of people, so it's no big deal to just put down a second one, even if this guy might go and finish the loop. Why waste your time worrying about that when you can just have another barber? Oh, why? Like, life wasn't expensive enough. Now, unfortunately, these people are going to start eating furniture, and medium insulae don't pay more taxes than small insulae. Neither do large insulae, by the way. Large insulae, their saving grace is the fact that they force a merger, which can be very powerful, but the main thing I want is grand insulae. These wheat places are working way below efficiency, but I just want this thing to be stocked up as much as I can. Good to see that some oil is coming in, though.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
I wonder what order of stuff it's going to sell me. Because I want everything it sells. There's so much burden placed on this Syracuse trading thing, and you get so few boats, it feels really unpleasant. Maybe that's the point, but that doesn't make it less. That doesn't make it less unpleasant, or even more pleasant. Right, the Oracle here will do a lot of work for me when I eventually get it, and I'll be getting it. As we've previously covered, there's no access to statues. The nice thing statues do is you put them quite far away, but they have such a long range that they still are effective for your denizens. It's quite unattractive here, so plaza all the way. And these people are also crying out for their own gardens. Gardens are quite good. Never underestimate the power of the garden. It's got decent enough range. But yeah, medium insulae suck. In my eyes, they're one of the worst housing types in the game. Alright, first drops of marble come in.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
Very, very slowly. I can't believe I'm in so much money. Let's get that oracle where I've wanted it this whole game. To be clear, it will be protected from fire and damage, but the prefects and engineers have to climb a hill to do so. Not my problem. Oh, look at that. That is good stuff. The oil is not such a good stuff. This is more oil than these people need, but there's always that momentum going. There's not enough pressure on the oil just yet.
Ah, the gods are angry. We're all doomed.
I think we'll be okay, friend. That's actually a nice oracle space right here. It would be protected quite perfectly. But for the time being, they will make do with gardens. There's going to be a lot of evolution, devolution for a while. It's quite annoying, but the marketplaces need to stock up. I probably need considerably more marketplaces, which actually puts even more pressure on getting the bloody goods in there. But needs must. They might not all go around here as well. Well, a man can try. Enemies are at the door. My armies are not full. The barons only have one baron. Okay, well, go and get more barons, please. That is quite enough on the marble imports, please. Staggering indifference will see us through here. I will probably want another oracle, though. But where? Where is high impact? I actually think I'm going to need or want one around here. You're going to go away. We're going to get an oracle here. Don't get excited about the large insulae. Large insulae is not what I care about. I want grand insulae, so we're going to work towards that right now. Unfortunately, due to some numbers here, it's going to take a bit more than I'd like, but, you know, what I like is not something we're allowed around here. 1, 2, 3 of you. That's probably one more than necessary, but it's what we're having. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. There. They'll get labor access. Of that I have no foibles. Another theater. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's more than I need, but whatever. Their very existence is going to cause some of these large insulae to become... Oh wow, I'm short on employees. Unthinkable. That's one thing about Grand Insulae. You tend to need rather a lot of workers to bring them up. There we go. Grand Insulae. They might just solve my money problems. Why is this thing... Oh, right. God, you accept wheat? Not on my watch. The rest of them are going to need more desirability, but that is somewhat to be expected. We'll do what we can on that front, even if it's not much. I don't like putting in corners for people to cut, but anyone cutting this corner isn't doing any real harm, right? Somehow, no. Desirability is going to be a bit tough over here, even with that oracle, isn't it? Yeah, let's have another one. Good, 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 good. Finally, something worthy of my time to tax, says Ninjin. Wow, what a line to say. Let's hear it from him, shall we?
Det här huset betalar verkligen
Så lite skatt.
Att driva in skatt från dessa hårt arbetande människor får vi nästan börja gråta. Men bara nästan.
Bara nästa. Of course not. Nothing could bring a tear to that man's eye. Apart from the thought of levying a massive yen tax on a German who just wants to eat. Alright, the money is holding. That means I need to invest in defense. This remains my weakest point right now, and it needs to become not my weakest point. How do we do such a thing? This is very awkwardly only 9 long. If it were 10 long, I'd be able to get more towers. But maybe that just means that the 10th tower goes over here. They attack here, bang. But we need more. I mean, I so very do not trust this area. Towers on the plus side never fall down, never catch fire. I don't even think fire can spread to them, but let's not test that theory, shall we? For it is only a game theory. I think I will also have a tower here. I'm starting to think it might be a little superfluous, but I'm strangely okay with that. This one and this one seem completely superfluous, though. Get rid of that. Oh, goodbye money. I had money once. That was a good time. I remember it well. There's road access, so the barracks can send everything it needs over here. And these guys, even at their worst, should be able to tickle labor access from this, and then I'll cut them off. Towers work in a funny way. Once they get labor access, they will keep that labor access until some weird time when they need it again, but that doesn't happen often. So let's just get all this ready so we can blast these bastards to smithereens. And we'll have some one-tile wall for them to chew on as they try and enter my glorious city. Hey, wasn't I rich at some point? I don't feel so rich anymore. How did this happen? By the way, I even get this patrolling guard. 20 wine and no more wood coming in from who? Tingus. Tingus no longer sell me wood. All of my wood comes from... Oh, thank God, Massilia. You can't cut off all my furniture, laddie. I need some of that. I need to focus on bringing all of these up to Grand Insulae. I know I said I shouldn't need plaza everywhere, but desirability is not my strongest suit here. And I don't have things that give good range on desirability either. Come on, you lummoxes. Be more better. Kind of surprised that you're still not desirable enough. Let's see, it's probably because the jump between desirability demands from large insulae to grand insulae is 10. 25 is good for a large insulae, grand insulae wants... 25 for a large insulae, 35 for a grand insulae. So this guy, he's only got 31 on this tile. That isn't something that I can't deal with. That's 34. Get just a wee smidgen over there, and then boom. 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 What the heck? Sorry, I made a boo-boo. I was counting it entertainment, not desirability. They need 40 desirability. 40. Well, that's tough. This guy has it, but he wants a second type of food, which can be a bit... Oh god, right now they're putting a lot of pressure on the fish. Shouldn't be so bad, though. It's just the fish is taking some time to permuate. Look at Mr. Moneybags over here with his oracles. Yeah, getting desirability over some range here is not so easy, is it? So this is 35 here. I can make it 36, 37. Do I have anything that could still make that desirable enough, though? I could get rid of this and replace it with another oracle. There's one more grass tile there, where... this one is a fountain, but the fountain could be pushed back. It'd have to be moved around a bit. And even so, well, this is the most desirable tile at 36. But that's only +1 to bring it to 37. This is where statues would help a lot. Single large statue here would solve all of my problems. There is another way I could do this. I could put down a governor's house here. What's the desirability of a governor's house? Mm, 10 at range 3. Kind of deplorable, but there you go. Of course, the house could just fall down, couldn't it? Which is why it needs its own dedicated... oh god, destroying this stuff probably takes care of most of that desirability for me. Ah, but it does give me the opportunity to actually put some plaza there to replace it, which isn't a complete loss. And it will have other reaching... Wait, if I'm doing that, why not put a freaking oracle here? Oh, whatever works. Well, you've hit 40. But he wants his extra type of food. And I suspect a few of them will. I need to spot check, see who wants desirability and who needs food. You claim you want desirability, but you got 39 instead of 40. Although you would still evolve. You would still evolve if I brought that up and then brought it back down. Which is a little bit frustrating, but not impossible. Watch this. I'm gonna replace this with a garden tile. You'll evolve. You won't evolve because you want the extra food type. Oh, that's annoying. They complain about the food before the desirability. Maybe I should wait a while and just see who still needs to evolve and then deal with it after the fact. Could still have my governor's house over here. Doesn't quite reach far enough. In that case, oracles and multitudes of sins come to mind. Yeah, moneybags and his oracles must be the tool of choice here. Oh wow, quite a few grand insulae boosts there. That was nice. And then there's you. Yeah, whatever. If we're made of money, let's do that. The grand insulaes will pay for this. Alright, very good. I can get rid of a lot of these fountains now. We get our towers on the go. I've forgotten, can towers shoot over single tiles of raised land and multiple forests? Or do forests block them? I don't actually know to what degree this is going to be shooting enemies that come our way. Because I keep forgetting those numbers. Alright, blessed be the tax-paying Oh, no, 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 no. As expected, we have some oil-related problems. In fact, the expected thing was just generally market-related problems. The market ladies, they struggle on wheat, so they delay getting oil, pottery, furniture, and the like. Maybe you should be the one that gets pottery, and then this one doesn't faff around with pottery anymore. And then I have guaranteed warehouses with items. Oh dear. Oh, I hate seeing that. Oh, the oil-related devolutions are painful. I think the market ladies might be a little bit overworked then. It's not the end of the world to replace you with another market. As long as the unemployment is low, I can keep the taxes high. Oh, I missed that. People are pleased with me. Oh, I'm glad I didn't miss it for too long because, yeah, I missed the... I complained about it, but then I got overtaken with complaints because of this, which I yet again forgot about. So we're going to have to kibosh the experts on that, exports for that for a while. I should shoot for Grand Insulae more often. They really, really do help out in a big way when it comes to the money. But as you can see, they're a lot of work. Pottery, furniture, oil, 2 types of food. That's not a small number of demands. It's a very large number of demands. Strongly considering switching the granary here. Yeah, the wheat isn't flowing fast enough. There is enough wheat, it's just not flowing well, so I'm going to put a... Stop walking along no road here. Granary here. This granary accepts wheat. And then we're probably okay. I'll have this one get the wheat from it as well. Overall, though, we're fine. As long as we don't get utterly bodied in attack. I also need more legionnaires of that, I'm quite certain. Just spend it. Now, how much did Toga Boy take off of me? 411, sweet. Asking for chat how towers work, you expect far more from the lose lobby. Keinwyn has explained it to me before, and every time it's just gone right over my head. I almost feel bad about it. Well, I guess we'll find out when they inevitably attack from here, because my spider senses tell me this is exactly where they're going to attack. We just had... I've lost count how many attacks coming from the north. Has there been a Han dynasty city builder, where you do rice and noodles rather than wheat? There was Emperor Rise of the Middle Kingdom, which is probably what you're asking about. I played it a bit, I wasn't fond of it, because it had this feng shui mechanic, which I really didn't like, and overall the aesthetic was not as powerfully impressive to me as Glorious Caesar. Alright, markets are undesirable, but we can cover them up with some garden. How much more do you need? It's 40 that you need, and as it happens, I can do 2 and 2 and 2, and then, plunk. He's loving it. You actually get a prosperity boost from having at least one Grand Insulae in your city. But yeah, the constant devolutions due to the market ladies just not being good enough is a pain. There's not enough pressure on the food. How in God's name did that happen? That actor colony's been there forever. Well, it's not the only thing that's about to go. It's Brelix doing his worst as usual. I hope we don't have similar problems with fire. Absolutely not. Just delete that Venus thing before it goes away. Ah, I love more expensive pottery. When I'm selling it, I'm not selling it. Don't worry too much about devolutions. Not for now, at least. You hate living next to a school? 3 is as best I can do you. What is your desirability at? It's really rather low. It's only 34 here. Not terribly much I can do to improve that for you, I'm afraid. I could not have this warehouse. Yeah, it was doing just fine when this warehouse was the only one in town and it got both pottery and... Alright. Getting rid of you and replacing you with an oracle. Or really having an oracle hero. Oh, wait. Why do I not have marble? I've been spending it on... spending on oracles too foolhardily. I'll take a bit more, though. 35, huh? I could actually solve that with pure gardens. 1, 2, 3, 4... And 1 here. And this will become a grand insulate. Oop. Then maybe I shouldn't spend all that money importing marble. Maybe.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Maybe don't get in the way of all that pottery that's much more vital. Now, I like to have enough marble to build 2 oracles if the need arises. And the next cart load. They work in weird and wonderful ways, these cart pushers do. Alright, that's the last of it. Telling him to no longer import probably won't stop the... Oh god, where's my pottery? Now that's the real reason you don't end up with the stuff. I'm meant to be stockpiling wine, but where are my vines? Oh dear. Wait, where are my vines? Narbo should be giving them to me. I made a boo-boo. Forgot to re-enable vines. Ow, that's hurting a lot of new and interesting ways.
I don't know why I bother with this fruit.
Yeah, these traders should have been selling me vines and I had it turned off. What a shame.
Buy anything or have anything they want to sell.
Fortunately, I'm economically well off not to worry too much about that, but it's still unpleasant. Right, you still have that slight, very slight desirability issue, but this time you do have 2 types of food. So what I can do this time is actually do this little switcheroo, evolve you, get rid of the little switcheroo, and you will stay evolved as long as you don't run out of any goods. But you probably will run out of goods because you're a right pain in my bits. Market ladies have to work so hard to keep Grand Insulae happy, but they do really, and I mean really, pay their way. I think they pay 50% more compared to a small insulae. And they house more people, so it's even more per building. Small insulae is what, 72? And we'll get 84 here. Anyway, I'm saying it's good, so it's good. That's right, I was in a desperate money-related situation and I pulled back on a lot of my imports, but now we should be relatively fine, so keep the imports flowing. Vegetables I don't even make anymore, so I probably shouldn't even think about that. We need to stockpile the wine for Caesar, keep the iron and timber flowing. Keep those weapons flowing outward. Keep enough furniture on hand for our own needs. And we're okay for a little while. The city will of course need to evolve from this stage, but it's a very good point to save and save often. Maybe not treat this place like complete garbage. Here's some water. Who knows, a market lady might even walk up there and give you some goods. Pretty damn happy with how this block ended up. In retrospect, there were improvements I could have done, but I think that's everything is Grand Insulae. And thanks to the Quality of Life mod, we can check. There's a large shack, a large tent, 3 small tents, but there are 27 grand insulae. And if I were so benevolent, I could even water this. Am I that benevolent? I don't know about that. I don't know about that one at all. I will likely need this for water down the line when the city evolves. In whatever way it evolves. True, I mean, the whole thought of that is that I'd want it for patricians over here, most likely. There's a lot of different ways to water them. I'm gonna do this, because I'm curious how far that shack can go if I actually water the thing. Well, hovel is a good start, at least hovel can be taxed. Caesar grows antsy waiting on his wine. Well, I am constantly waiting on more vines, so he might be a bit delayed on that one. Where did my money just go? Probably on iron. That's usually what dents my economy the hardest. I don't see any suspicious iron dumpers, though. Pottery's not cheap either, mind you. Don't like all this trending down my money is doing. But I do like the fact that taxes are destroying wages. Imports are destroying exports, though, so the taxes have to do double duty. To my immense surprise, the attack is coming from the north. Actual immense surprise. What if there's another local attack that strikes me from another side, though? No. Keinwyn wouldn't be that cruel. Would he? I can wait on this one a wee while, which is quite handy. Wait for them to come all the way down here and then eat my enclosure of towers. But since they might be a little bit of time, perhaps I should work on the enclosure of towers. As I said, the enemy is forced to come this way, so there's very little stopping me from just unloading all of this as being... Hold on. Here's what we do. We figure out just how wide this can go. And that tells me I'm pretty confident just having this full of towers. What is more, there could be towers with a line of wall in front of them, just in case they get any funny ideas. It does unfortunately mean... Oh, well, I've wasted a lot of money on that. I don't really have money for building this right now, though. I don't want a debt anniversary. I'll build 2. And the road for them. And then hopefully they get something. Hope I'm not importing anything right this very moment.
As cities go...
A good day to you.
Oh, no. Keep your
Greetings.
expensive iron away from me.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Why am I in debt? Oh, here come the vines. I need the vines, but... Well, Toga Boy needs the vines. Sorry, I can't afford it right now. I need to remember to turn that on later, though. Ah, it was wood. Okay, I'm in the black. Right. Now, bring on the vines. But don't bring on the iron, that's too much. They're getting close, so they are. Getting extremely close. Like I said, put some wall here. I could double wall it. That way we get somebody flinging projectiles every now and then. They're quite rare, though. Do it. Want the legions in place first because they're really slow. I would quite like to end this year now so Caesar can appreciate the tribute that I send him. Any moment now. Okay, there we go. The iron is welcome back, and I want to double check that I'm actually importing everything. Yeah, because I didn't change it here. I changed it on the warehouses. Oh lordy, they're on their way. You are the ablative archers, not archers, but the next thing ready to die. You're the next level of javelin people who have to die. Come on then, if you think you're hard enough. So it's very rare, but...
We'll do our best, but even Roman soldiers will find it tough to defeat this enemy.
They send out sentries very infrequently. There's one there and there's one there. I don't know if they're even worth having the walls in, but the walls here are mostly just to stop them punching through if they flank hard enough. Rather than just instantly destroying a tower, they can chew on a wall for a bit. Anyway, my untrained legions of Rome, please beat back the Hun menace. I'm well aware that Toga Boy is not pleased. It has not escaped my notice that my favor with Rome is dropping. I have the vines. I can fulfill that demand, but I think I had a couple of death anniversaries earlier, but otherwise I've been doing my best, and it's just not enough. Jesus. Alright, and in comes the second wave. Fortunately, it's much smaller than the first, so we can concentrate fire, and we're eating salted horse for dinner tonight. Ay, caramba. The javelins minced. The Uras took the brunt of the blow there, although maybe they weren't fully stocked up. I think that's delusional thinking. The Grand Insulates remain grand. Okay, good. How many people live in these Grand Insulates anyway? We have 27 times 84 people there. 2,268. Divide that by 2 and then divide by 320. Yeah, my 4 wheat farms here are plenty for feeding these people, but because they have such an enormous initial need for food, because look, they like to stock up. This guy's got lots of food. Who's got even more? Okay, this is more standard. 84 people want to stock ludicrous amounts of food. So until they've all stocked their ludicrous amounts, there's still going to be this constant lack of pressure on the food. Once they're all stocked up and stable, I can delete these, or probably more realistically, requisition them for dealing with patricians, which is going to be another uphill struggle, but it's my struggle to go uphill with. I sure hope these 3 fisheries... Yeah, these 3 fisheries, 1 oil place... Yeah, it should be plenty. I can handle these patricians. In fact, the patricians could probably grab this oil and be satisfied with it. Alright. It's okay, you can be very impressed at my performance so far. It's fine to do that. Maybe even better than fine. It's not half bad. I probably shouldn't invest too much more into this, though, because I'm going to need to expand my city. And it's going to have to go here. And that means I have to reposition my defenses here. And that's a large, large undertaking in terms of money. Which, again, I don't have. Ah. Okay, to my incredible surprise, they don't attack me from the rear end. I am incredibly surprised at the lack of attacks from this area. We had 1 initial attack here, so my assumption is that Keinwyn expected the city to be built over here. which seems a weird expectation. I mean, when I build my cities, at least, I want my people in as rapidly as possible. And this was still enough to build up the Grand Insulae. We've used about a third of the time, but if I can still sit and suck my thumb for a little while and build up a reasonable sum of denarii, like get us back up to 12,000 or so while still keeping Caesar off my back, I think we could make something happen here. Troublingly, though, I still want more money. I could replace 2 of these temples with Grand Insulae. It would impact desirability a touch, but I don't think so much. Could probably even get rid of the Neptune one. How good is desirability here? It's only barely 40, actually. Getting rid of Neptune would come with downsides. But downsides that could be replaced with yet another all-powerful oracle over here. In fact, an oracle right here would probably be okay. Not an oracle, a Grand Insulae. 2 of them, in fact. No, wait. Wait even further. It's a little too risky putting one on such a far-out corner as that. But I could have one here rather easily. And I will, provided I can water them. That was one of the initial problems, actually, watering these foul beasts. That would require you to be 2 units further in, which is a little tough to stomach. That would solve my problem. Sure. Surely, surely. Hope this isn't too offensive to everybody involved. Contemplating another oracle here. Shouldn't need it. It'll be fine. Oh right, I'm under attack. Of course I am. This would be a very unpleasant attack if you'd only barely defeated the previous Huns. And I believe I was told that I have what Caesar wants. When do I not? In most maps, as it happens. Most maps. Yeah, the Pajama Warriors are here. Well, there's rather a lot of them. Pajama Warriors get decimated by heavy infantry. It's not even close. The problem is, there are a lot of them, and very often you cannot match their number with your slow-moving heavy infantry. Distant battle. Oh, I see the Huns are on their way again. Another 2 loads of them are on their way. Ah.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Have any of our traders actually survived to go home? Look at that. He just got shanked. Oh, these guys. They'll make it. They'll make it back to
A good day to you.
Capua.
Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
With all the disgusting money I gave them for iron. Well, it's a good thing heavy infantry are the good counter to these guys, because heavy infantry is all I've got. The javelin throwers are completely dead. That's fine, though. You know, javelin throwers just cost time to replace. Heavy infantry cost incredibly expensive weaponry. Obnoxiously expensive weaponry. There you go. They're getting close, so they are. I'm going to engage them fairly close, so they have less of a chance to run around and ruin any of this. And what is more, I want this stuff walled off a touch, please. So if they do flank around, they don't instantly run into my ballista and destroy them. Well, that is interesting. Weapons have become very profitable. Good thing I never let up on importing my iron, right? Provided this doesn't completely decimate my heavy infantry, we should now be able to make good money on exporting weapons once again. That's the first time in a very long time that I've had a preferable change in prices. Look at that lovely one-shotting that the ballistae do. Oh, we have multiple guards on the walls.
Best, but even we'll do our best.
No.
A good day to you.
No, Lucky, no! You're gonna die! We did our best to save Lucky, but it wasn't enough. Alright, that was really good. Like I said, heavy infantry destroy Pajama Warriors. We didn't take a single loss there. Rome is thankful for the wine. So thankful that he thanks me with an order for the same amount of wine again. I hate this guy. My boss is such an arsehole. How am I meant to be producing enough to keep up with this? I need to make money myself, you know. If I didn't go Grand Insulae, I think I'd already be dead. So we need this Grand Insulae not to ever fail. I wonder, could I perhaps put an oracle here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I put an oracle here, I would be able to get another Grand Insulae here. And I'm going to pin it in place so that it doesn't expand the way I don't want it to. And then we'll get 2 more in. Because I know I can have 3 more. This is 2 more. I reckon if we had another one here instead of a temple to Mercury. Just, I don't want to cause a devolution by destroying this. That's quite desirable. And these guys? It's a little touch and go here, but I can improve it. Yeah, I think we need to get rid of Merkaba and replace him with, well, replace him. He needs to be migrated somewhere. How do you feel about living anywhere? I don't really care. Go there. And does my water reach here? Absolutely, you can bet your patootie. There you go. There we go. Just, I need to squeeze more tax out of this rather expensive block, and 3 more Grand Insulae will fit in perfectly. And look at that, we're even backing up on wheat. Once this is fully backed up, this might even get snipped off entirely, as it serves no further purpose. I suppose it eats up unemployment, which is always a welcome thing. These guys being hobbles is fine. In fact, if you exist, you must render unto indirectly Caesar via me. Wait a second. This was not the original plan, but it's going to be the new plan. I don't know how I'm going to redirect some of the things here, but we can have slightly more olives here. And I'm going to need slightly more olives because of Caesar's egregious demands and an ever-evolving need for patricians. Might have to reposition these as well, I'm afraid. He's not going to like the lack of desirability, but that's okay. Plaza something something sins. Of a solar empire? No, I think not. In fact, with the existence of all my oracles, I can probably slim down Mercury, Mars, and Venus a touch. Mercury, Mars, Venus. Donk. Alright, that way we have an overwhelming amount of oil production, more than we need. I know it doesn't look like it, given there's no oil in the warehouse, but trust me, we do overproduce it. because one olive farm produces enough olives for 40 households after it's been mulched, and we only have, well, once it's olive oil, 30 of them eating it. So it gives me excess for both Caesar demands and the patricians. It's just that the market ladies are trying to back up on olives and everything else while they're at it. I did not manage to go Grand Insulae, says Keinwyn, and it was indeed a pain. Come failure or victory, do you have a save file that I could show others? Because people apparently like seeing alternative ways of dealing with this. I like the defense I have here now quite a lot. This feels good enough. And the army is close enough to deal with it, and the army is close enough to deal with that. So my defenses feel ready. My budget needs to catch up so that I can expand this. This will become small in Suleville. Probably to a tune of about 2,500 of them. Then it's patricians. Then it's the last batch of plebes over here. That's my plan. And it's a pretty good plan. No word of a lie. I'm doing very well here considering the sheer amount of animosity that seems to be woven into it. My reliance on tent labor is actually quite low as well. In fact, this guy probably doesn't even need to be a tent if I could just get him a market, but that's not how we're rolling around here. I wonder, just how high would you go? I shouldn't... Well, no, the problem with this guy is he kind of needs to keep existing. Ooh, another problem is that these guys eat only wheat. If I have both of you guys here, that could pose a problem. It would impact my wheat a little bit too much. It does not change the fact that I still need all these theaters and amphitheaters, but there is so much space here compared to the amount of people I'm going to fit in that actually I should consider this guy... Okay, we're not going to give this guy anything because I plan to get rid of him in due time. If I built this guy up, I would have so many people that I might put too much stress on my wheat. Because 4 wheat farms produce 1,280 food. Or enough food to feed 1,280 people. As you can tell, there's more like 2,000 people here, but that's because they eat wheat and fruit, and they actually divide their food needs between everything. So 50% of their hunger is dealt with by wheat and 50% by fish. Not exactly. It can be like 50.02 and 49.08 and whatnot, but let's just say 50-50. And if they were eating 3 types of food, it would be 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. The problem is, this hovel only eats wheat. Do not be fooled by the existence of fish here. If you're not a Grand Insular or better, you only eat one type of food. And the type of food you eat is the most preferable food. Romans love wheat, and then they like vegetables, and they're okay with fruit, and they hate fish. So they will eat wheat, then veggies, then fruit, then wheat. If they have wheat available, they won't eat any of the rest of this stuff until they're Grand Insulae. And if they have just fruit and fish, they'll eat the fruit. They will only eat fish if it's the only thing they have. And I cannot designate this house only gets fish because it's in a road network fed by market ladies that also have access to wheat. There's such thing as too much explanation, isn't there? Now, don't worry about it. I don't. What? Oh, sorry. Was I being too presumptuous in being happy that the price of weapons had gone up? The price of iron is now more expensive than vanilla weapons. Bloody hell. Actually, I think it's the same. I want to bite down my own teeth until they crack looking at that. Holy crap. It has now become even more important than ever that I do not lose any of my heavy infantry, because replacing them now costs the taxes of an uptown, downtown district in Rome itself. Bloody hell. Still working on your wine, oh benevolent toga-wearing overlord. At least the money is starting to back up. Unfortunately, whilst money can kind of back up indefinitely, the more money you make, the more Caesar demands in tribute. So last year I made a deficit, so we took the bare minimum of 200. I forget what the bare minimum is based on. I think it's population, but it might be more than that. However, this year I've made 4.5 grand, and I'm scheduled to make even more than that. Wow, trade receipts actually beat imports this year. So he's going to take a massive amount off of me in tribute. You can force him to take a little less by spending lots of money, because he's not so cruel that he puts you massively into debt with tribute, although he will put you into debt with tribute. I don't see a direct message from Keinwyn, so maybe he doesn't have a save for me. Oh, he says, I'm not proud of this one, but sure, okay. Best thing you could do is private message me it so it's eye-catching and difficult to ignore. I'm wondering if it's worth my time putting in the prefects to aid me. Because I could have an additional set of roads and prefects here. In fact, I could make like a little loop of prefects around here. And then... wait, can these things fire over prefects that are layered on top of each other? I guess there's an easy way to find out. Problem is I don't have much spare labor. At all. And there's not a lot of things I can cut back on for labor, because I need my defenses. Well, I know they can fire over one layer of prefects. You know what? I got a message from Keinwyn that explains all this. Why don't I look it up for a moment? Wait, I can do better than that. I saved that information locally. Where did I do such a thing? Yes, here it is. And what is more, I can share it with you, so it doesn't look like I'm pulling this out of my rear end. There you go. What I'm mostly interested in is that picture right there. Towers have this weird thing where they direct themselves from their northern tile, and they can shoot over two, but they struggle with that if you're pointing a different direction. Good. And what about what they shoot over? Hey, it was Kiryu, not Keinwyn. Ballista can shoot at anything within 2x2 range. And they can shoot over rocks, water, aqueducts, and 1x1 buildings, but anything else blocks it. And that means that 1x1 buildings that are stacked next to each other are fine. But yeah, they get blocked dead by other things. Okay, great. Glad we've all done Tower Range 101, and it tells us that we can have more prefects here. Although, should we have more prefects there is another question. We seem to be doing okay for now, but it's so important to preserve my heavy infantry. It's also kind of important that these buildings don't collapse on me, so... Yes, Keinwyn, yes. Thank you, Keinwyn. I mean, both names start in K, both people very knowledgeable about Caesar 3. I mean, if you had a guy called Drake come in and he was pretty good at Caesar 3, is it not unthinkable you'd mistake us? Alright, that's looking good, and then now you can evolve. So you don't want to because you hate living next to a school. Well, have all these gardens, then you'll rethink your tone. He doesn't want to lower his tone just yet, but I can make him lower it. He hates that school. Ah, one single garden will take care of it. There you go. Blunk. What a good housing loop. I was not entirely sure if I wanted to go around this at the start of it. I thought about trimming it off here, and I'm so glad I did. Holy moly. A lot of these walkers are only barely making their loops, but it's fine. Oh, here's a nice fun thing to do. It can be really misleading how many people are actually paying their taxes. 95% registered sounds right. But I like to check on February. If on February all of these have a little bit of the tower thing, then we're fine. So yeah, these people are all registered for tax. The ones that are a little bit lower are the ones that don't have all their people in. There might be Grand Insulae, but they only have 1/6 of the population. So I estimate your population is going to be 15. Oh! How is he so good? It's just not possible. You know, the funny thing is, I watch back some of my own Caesar 3 runs, and I am intimidated by my own ability at this game. I look at the maps that I play, and I think, oh god, you wouldn't catch me trying that. That happened for a map that I had played mere days ago one time. Anyway, Caesar, being the ever-benevolent fellow, takes 1,239 ducats off of me last year, which is unpleasant, but what can a man do? Our taxes are double our wages, which is amazing. The trade receipts and imports battle back and forth furiously. If I can just spend a couple of years sitting on my thumbs, I should be able to amass enough money and defend myself readily enough that I can comfortably expand over here. And that's the key word. I want to do so comfortably. I do not want it to be some kind of racket where I'm once again disabling and enabling import-export just to make ends meet. You better believe it, Chumpro. Which lobby are you in? I think I switched up the colors this time. Okay, I'm kind of impressed with myself that we are indeed staying well ahead of Caesar's demands. I think we managed to meet that within 7 months or so. That means we can get back to exporting the vino. At some point, wine exports will die because I need to import wine for patricians. But I'm certainly not able to get patricians right now. We have nowhere near enough spare unemployment. And in fact, if we look at our demographics, you know, the old teenagers ready to join the labor force are not enough to replace the old coots that are about to die. And in fact, in 20 years, when the map ends, all of these people are going to retire, and this is what we have to replace them. So demographics are a big problem when you go for Grand Insulae, because Grand Insulae need a lot of workers for their many, many things. So imagine if I was just going for small insulae. Well, I wouldn't need all of these superfluous entertainment buildings just to keep them high as a kite. I wouldn't need so much desirability, although that's not so much of a big deal. They wouldn't need the schools. They wouldn't need the multiple food types. They wouldn't need so many marketplaces. What else would they not be needing? Oh yeah, they wouldn't be needing furniture or oil. But they get all of that, and most of that costs labor workforce. But that's okay. One of Rome's finest governors will rise to the challenge. Are the barons actually receiving their units, or are they not able to reach there for some bizarre reason? I've had that happen before. There he goes. Does he actually get in there? He does. Okay, we're fine. Sometimes you can position your fort in such a way that the barracks can't actually path over to it, even when going off-road, and then the units just disappear, and it won't fill up any of your other forts either, and it can be very, very disheartening. Anyway, speaking of disheartening, it would be very disheartening if I didn't save there. What was the bet wording? Do we beat today's map? Okay, it's not do we lose, it's do we beat it. What were the odds on that, by the way? Okay, we almost have as much favor as we did when we started the bloody map. Wonderful. Oh, that was too much. You want unemployment to be 4%, ideally. I could trim away a little more, I suppose. Why is it changing so much? Somebody must be bouncing in and out of labor access. And there is an overlay for that. It's called problems. Unfortunately, it shows more than just labor access problems. So this is the guy that struggles on labor. Let me just get rid of you. You do occasionally work. 62% on win, 38% on lose. Well, the lose lobby must be bolstered by my recent losses. I lost... whose maps did I lose? Can't remember if it was Panda or Joss V's map. Or maybe it was Palmar's. I think it was Palmar's map. Too many maps. I've done a lot of Caesar 3 this year, and strangely enough, I have not fully scratched the itch. Which is good, as there are yet more maps to be had. Chumra says the odds were too good to resist. Well, we're not done yet. Remember, this map was compared to Nibelungen Lead, which I do regard as the hardest freaking map. Hardest map I've ever beaten, I'd say. Although, Keinwyn himself claims that he thinks Greekonomics is harder. Different styles of play will find different maps easier or harder. We see 1, 2, 3 immigrants coming in, which is right, because we have 1, 2, 3 new buildings that need more immigrants. I want them in there because they will pay my bloody taxes. Although, actually, that's going to impact my unemployment again. Crumbs, I should have kept them there. It's okay, though. The cost of putting down a 15 denarii fountain compared to making all of this denarii per building is pretty bloody fine to me.
This basket is killing me. This city seems all right.
Att driva in skatt från dessa hårt arbetande människor får mig nästan att börja gråta.
You can
Bara nästan.
feel the effort he's putting into that obnoxious Stockholmer accent. It's brilliant. Speaking of brilliant, how about having 5 figures of money? We have not seen this much money since we started the map, before we unpaused. Oh, it feels good. I feel so good that I'm actually going to spend some of it importing additional marble, on the grounds that I will probably need quite a bit of that for desirability over in the new worker area. There are 2 attacks incoming. Dangerous. Almost certainly one of them is going to be down here. How could it not at this rate? There is a big risk that they actually aggro because I'm shooting them, and then they plow through this so quickly that I... Oh, that's not the right one to be trimming away. They plow through this so quickly that my heavy infantry doesn't get there in time. That's why I'm... Whatever the adjective of 5-fold walling this is, just so it buys me enough time to move all of my heavy infantry into position. 5 figures of money. Caesar demands tribute of 10,000. No, God, no. Could you imagine? Oh yeah, I know I've caused rampant inflation. I know I've demanded everything you have all the time, but could you also send me 10,000 denarii? Spare me. Speaking of spare me, you're going to have to spare me a moment because I need a water break here. I am going to save, and I'm going to leave you. Some people often ask, you know, what's this map about? So let's give you Caesar's introduction.
Bested by 1 stubborn fisherman and a few half-naked barbarians. And he has the audacity to call himself Rome's finest.
Oh, wait, sorry, that was not the instructions. Here's the actual instructions.
Upon entering the city, I was greeted by a foul sprawl of tents, the stench of their inhabitants' miserable existence pervading the nostrils. Sound familiar, Governor? Or should I go on? I ask for prosperity and good governance. What do you give me? A slum? I know all my governors have an unquenchable yearning for the ore, but your flirting with the bounds of my tolerance goes too far. And to think, I esteemed you reliable. I considered making you family. Alas, my cretinous sister caught wind of my ill-advised intentions, and horrified at the prospect of such a union, sent her engagement ring to the king of the Huns. The horse-loving barbarian somehow interpreted this as a proposal of marriage, and is now demanding half my empire as dowry. He now marches westward with all the enthusiasm of a drunken legionary promised double rations. You, Governor, will stop him. The mint has been working day and night, and though the denarius now contains about as much silver as a spoonful of garum, your funds shall be enough that surely even you can redeem yourself, if such a miracle is still within the realm of possibility.
I think I read back at the perfect moment there, Yaki. I have the sound coming out of my earphones, but I could still somehow hear him across the house. You know, Caesar speaks and I listen, or at least I hear. So one small complication is that as I expand the city, these places are going to devolve into large insulae because the overall entertainment satisfaction will not remain perfect. The amount of people will go up, so my 7 theatres and 4 amphitheatres will not be enough to entertain the people. It doesn't matter where they're placed as long as they get labour access. There are 2 different kinds of entertainment coverage. There's the walker walking past the building, and that will give an amount based on what the building is. So that these people have theatre access, that gives them plus 10. But then there's just, do you have enough theatres in your entire city to entertain all the people? And that will give another plus up to 5, depending on coverage. 5 for all of them, by the way. So perfect coverage with theatres, amphitheatres, coliseums, and hippodromes gives 20 city-wide entertainment coverage, which is mostly useless, but it can be pretty handy for patricians, and especially in this case, Grand Insulae. What I'm getting at is, as I expand this, I'm going to need to laden it with more entertainment buildings. Fortunately, compared to most of the places I've ever had to build my bloody cities on, this is an enormous amount of space. And it's free because there's water all around it, and there's water here. This highland here is of no big problem because I don't plan on using it for anything other than patricians around here. And there's one rock. Just one rock. I mean, why do you spoil me with this beautiful place to build on? You might think, Jake, why didn't you start building here? Well, again, it was a bit too far from the entry point, and I couldn't trust this area. Nothing has invaded us this close, but they have invaded us here. So if I'd built up here, it would have been under immense pressure. There was actually a lot of thought put into my starting location, here and here, which is probably why we spent 55 minutes thinking about it at the start of this map. Anyway, I'm already licking my lips at the possibilities of building here. My main concern will be potentially the lack of food. Yeah, I am more than a little concerned about how much food I'm going to be able to generate here, because a lot of these wharves are garbage. And, like some of them are more like wheat farms, some of them are more like vegetable farms in terms of their output. It's really, really hard to say how much food I'm going to make here. I think it's better to overbuild and then trim away the houses if my food doesn't keep up. Can't wait until the quality of life mod has a farming calculator, though. And then you can just click on one of your wharves and find out how much food they're making. Somebody did a prototype of that. Was that you, Cretinous? Maybe it's in Augustus. I really want to build this up, but I should start at the start of next year. And or... no, I should wait for these attacks to be done, because if I start building up over here, and there's a massive Hun attack right here, and they just charge across here, then I'd actually be fine, because I could do the bridge kerfuffle. I'd rather not, though. I would rather just migrate this defense to here. Then I'd be a lot happier. There was a lot of thought put into making the starting location choices equally awful.
Another successful voyage.
Well, you did successfully make them all near equally awful, but I determined this to be the best one. I did really think over here just had too many problems, especially with getting initial employment in. But the big problem here is those freaking boats. It's such a horrible length to go to get your boats in. And I don't know the game well enough to know if that's actually impacting on the total amount of trading I can do, but look at this. I've only managed to get 11 pottery this year. All year, 11 pottery. That's nothing. Wait, that's actually a very big concern. Because 11 pottery is nothing. I'm accepting pottery. I'm set to import pottery.
Another successful voyage.
Part of the problem is that I'm importing vines. But I need the vines to make the wine, because if nothing else, Caesar is demanding it. I think I can get by, because marble is a very temporary import. And if the need arises, I can turn off wine exports And I'll need to do that eventually anyway when I have patricians. Okay, let's hold the faith. Keep the faith. The farms and fishing wharves is Suda. Impressive. So many brilliant Caesar players around here. How are we doing?
Greetings.
No sign of the enemy.
Very good. But I think you'll find there are many, many signs of the enemy. They're on their way. And Caesar expects me to beat them all back with a pointy stick.
Ooh, I love coming here. Business is going very well.
I think that's another Toga Boy transcript. Toga Boy has gone and taken 2 grand off of me because I did so well last year. But now I'm in a good position to expand in terms of being able to afford it. Maybe we just do it anyway, because if I keep delaying... I mean, even if I beat this attack is due next year. I don't want to wait 2 bloody years to build this up. Or maybe I do. I will be filthy rich by then. 2 years, and I still have more than 15 years to beat the level. In fact, I've got like 18 years to beat the level. That favor continues to be a concern, though. I want to build this up, but the main problem is defense. I do not like having this open. Okay, here's my thought. We'll take on this first attack, and if it's soon enough, you know, like, oh crap, do not rotate the map. There's this horrible issue where sometimes your ballistae just lose their ballistae when you rotate the map. And then you need to wait on a replacement. Very unpleasant.
There's no space for this lot anywhere in the city.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Are you going to move your trade docks to get enough pottery in? So there's a huge problem with moving my trade docks. I think maybe if I move my docks over here, the trade ships would have such a shorter distance to go that we get more of them on the map at once. Because I think the game is limited to 2 from one place at once. But I don't know. I have not properly looked into this. The point is the fact that they have to go so long and return this way is awful.
Another successful voyage.
But running the numbers, if I stopped importing vines, and let's just say I have all the marble I ever need, 2 boats means that I can get 24 pottery in per year, which is enough for 100 buildings. And I can do with that. 100 buildings is more than enough to beat this map. No, it's 1, 2, or 3, and it's usually 2, says Sudazima. Okay. I would love to have this information in a write-up somewhere. But yeah, it's unbelievably painful having your docks so far away from the ship's entry point. If you want to see how really painful it can be, the map Greekonomics has that as one of its primary difficulties. It's painful, really painful stuff. Quite happy with this industry block. I haven't need to change it from the moment I made it. In fact, I'm pretty happy with most of what I built. We haven't had to jiggery or pokery with pretty much anything. Okay, that is 2 sets of enemies at the door. So wait, what? Weren't they already at the door? How many groups of Huns are on their way? Enemies closing, enemies closing, enemies at the door, enemies at the door. The game can only render so many incoming attacks. I actually think there are 3 or more groups of Huns about to descend upon me. Which is disrupting my plans on expanding here, but it is making me create a bigger and bigger nest egg. Of course, the bigger the nest egg, the more Caesar wants to chew on it. The way this map goes, it kind of incentivizes you to disable vine. Oh my. Okay, so they're here. But we also have enemies at the door and enemies at the door. So there are 2 more attacks coming within the year. That's these 2. Within a year means it could actually... I think it could even be more than 12 months. And I think they're spaced out enough that we will not be able to morale route them together. So it was an incredibly wise decision not to build this. There's another concern, and I'm sure you know what it is. What if one of the attacks is here? Oh, I'm laughing whilst I'm crying thinking about it. Cretinous says, I think I'm beginning to understand why Keinwyn wanted to mod the exact attack months. Okay, fortunately the impact of losing money on my furniture exports is not huge. I mean, by now, furniture is not the breadwinner, it's the Grand Insulae. Sometimes I get criticized on the way I build cities because I focus on small insulae so incredibly highly, so hopefully the people that like to say that are currently feeling a bit vindicated in my approach towards Grand Insulae this time. Of course, those that don't like tent labor access are going to be as incredulous as ever.
Greetings. This is an okay city, really.
I'm revoking more of the privilege here. At least I've made a very good kill pit here. Now, as I'm sure you're well aware, I don't typically like doing what do you call them? Killing floors or killing pits inside, well, any game I play, but this is quite necessary. That's a bollock ton of Huns. And I am going to have to risk your lives out here to force them to engage. Because if they can just sit here and shoot my infantry are going to die. Without tortoise formation, your heavy infantry are sitting ducks to projectiles. So I want to encourage them to engage. That's fine. That's fine. And now these guys are going to want to move in, so now you can do a controlled retreat. Then in come everybody to the slaughterfest. Why are my prefects not joining in? They're despawning for some reason. I think they want to go and engage a target. The target dies and then they just despawn. But whatever, they're a good final line if they ever try and flank around or get through me. Anyway, brilliant, but everybody needs to go back and refresh immediately. Wow, I lost a lot of legionaries there. Well, a lot more than I'm comfortable with. Does anybody know if they start healing the moment they're told to go back home, or do they have to get to their fort to start healing? Wouldn't be too hard to test, right? Have them go out a long way away, fight, get injured, and then keep recalling them and moving them out. See if they get their health back. Okay, well, I'm pretty happy with the money numbers, but I'm not happy with the invasion numbers. 2 more of them need to die before I'm comfortable expanding here. Dirty kill boxer, yes. Wouldn't be caught dead doing it in RimWorld, but against massive numbers of Huns here. Where's that line about peaceful is a relative term when you're this far away from Rome? Walls and towers, backed up by a legion or 2, ought to be quite sufficient. It's hard to be unsatisfied with how things are going right now. I have a lot of money, more than I normally do, courtesy of our Grand Insulae. And I still have room for more people coming in here, which is just as well because the gradual shift in... At least he gives me a lot of time for this one, but that's nasty, Caesar. Oh yeah, when you have the triple invasion coming in, could you spare me all the weapons ever, please? I don't wanna. Coconoana. Well, needs must, I suppose. Like I said, he's given me a good amount of time for it. The problem is, that's very expensive, and can I even get that much iron? Tarentum sells me nothing of value, which is why we never opened up this trade route. In time, will I ever want... No, I actually think Tarentum is completely useless. I can't think of any situation where you want this open unless you're producing ungodly amounts of furniture or weapons. Syracuse buys iron. Tingus sells lots of iron. Narbo. So Narbo, Tingus, and Massilia. Wait, they buy what iron? Is this really the only iron I can buy in? Capuas? Damn donkey traders. It'll take forever, and it's going to take me a while to get that much iron. But I still want to replenish my legions. That seems more important than seeing to Caesar's whims. On the other hand, the last time we got a Keinwyn map, he made it very, very tight on Caesar's demands. So maybe if you miss any of his demands, you can't win this one. Caesar's most displeased. I'm well aware, Toga boy. I think it was actually better having the javelins up front. And then again, I think maybe there's just no avoiding losing units in this kind of affair. Whatever, donkeys, I need you to come with my iron. Does it give a second wine? I don't need a second wine, I already have 2 wines available. Might even have more than that, let's see. Narbo sells me wine. Massilia sells me wine. And Syracusae and Narbo sell me vines. So I could have either of these vines come in. And frankly, I could have no vines come in. I could have a non-functional winery. And the patricians would still count it as a second type of wine as long as I import another type. What does not count is 2 different types of imported vines. That won't work. It is, so if you need patricians, you must have an import of wine going on. And then either a second place that brings you wine or your own local winery, whether or not it's functional.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
AD 461, the city is now under Gothic control. Yeah, I believe there was a little bit of a text explanation in addition to Caesar's little monologuing there. I'd say dialogue, but I didn't get to say anything in it. And it says it's 500 AD and your troops fight like it. No military academy, which I found quite amusing. Well, in comes the iron. We've got to stockpile those weapons for Toga Boy. And like I said, I am not expanding my city until these guys are dead. And I really feel like they're both about to come in at the same time and try to make me dead. Save and save often, and a nice reminder that I really need to clean up my save directory here. And look at this nonsense. How many cities have I built now? A little lamb, an all-housing test, all that glitters, Alpine Valley, Atoll and Taxi, Caesar. I didn't put Eternal on Atoll and Taxes, but that is Eternal. Carthage, Restitute, Cisalpine, Crater Lakes. Let's not read them all out, but I have a lot of cities. Played a lot of Caesar. The Roman army is now ruffian mercenaries who don't speak Latin, and whose fault is that? Caesar, it is most assuredly not mine. I think I'm single-handedly keeping the empire together. It's not that the empire hasn't expanded yet, it's just that it's shrinking. Oh god, Thrace is independent. This cannot be. They're friendly. They aren't coming to kill you. They're coming to give you gifts. No, this isn't Pharaoh. You don't get gifts. Just get avgifts here. It's a bit of Swedish humor. Ho 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 ho. Joho, nämen. Oh, I want to hear him again. It's such a rare line to hear in my cities.
Att driva in skatt från dessa hårt arbetande människor får mig nästan att börja gråta. Men bara nästan.
Bara nästa. Oh. Nesta indeed. It's Nesta attack. Okay, this is promising. If they attack from here and I get butt attacked in a similar time frame, I might be able to morale rout them out. Am I a bad enough dude to preemptively stack this? Because I really think they're coming from here. I don't trust Keinwyn whatsoever. I think he's going for the old two-pronged attack. I'm unwilling to completely dedicate more than that there. In fact, I'm not even sure I'm still willing to dedicate you. Come back. There's no guarantee that these folks are both going to come in at a nice time, and they are very, very fast moving, as I'm sure you can tell. Come to think of it, how spaced out were these? March, April, 1 month. But the barbarian attack here is March. Why is this one a rolled up paper and this one is not? When they're both enemies at the door. Confounded. But I do think we're going to end up having to fight both at the same time. Yeah, nice of them not to kill the merchants. Ah! He's somewhere in there. Well, that's exactly how Lucky would want to go. Completely molested by horses.
Ooh, I love coming here. A good day to you. A good day to you. Ooh, I love coming here.
Goodbye, Lucky. You might wonder why I'm calling him Lucky. I'm using a custom voice over for it, and my good friend Lucky1X is providing the voice. Oh my god. Iron has now become... Okay, oh yeah, thank you, thank you. It's still not good, by the way. You bankrupt the Roman Empire with the price of metals around here. Look at how much I have to pay for iron. 280 denarii per chunk of it. I'd still make 100 denarii profit on selling weapons, but that's not the point. The point is I have to pay 280 to restore every heavy infantry I lose. Very surprised I did not get bum rushed from the attack point, though. We already know this is an invasion point. It's the first attack we ever got. But the fact that we haven't been attacked since from there leaves me ever so worried. What also leaves me worried is the fact that, as opposed to last time where we morale broke 2 different units, these units are going to coalesce into one attack. I wonder if he planned for that. There's no way. This is too perfect. They're going to amass here, and by the time these guys come along, it's bad times for me. But maybe I can encourage them to come out and play. Would you do me the solid of actually wandering over here, please? The problem is I think they're faster than my units. Okay, well you better hope that that's enough to intimidate them into an attack, because we gotta move. All part of my cunning plan, and it might be backfiring because they want to double back anyway. Okay, well, I'm glad Togaboy's taking all of my weapons right now because I'm going to need them to restore my army later. He's somehow extremely displeased with me. Why? Please explain, dear Togaboy. What have I done to displease you on this map? What? I'm filthy rich. I've given you massive warehouses full of goods. I'm not drawing a salary. I'm doing it for free. I think I still need my ablative armor of javelineers here. Not so sure about that, given that these guys are running right in, so... This is awkward. We have melee units and horses coming in. It's gonna hurt. Alright, well, get stuck in, lads. Wait, what the hell? They ran through here? How? I'll just have to accept some losses. Okay, but look at how many are retreating. Because we morale broke enough of them. If that was one mega huge attack, it would have been a different story. Whew! What are you lads hanging around there for? Prepare to die. Some losses, but not honestly that many. I can be relatively happy with how this went. This game's too easy for Jake. Where's Nancy Drew? I don't know. We're going to have to ask L'Ursulante. Finally met his match, so he did. Finally, no attacks inbound. We've beaten them all back. And remained extremely fiscally hydrated during that time. What is this favor? Favor expectation, 95. I've met all of his demands ahead of time. Current favor, 32. I cannot gift him. I could, but I can't. Is that really true? To maximize making Caesar happy, I need to make 200 denarii in a year. What's the cheapest way to make 200 denarii in a year? That'd be... Procurator salary would hurt me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 favor. Hurts me 5, but gains me 10. So if I pay myself procurator salary at the cost of 200 denarii a year, I can pop up Caesar's favor by a good amount. Is that really true? I've never really experimented with paying myself more than what I'm due, but I might have to on this map because Caesar's just unreasonable. Where's the math sheet? There was numbers on how much Caesar gets pissed off by you changing your salary. Didn't you say it was cheese and you wouldn't do it? That's a different kind of cheese, which I'll explain once I get this number. Which I can't find. It's not something that anybody ever really looks into, so it stands to reason that it's not there. I think you lose one more favor for every... Oh god, he hates me even more because I haven't reached milestone progress. What kind of milestones did you set on this? What month is it? It's September. Right, I will experiment with it next year. Worst case scenario, you know, I lose like 10 favor and I just have to pick up the slack. Yeah, the real cheese in this game is that you can set yourself to Caesar's salary, and as long as you put your salary back down to citizen's salary at the turn of the year, or whatever your current salary is, he won't have noticed that you were paying yourself Caesar's salary. So you keep the money, and you don't get any of the favor loss. So if you're going to overpay yourself, the fair way to do it is to set your salary in January, and then do that until the turn of the year so that Caesar doesn't... get hoodwinked. But I think the glacial pace of the favor gain is meaning that I'm going to have to pay myself a high salary and accept the downsides and enjoy the upsides. In fact, I think if it works out the way I hope that it works out, we could do even better than that. Right. Prosperity isn't a huge deal. There isn't actually a big problem with me building this stuff up now. Did I ultimately decide that I want this here? Or did I think I should pull it back? Because pulling it back is a very reasonable thing to do. But it costs me a fishing point. One of the better fishing points. This costs no fishing point, but it's in a more agonizing location. I think my army can arrive here fast enough not to worry about it. The Goths do hesitate a bit. Not the Goths, but whatever they are. The Huns. The Huns do hesitate a bit. Yeah, I think they came in from here. So they would spend about half a month getting here, and that gives even these lads enough time to arrive. Is my assessment of the situation. Downsides include the fact that I don't have the amazing cover that I had here with this rock and my pre-placed forts. I'm not willing to tear one down and move it, although I could. But I think the superior thing to do is to use this as cover. This isn't too shabby woodland. I can deny them coming in this way. If I had my towers, say, hither. Yeah, there's you blocking, there's you blocking. They can't clear a diagonal like that. Well, they mostly can't. I swear I've seen them do it every now and then. Then I could put my towers here. Put some wall here with more towers here, and engage them in a slog here. You move in to see what exactly I can do, please. Gonna want this free as my killing floor. It's October, it's not time to start a new housing block. I know, but does it really matter? I'm not gonna win this scenario in the next few years anyway, because favor is disastrously low. If my prosperity cripples down to 30 or whatever, what's the big deal? Prosperity grows very fast on this map for me. And that's about as wide as we're looking. Anyway, I'm going to spend this time designing the defenses. That seems more prudent. I feel like a load of towers here, shooting into this, would be very, very nice. Let's start it from this side. If you mistakenly put down a tower in the wrong place and you want to delete it, you delete the wall as well. It's quite punishing, so don't misplace your towers. It's a bad thing to do. I'm getting 3 of them here. Bearing in mind that I do want a wall in front here and here, but we won't do that yet because these things still need labor access. I don't want them flanking me on this side, so I'll give them some wall to chew through. And I actually want some additional towering over here. They can shoot over rocks, so we've been told. There's your dinner, you Hun bastards. To make life even better, it only cares about a road network that leads to the barracks, and the barracks will send a walker over here. So this is the great redesign. Sure. This makes all this superfluous, so I can actually tear this down. On the other hand, it is a last line of defense, so unless I really need the workforce, I should not tear it down. There we go. They just need a little tickle of workforce and they'll be fine. That should take care of it. Yeah, then everyone's going to get access to that. They're going to burn down, mind you, and maybe I'll want this prefect in the far-flung space future regardless. And if you have a prefect, you probably need an engineer post just to stop it from falling on itself. But there we go, that should take care of this to get it staffed up. Once it's staffed up, I'll probably kill off the road and give them additional walls. And then this very much becomes the new killing floor. Yeah, I like that. Okay, lots of killing is going to happen here. And that means we're committed to having this here. It's fine. Unemployment, man. How did I end up with that much unemployment? What in the world did I get rid of? Perhaps I don't want to know. Probably have to reposition the fountain works now. Where am I never going to use? I had grand ideas from the very start of having a long line that went along here with entertainment buildings at the end, which would house my small insulae. But the sad matter is that there's not enough food over here to support that kind of expansion. Is not entirely true. I have essentially 4 superfluous wheat farms. But I want to save this for patricians here, unless I have any brilliant ideas for patricians down the line. And I don't, because all the arable land is over here, and I've decided not to use this amazing piece of land. I don't think in years I've had a map that has given me this much flat, watered, arable, good for building on land. And I'm not going to use it. Because it's too far from the entry point and it's an invasion nightmare. Even has a good dock location. I mean, come on, I'm passing up on a unicorn here. The water still needs to go somewhere, so I'm going to shove it over in this corner now. Yeah, my somewhat superfluous water farms. That was too many, I think. Oh, definitely, especially since these guys need workers. Oh well. I think the idea was I was going to be getting rid of these. So I'm sure it all works out. Let's do that a little bit later, shall we? Unemployment. I don't want to make people getting unhappy at all. Interesting thing, by the way. If you have a city that is nothing but Grand Insulé and or better, then you can actually get away with unemployment up to 10%? I'm going to check my own numbers here. Yep, up to 10% unemployment is fine. Because people that live in houses this nice actually are happier than people that live in crappier housing. So they get an additional +1 to city mood. So keep that in mind if you don't like juggling low unemployment. Just have good housing and then you don't need to juggle so much. Doesn't matter if the enemy's bunched up. I've noticed they all gather to attack the same wall block. That's because they have nowhere else to go. They're going here because there's literally nowhere else for them to go. No matter what attack order they've been given, attack army, attack food, attack money. What's the other thing you can do? Attack nicest housing? I forget. But there's no other viable attack option than just to run face first into my army here, because here, and previously here, was blocking the only entry to all possible attack things. You know, my warehouses, my food, my nice buildings, my forums and all that are all beyond here. So what else can the AI do but charge in? They can't wait you out. And in fact, if they do wait you out, they're going to morale break before I do. Alright, I only had you there so I could figure out the size, or the combat width, if you will, here. The immigrants are on their way.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
You'd think at some point, after killing so many of them, you'd run out of Gauls and Celts and other such people. I'm pretty sure that's what the Romans themselves were thinking, so you're on the right track. The army has been restored already, sans one heavy infantry, which is excellent news. On a map with such incredibly expensive everything, incredibly expensive iron, I don't want to lose any of these guys. My prosperity went down 7 points, by the way, just because I built these 4 empty slots. That's why I believe in doing big expansion after the turn of the year. Alright, this is a space that we now need to turn into our new home. And I'm sorry, Cretinous and Keinwyn and all the other governors who like to preserve as much of the natural forestry as possible. I am one of you. I do like to preserve as much of this as possible. But there's an enormous difference between you and me. I have to get this done right. I'd love to see somebody else build their cities live. Does anybody? There's Baron. But, you know, I'd also like Baron to win his runs. If only some of the elder gods of this game, like Bruegel, were to stream. See their minds working in real time would be phenomenal. I won't build over these just yet, but honestly, I can just get rid of them. Even in the planning mode, it's incredibly obvious where they go. Having their ghosts here doesn't tell me anything because I can already tell just by looking at it that the flat land is here and whatnot for them. Not strays, targeted attacks. It's quite dangerous though. If they pierce through here, they've got a free entry point into my soft underbelly. Needs must. Right, even so, how are we building all of this? I know I just said I was removing all the wars, but maybe I shouldn't have, because I do need to plan how exactly this all feeds into a system. It's going to be a disgusting multi-granaried system because the fishing points are so spread out. It's also worth noting that this land is usable, but I want to save this for later. Yeah, the final workers will be going over there. Could always double up on the other side of the river. What, you mean fishing over here? Ew. Yeah, maybe it's not as ew as it seems. Well, it is quite ew. Nah, that food has way too far to travel if I do that. And then I got to set a granary here that could be destroyed during the attacks. And then the peace rating goes kablamo. Oh, there's no peace requirement. How did I miss that? It's quite reassuring, but the favor requirement remains the problem. Also, I almost forgot it's January. What did I say we would try? Procurator salary. I think I'm going to lose 7 favor this year because of procurator salary. If I'm wrong and I lose 70 favor, I'm going to keep that save and go back to it. Because that I couldn't return from. But if I lose 7 favor, that's only 5 more than normal, and I can make more than that back with gifts. Such is the plan. I know it doesn't look like I'm doing anything here, but I am mentally planning out this part of the city. There's so much space here, I think I could fit somewhere in the region of 5,000 souls, but unfortunately the food supplies tell me it's not going to be anywhere near that. Fortunately, this looks amazing for mergers. So many merger spots. I suppose that stands to reason, right? You know, I said I didn't care about the ghost dwarves. Now I actually do. It's actually getting a bit difficult to plan without seeing how they're in. I'll keep them down, but I will place the roads for real. As I mentioned before, the main thing I wanted the planning tool for was for figuring out your food production. Because it's often something you want planned out before you even build your housing. Anyway. There's no real benefit to extending the road any further than here. As long as you've got access, you're fine. It needs to come down a bit to touch you. And there are these buggers over here. I don't mind redrawing roads. Roads are relatively cheap. The fishing point is there and there. I think all of these could be satisfied with a single granary here-ish. And what we could do is the fairly basic design... Oh, hang on. No, there's no reason to want a road connection there. We can do a fairly basic design here. One that I'm not too unfamiliar or not fond of. I'm in 2 minds here. On one mind, I bring this road along like so. On the other mind, I bring the road out like so. Yeah, I'm not sold on one of those. Alright, we'll do that. Not doing it in ghost mode, though. These are being built for real. And then it goes into this. I was planning to set its food type. That means that labor access is quite easy to get. In fact, it makes designing this whole block really rather easy. There's merger, there's more merger to be had. Yeah, life is good. That's fine, and we just do a very, very basic block here. Basic feels bad, right? I mean, on a map this hard, you think, why are we doing anything basic? How are the merger points here? Good, good, bad, bad. What about good, good? No, this is a stickler. But it's fine here. Actually, very fine here. Don't actually have 2 free spots here, so I'm actually going to bring this up as well. And then this can be our esteemed thing here. There's a lot of plaza, so there's no real need for more than just one block in the middle for gardens. And then everything else can be made up with oracles quite easily. What a basic loop. Yeah, it's a bit lumpy in places, but it's simple is what it is. And this is just for small insulae. Part of my troubles here are that this is probably all we're going to be able to feed with the food that we have over here. Starting to wonder if this is really the right shape, and maybe I should do something more elongated like this so I can affect more people with the labor access. But what I could also do is just have, since small insulae is so cheap to do, you just have a few smatters of them over here and would be okay. It's hardly the end of the world. The food consolidation's going to be tough, though. I guess... Trust me, this is actually harder than it looks because of the way food moves in Caesar 3, which is to say not well at all. Have you won yet, Jake? I've stepped out for a few minutes. It's looking good. Money is amazing. Defenses, amazing. Stability of my Grand Insulae, impeccable. I'm feeling very confident about the run, but that means that I shouldn't be too complacent at this point. These guys have so far to go for their bleeding food. I actually think what's going to happen is all of these guys are going to go towards a granary that's something like here. Yeah. Yeah, maybe here-ish. And then this is a getting granary that gets from it. Okay, that makes sense to me. How much sense does it make, though? Ignore the fact that it says this granary costs 900 simoleons. I'm quite certain that it doesn't. You can ease up walkers by allowing them to walk diagonally into things. And now I wish you weren't here because your mass is making it hard for me to tell where this goes. And then there's you. Is that being planned? There we go. These fishermen are going to have a long-ass way to go to the granary, but at least they're contributing something towards all of this. Alright. You know, I liked building this a whole lot more than building without the planner tool. A whole lot more. 1, 2, 3, doop. Blessed be this planning tool. So that's that. It does regrettably need to link into you so that this can be a getting granary. But yeah, the food comes in, goes into here, this guy goes and grabs it. I think 800 at a time. But I've never actually checked to see if getting granaries change the amount they get based on the food type. Market ladies do. But do the granaries themselves? What a question. Also means we can put down some fairly easy labor access around here, and it'll be very easy to bring up to small insulae. Yeah, very easy indeed. And it also means we can put our entertainment buildings around here. In fact, we've got a lot of space for buildings in general here. Could even put another loop, although I don't know what I'd loop for. Right, as is often the case, it's time for everybody's favorite episode. Where's that merger? At least we don't have to guess anymore. Feels so good not having to guess. In this case, however, I do want them merged rapidly. I'm still going to put them in one at a time, but once we have our people in, it's going to be merge o'clock. Nice 3-size thing here, but I would rather have my amphitheater down here. Because I want to make sure it can do this. It's forced to do this loop as much as I can force it to. Honestly, this looks like the best place for the amphitheater. So but this has no merge. Oh, but that's a merger. Alright, well, yeah, that merges, and that merges, so didn't worry about it. Also, that merges, also this merges. That's a wild card, meaning I can pull it in for no cost. I like pulling things in for no cost, because that opens up this as a merger. Hey Jake, I'm thinking about picking up Caesar 3. Is it like Banished? Because it looks a bit similar. No. They're both agent-based, yes, but I would not compare Caesar 3 to Banished. Very, very different games. This is going to be undesirable because of this blasted dock. Very undesirable indeed. Is that such a problem that I'm not going to build this? Because I can also put one here. What's the range of dock undesirability? Is it 3? It's not a dock, it's a wharf. And the answer is... yes, it has a range of 3, and it's very undesirable. -6 across the board here. Surely a governor such as myself is not intimidated by such things. Surely. Was this a merger point? I just put that over there without even... well, whatever. Maybe it is. I have to check now. No, I'm not sure. Not sure in myself. It is. Okay, very good. Gotta be sure that these people get their labor access as well. Easiest of peasiest ways is to shove somebody here-ish and here-ish. Very, very disgustingly undesirable area here, though. That seems pretty good. And I could do you there as well. And these people should be able to get over to here, but just in case they cannot... I'll have you here. Yeah, we'll see what they become. I'm mostly just interested in the labor access. Nothing a few statues can't fix. Yep, love building statues. This is my favorite statue. We don't have statues is the message that I'm coiling around. This isn't so good. Well, whatever. Use it anyway. Now, the problem is I have no idea how many of these people I can actually sustain here. We're just going to have to make it up as we go. I'm also going to have to figure out watering these people. The water point here actually looks really, really good. But not quite good enough. It misses out in a few places. Notably this guy. I could bring it over a touch. And honestly, it's not too bad of a thing to do because I can just wang you over here. That'll take care of most people. And then whoever it doesn't can still be wanged by this. Seems mad building this... wait, what? That's somehow not build. Such a short distance to go with your aqueduct, but there you go. I just don't want to infringe on this area with the reservoirs. I'm very grateful that this is here. Although, to be honest, you could get your water here. It would be no bother. Let's keep those many, many millions of mergers going. Submerged in mergers, so he is. Two, 1, 2. Trying to think about 3x3s, but if the amphitheater is here, then I think I have all my bases covered. Could put somebody in here. Do I even want to? So Sumi will do it. And like I said, if I don't have enough food, I can just remove some of these people. It's not a big deal. Hopefully it's not a big deal. I'll have to get in the mergers pretty fast, though, or else these people are going to start blowing up on me, and not in a good way. I don't actually think I want you. Say this is a 3x3, maybe for a large temple, actually. That way these people can offset some of their horrible desirability. And then there's this side. I said I wanted to use this for an amphitheater, and I am maintaining that idea, despite the fact that this is awful for mergers. But that means it's amazing for service buildings. Alright, yeah, let's believe in that. I love believing. Especially if it was me I'm believing in. And then we have this wonderful line of merger city. And then this little hex of a situation here, but I can do that. Okay, last batch. Ooh, this is quite bad. Let's turn it from something bad into something good. There you go. Okay, that's probably more than I can even feed here, but let's get the people in, get them merged and evolved and fed as quickly as possible. Right, I'm heading off to bed, says Ninjin, but you might want to know that Lure Salant is streaming Alibi and Ashes right now. So you have ample live stuff and entertainment once you have this one crushed. We've been at this one for 5.5 hours, and it's probably going to take another 2.5 hours at least. Just putting some numbers out there. Because... can I do away with some of you? I think I'd rather. Let's get rid of you guys. Donk. I have patricians to make after this. Now, patricians are easy to make when you have spare goods and spare unemployment. I am drowning in oil, but I'm not necessarily drowning in pottery or furniture. I would like to be more drowning in both of these things, so let's up the export limit on furniture. I wish I could set myself to import more pottery, but I'm at the mercy of those bloody boats. And also importing vines is cutting into my pottery possibilities. Also have to bring pottery over here. Given the distance that it has to go for its pottery, I might get away with one warehouse. The question is, should I? It's really no big deal just to put down 2 getting warehouses for pottery. I'm glad the army is doing so well. It's the most nerve-wracking thing. If your army is on tenterhooks and you just keep getting attacked, the moment the army fails, you're done. You're cooked. You're out of the game. So we need to do what we can to make sure they keep living. Always make sure that your city does not explode dramatically. There's not a lot of obvious 1-by-1 places, so... Well, this is kind of obvious and 1-by-1-ish. But yes, no explodey, as a certain Aussie likes to say. I'm putting them next to where the tents are going to be, because tents love to catch fire. It's their favorite thing to do. Just cover all of our areas here. Do I have another little 1-by-1-y space? That's 1-by-1-y. These people will not receive any healthcare. They don't deserve it, and I prefer to keep my healthcare lower rather than higher. And whenever we can, we're going to get our mergers. I'm not treating getting large amounts of population in quickly as a priority here. The priority is, in fact, to... Whoa, I don't want that one. Priority is to not destroy my prosperity. I said it wasn't a big deal earlier, but it is a deal, big or not. I am so happy with this knowledge of mergers. No more guessing, no more tracing around trying to figure out where exactly the bumps on the tiles are. You just slam them down and they merge because you know they're going to merge. It feels amazing. Yeah, my city definitely looks like this. I do actually have the Grand Insulae. And there's that little bit of texture that was missing. Well done, Caesar 3 devs. Try again. No, don't. We do not need a Pharaoh, a new era treatment here. Okay, good. Merger there. Means I can get rid of that road rather handily. Now there's these guys at the back that need treated. And I guess I'm going to want that granary to properly exist. I got rid of my shipyard aeons ago. Now I'm going to need it back. Because we're never going to be fishing here. There's no point. And now it'll auto black bottle. It'll auto you go away. And get replaced with the real thing. Like I said, building over them tends to leave some kind of weird effect for people walking through it. So I avoid that these days. These days. This is the first time I've ever used this this ability to ghost. Feels good. I'll just build all of these. It's no skin off my neck or any other part of my body. I heard the coolest thing about Star Fox the other day. In the Japanese version, Star Fox says, "Clean your neck, Andros," which is apparently some kind of Japanese idiom about preparing your neck for having it being sliced through. Kind of brutal, not something you get in the localized version of Star Fox, where it's all wacky, zany fun. Right, as I said, this will be the getting granary for the fish. Gets from there any excess, feed these people. Poor Toga Boy informed us how disgusted he was about our tent city. Oh, we need to hear it again, don't we?
Upon entering the city, I was greeted by a foul sprawl of tents, the stench of their inhabitants' miserable existence pervading the nostrils.
Okay, thank you, Caesar. This was unexpected. A distant Roman city is threatened. It is defenseless. And it is an average attack. And our troops are not trained. Do we have any incoming attacks right now? Apparently not. Apparently. Okay, how much is this? Did he say protect your neck? I thought it was clean your neck. Oh, well. Right, an average force. How much is an average force? Forgive me for looking up the exact numbers here. An average force means that it is 89 or fewer enemy strength. So, assuming that I send a legion is 16 people, they're not academy trained, so times 2, I would need to send 3 full loads of my legions. Need is a relative term, but I will send the pandas, the pepper quakers, basically just send all of these guys, but I worry about the defense if I get back attacked. Alright, we'll send the Quakers, the Pandas, and the Uras. Uras, Quakers, and Pandas. Legions, legions, and legions. This is my ultimate opportunity to get into Toga Boy's good books. I think you get 25, or is it 50 favor for doing our protection of Tarako? Alright, very good. I need to be screamed at the end of this year, by the way. There is no amount of screaming you can do that is too much, is what I'll claim, but it's not true. Because I really need to see what the impact of giving myself a salary is on my favor. I've never experimented with this before. You'd think I've tried everything under the sun in this game, but this I don't know. And I do need to know. It's on a need-to-know basis. For I need to know. Alright, I'll get these final ones all merged in. And then we'll get them watered and we get going. So it's half the year and I've already just got the tents in. I need to do better than that. They come in, they merge, and then the final one merges. A bit of a count on this would be rather handy. But we don't need to count all of these. Oh, missed one. We don't need to count all of these because counting is difficult. Instead, what we can do is we can count how many small tents we have other than that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. None of these are small tents, right? Yeah, we've got 4 small tents. Away from these, so I've got 39 small tents here. That's quite a lot, and I'd be happy to get rid of some of them, but for now, 39 is what we have. Whether or not we can feed all 39 of them remains quite the conundrum of a question, which we will solve in due time. That's a really good placement for that fountain. Holy moly, look at all those people at Waters that were just awkwardly out of range here. It really gets the engine revving. Right, how about these dum-dums? That seems pretty good. I think I have to have you here as well to water. Well, you get water with that, but these bottom people still need watered. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really good. And then the only final complication are these people over here, but I gave myself enough range that this can water you. Alright, so this should all bounce up to large tents. Unless the desirability is really crap, which would happen around the docks, of course. Well, that's what we have Plaza for. But even these guys are unhappy. Funny. Very funny. Unfortunately, what we can do is we can garden up the center to our heart's content. Yeah, I'm happy enough with that. Gonna want gardens here up the wazoo as well, though, because people don't like living next to reservoirs. And of course there's you. Alright, very good. It'll take a bit of time for these people to get their fishing boats. Can I speed that up at all? Do I have anywhere that can throw over some handy-dandy additional boats? Kind of. But more accurately, no, not really. But kind of. This is where I should have been using this. And you know what? It's not too late to use it. They'll get labor access here and they'll send over additional boats. So all these people that I brought in are not happy because they live in tents and they see the tax rate, and even though they're not being taxed, they're still unhappy. I'll drop tax rate down to 4 to keep them happy. My money will suffer, but as soon as I feed these people, they're going to be ultra taxed. It's going to take a bit of time for the foods to permeate here. We'll get to it. I also need to think about how exactly I water these people. You there will take care of everything, and you are just out of range for this. But that's okay, I can just bring this over, it's no big deal. Say your prayers, Andros. Oh, unemployment's actually looking quite nice, huh? There we go, those should all be watered. I can move them if necessary, I just want these people up to large tents. I don't trust you not to catch fire, so there you go. Labor access is poor, but that's fine. It just needs to give all these people boats, and then the food can start flowing, and then everybody's happy, especially me. How much money did he find this time? 343 denarius. What a guy. It's a good thing my entire city is very fiscally hydrated right now. We'll get in Toga Boy's good books by defending the Empire as well. I need to put these people to work fairly soon. In fact, now, because there's a lot of people coming to the city. Let's just preempt their needs. I know I need an amphitheater, and in fact, look at that! Look at that devolution. I knew it would happen. There's not enough entertainment. That means they need their theater, they need their amphitheater. 2,000, This number is going to grow very large. Actually, this isn't as simple as I thought. But it could be simpler than I thought if I do this nice little trick. There we go. So with this, we will have plenty of theaters. I know it's ugly spam. And amphitheaters. That'll chew up some unemployment and aid my overall level of entertainment in the city. And these guys will, once they get labor, bounce back to being Grand Insulae and everybody's happy. Especially the tax collector. Tell me how happy you are.
Att driva in skatt från dessa hårt arbetande människor får vi nästan börja gråta. Men bara nästan.
Bara nästa. Wow. Actually, employees needed. Now, I know that's a bold-faced lie, because as soon as these people come in, I will no longer be needing employees. Even so, let's trim down a couple of you there. Oh, yeah, these guys hate where they live, the poor buggers. That's as good as I can do. Yeah, I don't want to fill this up with gardens, though. Some walkers might treat it as a shortcut. Shortcuts can make for lengthy delays.
This city desperately needs more workers.
I'm working on it.
No sign of crime around here.
There we go. Alright, see all the fishing boats coming on out and bringing me the fish. The question is, are these wharves working fully efficiently? The fishing point is desperately far away for these boats. Also, the import of pottery costs more. What else is new? Not that. The food problems here could be problems for quite some time. And unfortunately, my prosperity is going to take a nosedive. But at least I have merged large tents. That's not too much to bounce back from. I'm more concerned about getting these people functionally up to the level that they should be. Everything else will come later. I'm going to believe that a bathhouse lady situated here will be able to do her work for once in her worthless life. Librarian certainly will. I need to make sure everybody's registered taxes. Need to get those markets working hard and fast. So, market, market, market. They're undesirable neighbors, but too bloody bad. I'm going with the quad market approach here. Yeah, being next to a market is horrible, noisy, smelly. Which is not something I associate with being near a market in Europe, but after being in the Philippines, yeah, I would not want to be tolerating that stench from where I live. And a Filipino wet market really is something. What about your temples, Jake? Well, the gods seem relatively happy, so I don't need to rush them. And I'll be using oracles for desirability. If you mean for getting access for evolution, I don't think that's a priority right now. Prosperity took a nosedive down to 37. No big surprises. Which god will we prefer here? Ceres is there. I like that Mars temple. Oh, bollocks. Remember when this guy was only barely good enough? Yeah, having him devolve and re-evolve means he's stuck there unless I give him something for desirability. Unfortunately, this is the tile. And I can't think of anything I can put that would make him happy. Except, of course, doing what I did last time, which I don't want to do, but... C'est la vie. There you go. Please evolve. Thank you. And now, go back. I don't like doing micro like that, but, you know, he was rock solid for many years until then. I'm sure it'll still be fine. Yeah, it might actually be the wise thing to keep them at small shacks for a while so that they don't buffer too much food. But on the other hand, I can't tax a shack, so I guess we are going up to... Well, I think it might be wiser to bring everybody up to shacks. Because I want to punch my tax rate up to 25%, and them being shacks won't stop me from being able to do that. As long as people get food, they're happy enough. And if they're shacks, they won't stock obnoxious amounts of food, although they stock quite a lot of it. What if I need 2 guessing granaries here? If this stocks up with too much food, that might be a possibility. I'm just very curious how much food the cart pusher returns with. I can't even see the bugger. Where is he? He should be returning from here. But I don't see him anywhere on the road. Aha, there he is.
As cities go, this one seems okay.
Very curious to see how much fish he delivers. The market ladies will make the long journey over there if this one has no fish in it. Because even as the crow flies, this one is closer. Prowler foe says howdy. Caesar 3 takes me way back. It certainly does for me as well. Right, he's just about there. There is 200 meat. There's still 200 meat. 200, 200, 200. 400. And he's not arrived yet. 1,200. So he does bring 800 food at a time. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 6 fisheries going there. I'm not convinced it's going to be efficient enough. I might need a second one. That does introduce too many alternate paths here, which I'm not happy about. But if my goal is to maximize the food, which it absolutely is, I probably should have another one. 2 getting granaries for that, huh? Yeah, I think I need it. How sad, this is going to muck up some of the loops here, but there you go. Right, I reckon enough of these people are fed that I can put on turbo taxes again. Jake, it's December. Oh, man. Oh, man. I said screech at me. One person pings me and that's it. Oh, man, we never checked. I needed to see the before and after on my favor. Now I don't know what it was. Well, thank you, Vino Paolo, for being the one person to ping me. Instead, there's like Chumro saying, if only he wasn't blind. Freaking useless. Right, I don't know how much my favor went down, because I didn't keep note of what my favor was before. I think it was 30. I recall this being the number 30 last time I checked. And I expected it to go down by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, it went down by 7. I think we have cracked the case. Because although favor went down by 7, it's going up by 10. And that is a net positive. Okay, we might be able to dig our way out of this level yet. Exactly like Scipio. A lot of people don't understand this until they stream themselves, but I'm focusing on a game. It's a very, very difficult game, and even though I know it inside out, that only makes it harder because I have all the more information to mentally trawl through. It's mentally fatiguing to also keep in mind every single message coming in. So, of course I'm going to miss one person telling me about that very important thing. That's why I love it when other people stream. And then suddenly, you know, this game that they know very well, they think they can handle it, no problem, they stream it and they fall apart. Oh, it feels so good. Oh, I could lap it up for breakfast, lunch and dinner, their misery. And I do. So thank you, Vino Paolo. Once again, you rise above your peers here. Nothing unusual. I'd love these people to be hovels, then they'd actually pay bloody taxes, but that's not where we're at right now. Even so, let's set them up for paying taxes. And let's have another setup for them paying taxes, because I don't think I need any other service buildings, do I? Yeah, they got their theatre, they got the amphitheatre. What they will, however, need is an actor colony. We will go over and deliver into them much enjoyment. And they'll need a gladiator house as well.
I'd give this city 8 out of 10.
I think it's a bit better than 8 out of 10. Feckless morons around here that don't like my city. Well, my city would certainly get better if I decided to make work for them. Because there's going to be a constant influx of migrants here, more workforce. I'd like to say more workforce, more better. But that'd be a lie. I also need to make sure that I'm stocking up on pottery over here. And it is just pottery that I'm looking for, nothing fancier than that. I don't trust this to work out so well, so I'm going to have 2 getting pottery warehouses. It's relatively far to go and get the pottery. It's not enormous, but I'd still rather just stock up. We have grave difficulty stocking up on pottery for our city, which is kind of sad. I quite like this setup. I might keep them here for the future where I need more boats across here. More fishing boats, that is. Hard to imagine Romans as avid fishermen. But yeah, I want the markets to stock up on fish before I add more evolution for these people, even though I would very, very much like them to be paying me taxes. Ugh, I would really like them to be paying me taxes. Alright, who do we like around here? I'm willing to pull the plug out of Mercury. Sorry, Merkaba, you gotta go. Religious walkers tend to do me quite good. I wonder if he'd actually do the loop from here. Let's find out. We can see his little walking pattern here. I mean, he might just go this far and then turn back, but let's find out.
This city is a reasonable place.
It's better than reasonable, and you can make it even better. Just go like, even to here and I'll be happy. Oh, happiness is rising. Ah, I mean, he got close enough. He satisfied the people nearby there. We'll see how much further he is willing to go. Desirability is going to be a problem, especially near all of these wharves, and since I'm in the money, I can just preemptively build lots of plaza for them. A little bit of lovely gardens there as well. Man, look at them go. The food demands are going to be astronomical, though. I'm still worried about that. They have so far to go to get their fish. Oh, it's horrible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have, what, 39 buildings here? I think I could only manage far less than that. Ach, well. Give me 20 units of furniture, says Toga Boy. I say maybe. How bad could it be if I just told you to go and do one? Because now I'm in the gift-giving mood. Most displeased. You can continue being most displeased with me. Eh. I think this should also start accepting furniture so I have more backed up over here. And then I can set my export limits to be tremendously higher. Did EU5 fix the naval battles? Well, they did eventually, but EU5 is going to have to do something really good to attract me back to it at this point. I think I'll be back to it eventually. It's just right now, what's the point? Like, what experience do you play EU5 for? I've had some very enjoyable campaigns, no doubt about it, but... what's the but? What's the but for? Hang on, I just went and trimmed this off. There we go. I need a way through for my people. It can be hard to see, but I don't want to rotate the map because that can break your ballistae. I still have no idea why. Alright. Old toe rag, here you go. For the first time since the start of the map, we're going to have more than 35 favor. Yeah, wide as an ocean, deep as a puddle. I really enjoy the markets. I love the markets in just West Caesar 3. In other game, EU5. But loving the markets just isn't enough. Contemplating where this individual goes. Gonna shove you over there so you always spawn on this guy. You're gonna walk towards there to get your goods, and if you ever walk over for the pottery, you'll hit them up. And they're already getting some market love. I guess from market ladies that walk over to there. Well, we tried with the religious coverage. It wasn't quite enough. But that's okay. The rest of these will almost certainly be seen to by another religious figure. I don't really want to spare any of these temples. They don't have a huge impact, but they have a very long range. So we're going to spend the extra one on Neptune. Neptune is by far the worst curse we could ever get on this map. It's not even close. I could say that I giga love Neptune, but that's an abhorrent waste of 2 marble, so we won't. There you go. That should deal with you and these guys. And we can put another one down here, potentially also for Neptune, given how much we love him. Nep, nep. Now they're all paying me taxes, which is wonderful. People paying me taxes usually makes me very happy. I'm not the world's biggest casa lover, but it's a damn sight better than having large shacks. I'm giga-taxing right now, so these people are becoming incredibly unhappy with me over time. So I need to sponge up more labor, and the fountains are the best sponges of labor. I feel like there's some kind of joke in that, but it's true. Of course, the larger your population, the larger you're going to have to sponge, but there we go. That takes us down to 4%, and I'm going to go lower than that because we still have migration coming in.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Can't say I do. Right, the pottery is on its way back. The pottery imports continue to suffer. I will probably have to turn off my vine imports. Well, here's the thing. I don't have to disable my wine imports, but what I need to do is make sure that the wine imports are not coming to somewhere that is connected by sea. That is complicated and not something I necessarily want to do. What I could do instead is disable exports of wine. I have to disable the exports of wine eventually anyway, so I might as well make sure that all the vines that I do get are being turned into wine here. And that way, on the very rare occasion where I need some more wine, maybe I don't need to spend money on importing full wine. Alright, very good. That will of course impact our bottom line, but with turbo taxes and most of the city fed and happy, we should be fine on that front. I was under the mistaken impression that this guy would actually go and service these people. There we go. Give them a nice little double or even triple dose of plaza, and then look at that. They're only too happy to pay me taxes. They say, please, Governor. I want to contribute to the well-being of the state. Våra nästa. Yeah, it certainly is the bread and games city right here. Do a lot for our people. Once the pottery flows here, these people are getting catapulted right up to small insulae so they can pay real people taxes, not this fake tax. Look at this, 9 denarii collected so far versus 63 denarii. And why do people like Casa again?
Det här huset betalar verkligen
Så lite skatt.
att det slöseri med min tid.
I don't actually know what that end part there is. I mean, obviously it's not even worth my time, but I don't know the direct Swedish translation. Anyway, what I was meant to be doing was checking that the theatre and the amphitheatre coverage is A-OK here. Boom, shakalaka.
Greetings. I'm new to this place.
Salutations! Life here is all right, isn't it?
It is all right, but I'm still convinced that the food is not going to hold here. We only have half the people here that there will be in due time. And as I've mentioned before, an exodus is on the cards if I have too many people. The pottery has arrived. They're going off to get even more pottery. How? I don't know, though. I cannot believe the pottery strain on this map. It's unreal. Where are the trade boats? Where are they? There you are.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
I'm in dire need of pottery. I have, about none. Crazy, the pottery demands. Does that mean I have to have crappier level housing? Because I can't afford to give them all pottery. There's no way, right? The pottery imports, if I do clear them all, should be enough for 100 houses. But that's a big if. It's May, and the first boat is arriving this year. Oh, we're also arriving all over the faces of those barbarians. The tent master has defeated the invading barbarians, and Caesar has given us materials and men for a triumphal arch. I don't like building that on stream.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Because I'm probably going to make an eternal city on this map and make it a bit more... Once there are no more attacks to be had, I want to make my city such that it is all on this inner part, which I don't think would be too difficult to do, right? I'd tear this down, relocate it to... is there anywhere I could actually do trading on this side? No, because you put little bloody Marocs in the way. Why would you do this? Why do you hate your own map? Good lord, is there even a single dock position here? I think that's done on purpose, right? So you either do trading here in the danger zone, or you do trading here in the crappy zone. Are there any in-betweeners to be had? This is a similarly dangerous and crappy zone. Same with here, and the invasion point's right there. This is no. So even a single dock location here is what I'd love. But it seems the answer is no. Yeah, maybe I can figure something out. Ooh, like this. I mean, it's not ideal, but what I want to do is build a city such that it's all on this side of the river and nothing's on this side. And that's probably what I'll do if I make the city eternal, which I think I will do. It's a beautiful map, and I'd like to make a beautiful city for it. Currently, this is not a beautiful city. I mean, you see this and you know it's not beauty. I might as well just finish off any of my needs for entertainment right now. Ugh, don't look at it, it's hideous. But that should make sure that my entertainment coverage is perfect forever, so that these things never devolve. The population goal is 8,000, we're 4,400 there, and with the amphitheaters we can entertain 8,800 people. And once the theaters actually get their labor access... Well, they're good for 8,000, and this one isn't done yet, so we will be there. The food continues to struggle, and I'm considerably worried about that. However, why worry when you can just take a bath? Let's become real tax-paying small insulae over here, and stop hemorrhaging prosperity over the matter too. Yeah, all the money in the world and no pots to store them in is our real problem here. I'm gonna give some plaza on every other step here, because desirability could be a real problem for these folks. Ah, well, now we do actually have to spend money on that pottery. Hilarious, isn't it? Crazy, isn't it? What's your problem? You're right next to a bajillion gardens and you still think it's undesirable. That's a problem. But it's not an unsolvable problem because I can put an oracle here and it will be guarded. Thing is, the oracle is probably worse than 4 gardens, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's worse than these gardens. Wow. I'm out of ways to make your house better. Except... Jake always has a backup plan. Boom. Never doesn't. He was too far away from the plaza to enjoy plaza desirability. And with that, not a single large casa. Good, because large casa blow. 36 of them. 36? I thought I counted 39. Oh, I probably counted these 3. I'm not opposed to keeping them in hovel form. But it's not really any overhead for me to give them a librarian. Librarian shouldn't have too much of a problem dealing with both of them. But I need to sponge up labor anyway, so here, have a school. They have all the entertainment they could possibly need, and it's no big deal to give them a bathhouse as well. Baths for the smellier Romans. Wow, the water even reaches all the way to you. Yeah, there you go. Like I said, we have unemployment we need to sponge up anyway, so if I can sponge that up in a way that generates more taxes, then that's got to be a good thing. It's ultimately a fight for money anyway. Okay, good. Bring in that pottery.
Another successful... The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
I do not want more vines. To the point where I think I have to stop accepting vines. Yeah, that's it. Just please, I need all the pottery you can give me. The vines days are behind me. No more exporting wine either. We have to make our money off of... Why are there enemies approaching? My army is currently busy. Please return faster. Also, what's left of you? Oh, dear God. They got decimated. They're shaken and they're at half strength. Well, it's a good thing I have 10 trillion towers, but maybe I want 10 trillion and 4. We haven't had this defense tested at all. Previously, it was just these 3 towers and whatever, but now... Did I even have these towers? I'm shocked that we've only been attacked from here once. These towers are almost superfluous. If the enemy ever came here and for whatever reason didn't attack here, but instead powered through here, then it's a nice second line of defense, and there's no point tearing it down, right? The ongoing costs of this is exactly the same as the ongoing costs of any other make work that I have. You're, however, a waste of time. I actually want to get rid of this. It's a real waste of space. I guess I can give it a well, but it's probably too undesirable to even benefit from that. If I get rid of it, these won't function anymore, though. Neither will these. I guess I can stay. Just don't like it. Don't like having tents in my city, period. Librarian hasn't walked down there yet, but it may yet. Just love having this money coming in. How many people are still due to move in? Lots. So our next big move is to make patricians. Fortunately, we've already taken care of the oil, the furniture, and the pottery, although the pottery still needs improvement.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
It is now October, and we've managed to buy 13 out of 40 pottery. And where's the additional trade boat? Oh, it's nowhere. God knows when it'll even show up. But that doesn't change the fact that I need to make patricians my next big goal. Once we have patricians, we've more or less won the map. And then it's just a case of closing out the final population, which I don't have to do with tent labor, because look at all these places that we can generate more food to feed whatever we build here. Could be anything, could even be cliff dwellers, just to style on the map. I probably won't. This map is tough. Let's not go for style points, let's go for winning. Still wish I could get just a bit more fishing done here. Like I said, the situation with the food here remains undesirable. What's your problem? That market gets pottery, so it should definitely be seen to you. Ah, see, there we go. No problems. Librarian refuses to walk over here completely. Yeah, not once has the library gone this side of the 50-50. It's bound to happen eventually, it's just ever so bothersome. I'll give him one last chance to go in this direction. One last chance. Oh, wow. Wait, but he might turn around. Yeah. Cursed Caesar 3 knowledge. If they cut a corner, they will backtrack like that. However, what if he didn't cut a corner? Actually, why is he cutting a corner? I thought they didn't cut corners until they became destination walkers. Be replaced with a school. That's right, you're being fired. And we need to sponge up even more labor. It's called a labor force because I'm forced to cook the books every bloody year. Right, I need to keep track of sending gifts to Caesar, by the way. I've missed him by 20 months. I'll send him some sapphires right now. Imperial favor is 66, and I expect it to go down to 59. It went down to 59. We're in control of the situation. Every December, send Caesar a gift. That's how we get through this.
As cities go, this one seems okay.
Can't believe they're happy with my city of all things. Still not convinced that this is enough food. Nobody's complaining about food stocks though, so maybe it is. I just really don't think that it will be. But that's fine, we just do a slight purge whenever we need to. What's next? What's left to accomplish? Patricians and we win. Patricians will give us the prosperity cap. We already have enough money without them, but that just means that we can comfortably build patricians. And the population is 4918 out of 8,000, but the cap that we have right now is 56,000. After the patricians, it should be closer to 6,800, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less, but whatever the case, it'll be very easy to fill in the last of the population here. So let's get to work. Sorry, beautiful looking trees and everything, but you gotta go. Come on, Toga boy, to demand all of Jake's money to fund the Empire's inflation crisis. Never. Alright, well, save and save often. A lesson I completely forgot during Discworld for some reason. That's why I have to torture myself with going through some of that again. It's alright, I'll quickly do it off stream. What day is it today? Genuinely forgotten. Today is Friday, and I have Discworld on the dock for tomorrow. Okay, good. I've also got DDR on the dock for tomorrow. Maybe not so good. I'm a tired man, you see. Right, well, this time I can actually use the planning map mode to properly plan with governor houses. I do not want to test how triumphal arches work in planning mode. Yeah, what if it breaks? Well, you know, so what if it breaks? Look at it go! It's a thing of beauty. Yeah, I had a funny feeling that wouldn't work in testing mode, because it's got some unique properties. You don't have DDR in the dock tomorrow? Ah, you don't think I do. But remember, the best DDR player is whoever played it last. And I plan on staying the best. So I have this idea in my head. The idea is... Yep, that's the idea. Very good, Jake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... I should really run the numbers before I commit to this. 9 of them seem quite nice. And I want these to be medium palaces. Although this guy getting enough desirability to be a palace might be a bit tough. Only a bit, though. They're going to need their wharves down here that go into a granary, so they get their fish. And probably... Oh, gosh. How do they get quickly over here? I don't want them to go up and down and round for getting goods. I want them to go over here. I think I might have to maneuver you into a new position. Ooh, air. It's not the end of the world if I also put one of you here now, is it? This is not meant to be done in planning mode, though. I want the real thing. Yeah, that'll water you. Okay, so I think I'm going to need and or want a low bridge over here just so that people can get around for goods. Yeah, because I'll need some getting thingers. I'm going to run the numbers quickly just to make sure that this will be enough to get my prosperity up to, what is it, 90? I hope it's 90. 90 should be no problem with medium palaces. And there's no reason I can't have medium palaces. I could go all the way up to luxury palaces if I want to, but I always find them a bit tacky. And what is it? Something like 40 small insulae, and let's just imagine we have, I don't know, like 5 loads of small tents. And we have grand insulae. How many grand insulae do we have? Don't need to count them. We know that there are 30 of them. And that's like 140 max prosperity. So even if we only had 6 medium palaces, we're there. Even if they were, let's say they were grand villas and I had 6 of them, that would still hit the limit. Okay, good. So what we have here is essentially the upper end of what we care to achieve. Alright, shouldn't be a problem. That can't reach you. I feel like I've been doing more and more of these cliff dwellers. Am I getting obsessed? Why is there a bridge here? I needed that for a very thing I did quite a long time ago. Away you go. That was to get labor access for a shipyard that made the ships for these 2, frankly, very important wharves, because this is an immense amount of fish they can get. They don't even have to, well, this one doesn't have to move away from his own dock to his own wharf to go and start fishing. So he just keeps throwing loads of fish in there for me, which I'm very grateful for. Right, this is a fine enough loop, but it doesn't hit all the people, right? You get hit. You don't get hit. Does that mean I have to say that I can't have you? I mean, you're fine. You are fine. You're also fine, kind of. This point, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, you're pretty good. But getting them over here is a bit more troublesome. This one's definitely fine. But this is not. Yeah, this whole area is cannot city. You're A-okay there. And you're A-okay there. And you're fine here. And you're fine there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, 8 is also fine. As I said, the desirability for them might be a bit of a struggle, but... You know, at what point am I not struggling when playing Caesar 3 custom maps? People have really perfected the art of making some truly horrendous experiences. In terms of difficulty, in terms of actually enjoying the game, it's top-notch. At least for me. And in the end, isn't that what we all just want? Me to enjoy myself? As is often the case, I use these... Why did that delete that? That didn't infringe upon its position. How strange. Huh, how very strange. Well, let's not worry about it when we could instead not worry about it. Right, some way or another I need a loop that works with all of this nonsense. And it is nonsense. How long is this? Quite long, but not inconceivably long. I could do something like this. Or even this. It's going to need a lot of oracles to keep them happy. That much I'm certain. That doesn't seem too bad. This offshoot could be a problem. It will be a problem. How do I solve this conundrum? Could put the entertainment buildings around here, so they're probably going to walk down there as well as anywhere else, but these guys could really suffer. What I could do is make sure most of the service stuff is around here, so then chances are they go around there and also down to here, because there are 3 of them. This is not nothing. Why do you even need a loop? More space. Because they need a lot of desirability boosters around here. I don't think there's going to be enough desirability just coming from this and the inherent +10 from here. I probably shouldn't be doing cliff dwelling. I should be doing something more sensible, but sensible's flown out the window long ago in this map. So they get their fish and probably their goods from here. Yeah, fish and goods, and they'll get their wheat and vegetables from up here. Because this is a much more safe loop for the market ladies to go around. Which means they need a half-decent granary location. That's a pretty nice granary location. Is it though? Where's the nearest fishing point? Fishing point's over there. That's really close for you. That actually means that the granary needs to be more like... Ooh, that's good. That's a really nice granary position. Sold. Alright, that'll get in their food no bother, or at least not much bother. I want to make sure that these guys get plenty of labour access from the get-go. This seems quite... no biggie, really. I'll probably get rid of it later on once the rest of these guys are fully operational. Now... awkward moment. Where do I build these? Oh, this is really awkward. This is like the worst layout for a merger here. Because I need the housing to be here or here. Either of these two being a merger is fine. Or even these two would be almost okay. As it happens... Actually need you there, of all places? Oh, that is rancid. But rancid or not, it's what we're dealing with. Yeah, because from there, you do get serviced. Okay, how about you then? That is quite nice. Is it? Is it really? That is quite nice. Yeah, there you go. Wait, that doesn't even work. No, it does, because you're going to grow out to here, and you're going to grow out to here. Okay, that's fine. And then there are these ones. Please don't cause me problems. Doesn't look like they want to cause me problems. That one works amazingly well there, and this one works amazingly well here. Beautiful. How about you? You are similarly causing me a significant lack of problems. How about you? That's good. Beautiful even. And then how about you guys? Oh, problems arising now, it seems. They wait until the last moment. They lull me into a sense of security. That's interesting. How were you even ghosted there? How did it look? Ah, there was shrubbery in the way. Okay, we're fine then. Das ist gut. Das ist nicht gut. You barely operate from there, but barely isn't good enough. I need you here, and you need to grow from there. So regrettably, it's going to look more like that. But it'll work. 1 patrician, 2 patrician, 3 patrician, 4, 5 patrician, 6 patrician, 7 patrician, 8. And then we'll figure out everything else. Basic labor access, the food is here. More awkward questions remain, though. The biggest one being food types. I need to get them... No, that's fine. I need to get the food over here, but that's going to introduce quite a few problems. There's not a ton of space here, and it needs to be 2 food types. It's going to introduce some walker variants. Not only that, but these guys hate traveling far. He's thinking, he's thinking. Yeah, wheat farms hate traveling far with their wheat. I don't know exactly how far they can go, but I feel like it's 15 tiles at most. I mean, you from here, like 15 tiles doesn't even get you here, really. So the granary needs to be very, very close. I need to start filling up said granary. And they need some crappy labor access, which fortunately I can give them. Why is that even there? You're just causing problems for me. But yes, crappy labor access can be brought just about anywhere here. Fortunately, this works fine. And there she goes. What is this even doing here these days? It was for long ago Caesar demand for wheat. Well, that is long since passed, so away it goes. I want to make absolutely sure this has no connection with the old loop, so this has to go. All of that has to go. There's always been enough food here, it's not a problem. Further, unfortunately, we need to get going on the vegetable production. I'm disheartened by that. I'd rather have more wheat than veggies, but we'll start with this. The veggies can travel considerably further. So maybe even put their granary over here or something. Yeah, my concern is that walkers end up off the road and walking towards this granary, which I'd really, really like them to not do. I'll make this road zigzag so that the cart pushers will have an easier time of it. They'll just walk clean across it rather than go dit. And this is the granary for veggies, and this is the granary for wheat. No problems so far. Where's the engineering? Well, there it is now. Hopefully that's enough. Shouldn't go and hope alone. No good one-by-one locations for things here. Ah, I tell a lie. This is a good one-by-one location for things. The rest we can figure out as we go. We'll get our initial workers in, we'll get these in, and I will get my warehoused goods in. Now that I've made this nice off-road area, it's actually not too bad to start shoving in the warehouses over here. But I said the warehoused goods would be over here, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay, well, stop talking nonsense, Jake, and start talking shop. Very undesirable land here, but this is a very temporary setup. The houses here will go away in due time. You can get oil and wine because both are very close by, but I need a dedicated pottery and furniture one because pottery and furniture are... pottery in particular is really iffy for supply. So, furniture, pottery. Get the pottery. Get the oil, get the wine, and please get the furniture. So furniture, wine, oil, pottery, all sorted. So like I said, goods and fish here, vegetables and wheat here. Get them in, get them built. It should be quite easy to get all the supplies and services. It should be less horrible than normal to get them their desirability. Unemployment's certainly looking like a number right now. I've seen a few in my time. Gonna give a bit more temporary labor here just to make sure everything's sped up. I will desire to delete it once we have our patricians, because patricians do give labor access. For the longest time I thought that they did not, but I was full of nonsense. They absolutely do. Oh yeah, that's my city. Bathhouses, personal villas, luxury palace, Colosseum, Senate, large temple, hippodrome. All of the above. Actually, the Colosseum is a real consideration. Ah, but I have excellent position to put it over here. When I consider massive, chunky buildings like the Colosseum, I always think, how can I take up the least space on the loop or the road or whatever? And a position like this is really nice, because it's just occupying that one place of road. The one in red right there, when I put it there. It's good. Contrary to putting it somewhere like here, and it's taking up tons of possible space. Yeah, don't like that. Although sometimes your hand is forced. My hand is not feeling very forced right now. The people are very pleased with you. I'd like them to be a bit more than very pleased. Also, I feel like I missed sending Caesar's gift. I did not. I did it 3 months ago. I just spent forever on this patrician planning loop. I'm very happy with these Grand Insulae. Ah! Well, Caesar wants 2 trillion wine, but does that actually improve city mood when your people come back? Because they're still just very pleased with me. Anyway, my units are returning. They regain morale on the walk home. That's lovely. But now they need to regain their troop numbers. Do I even want to give Caesar that wine? That's a ton of wine to give the old toad. I'm thinking we just say no, because if I give him that wine, then I have to import the wine now. And I don't really want to import 4,000 denarii worth of wine for him. I think we tell him to suck it. That said, I do have wine at the ready to replace it with. Not really. This wine is at the ready to replace the wine that's going over here. I'm torn here. I really want to tell the old toad to sod off. I guess I'm not that torn. I do really want to do that. Let's make sure this place is safe. Make sure it's very safe. I don't want anything burning down here. Truth be told, this land should also be safer. Patricians need to not burn down as well. It's in the vibe. 4,000 denarii of wine for Rome or not. All you have to do is poke the toads. I'll keep those toads in mind then. Deeply displeased with the idea of giving Togaboy all that wine. He doesn't seem to be grateful for it. That said, I'm pretty bloody rich. How long do I have? We got 2 years to think about it. Let's see how the patrician growing goes first. In the meantime, I still need to make some make work. Do you need favor more than you need the money? Yes, but... no buts there. I just don't feel like giving him that kind of money. It's way too much money to give him for no good reason. You know, the merger map mode makes doing stuff like this so much easier. Not easy in a gameplay sense, easy in a taxing my own sanity sense. Just keep everything above board here. Nice merger. This can't merge, much as we want it to. We'll rearrange the road later on. Not very good labor access to these people, but it is some, and it might even be enough. We get the initial fish in, and then these people are going to be eating. Slight problem that I may have overlooked. How do I water these people? How do I keep overlooking water? It's like the simplest thing you do for your people, and I keep forgetting about it. That water won't reach these people. Water here would. Okay, I hope those carts aren't currently picking stuff up, because these guys are moving up one. I need the reservoir here for these poor patricians. Is that even going to be enough? 1, 2, 3, 4. Barely, but yes, it will be enough. Okay, good. Dun, 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 dun. What was it? You were getting wine and oil, and you were getting furniture. My poor, thirsty Romans. I shouldn't put you there. I should maximize potential desirability, because I might need a garden there just to make things count. You're going to need that, and then you guys are going to get whatever. Whatever and wherever. It's actually quite nice positioning, the reservoir there. Hits virtually all of them. You are a pain in the arse. It's just barely out of range. Even for this, that can't be right. That's because it's not right. It's fine. And just shove this even over here and you get covered. That's nice. This is a really nice place for an oracle, so I really don't want to put my water there. Alternatives don't exist. You know, I was planning on using this for a farm of sorts, but now I don't need to, do I? No, I really, really don't. I mean, I guess I could have some vegetables, but I don't want to disturb the loop here. So the message here is that I can bring the water further down like so. Now, does that help in any conceivable way? Kind of. It allows me to put the fountain here, which does not impede anybody's growth. There we go. Alright, large tents galore. Except for these guys, but like I said, these guys are surplus to requirements as soon as we can get rid of them. I guess I start feeding my people on fish rather than wheat. I want to build up the wheat and the veggies, and there should be a lot of surplus fish coming in on this end. Now, markets are kind of desirable when you're more than 3 distance away from them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just perfectly not right, isn't it? Even so, the markets are still going to have a desirable effect from here. It's just, is that worth it when I'd rather have oracles there? The answer's probably no. Meerkat, meerkat. Meerkat. Nice 3x3 availability here. Let's not infringe upon that. And let's never trust that our people don't... Ah, hell, I'll have 1 market there. Maybe overkill in the markets, considering they need even more over here, but never trust your patricians. They smash so many pots, they set fire to so much furniture. They grease themselves up in so much oil. Ah. Wait, don't I already have 2 attacks incoming? And we also have the bare-chested blue pants tribe on their way. You know, in English, pants means trousers. Well, the way they use it, at least. It's actually your underwear. Where's my army? Oh, they're still walking home. Good lord. Kinda glad I got these built while we still have immigration. Well, whatever. Let's get our goods. Where the hell's my pottery? Why do I never have any bloody pottery?
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
I need that stuff, man. Yeah, in my head I meant the way they use pants is actually trousers for us. Ooh, God, alright, the pajama warriors are out in force. Fortunately, as I've covered in the past, they get brutalized by heavy infantry. That said, my heavy infantry are already a bit brutalized, so I'm torn about this one. I don't think I'll actually face any losses, let's be confident. But they're Speedy Gonzales, so let's not waste time putting our troops into position, including you. There's a high temptation to face tank with my javelins, just to prevent losing any heavy infantry arms, but I don't think that's necessary. I hope it's not necessary.
Ooh, I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Oh! Wow, Lucky's threading that needle. Only to engage with the boys. Wait, Lucky won!
Ooh, I love coming here. Business is going
No,
very
no, he
well.
got shanked to death. He's all getting shanked to death. Alright, well, journey into my city does not guarantee you safety. I still think the food here won't hold. The first carloads are coming in.
Cities go. This one seems okay.
The furniture, the wine, the other stuff. There's some backup wine still coming in. Nary a consideration. Contemplating how and where things get built here. I would love to build some large temples for these guys just because I think they look good, but I can't spare the marble. Not the cost of the marble, but the throughput.
Dockers are collecting some goods
Because
we're
I need
buying from a warehouse.
every bit of marble, every bit of pottery throughput I can
I
get.
can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
It's like waiting for a bus. Right, 2 of them have come in. A fishing boat? What's it doing there? Your nearest point is there. That's really, really bad. Oh well. Anyway, boys in blue, bring it on. No, stop killing Lucky. They're deciding to take the chewing on my walls route. Which is fine, the walls are there to be chewed on. Oh, God! That's a lot of them. So they did what the Blue Pants tribe is most dangerous for, which is diamonding up and punching through. And they can just punch through an entire whole load of your Roman legions and then go for whatever's behind. That's why you want the backup of other ways of killing behind them. Whew. Alright, well, what's the damage? Well, the damage is not that much, except that I have more armies coming in to kill me. And I need to replace these, but fortunately we still have a road connection to the existing barracks. Jiminy crickets, that was a little bit grim. Maybe they need a bit more wall to chew on over here. Oh, this is news I could do without. I hope they're not attacking me from the south. Okay, they're not. That is good. It's also kind of annoying that they're not going to get the morale rout that we just caused. This is a problem. My army's already beaten up from the Empire service, obviously. The Huns are coming after I've already been attacked, and more Huns are coming. Is more wall more better? Yes and no. After a point, what does more wall even achieve? Slows them down, but you know, this is all I've got to throw at my foes right now. It's worth remembering that even if all of this falls, we do have this. Might not be much, but it's something. There is also the forbidden technique. Well, it's not forbidden. Do it plenty. But depending on the number of Huns on their way, I might need to conscript some prefects. Which I can. It's certainly not impossible. We're at the ready here. But I'd want to position it so that they actually walk into the enemy, rather than trusting them to figure out that we're under attack. Oh, well, I think my units want at least a little minute to stop and catch their breath before these guys unload on me. Well, they're murdering Lucky. I'm not sure I can give them a minute's rest. Nah, you need to get in there. Even the pandas, especially the pandas. The only unit that I'm going to spare here... Yeah, even the health isn't very good. They're going to die in combat pretty rapidly. Which is going to be a huge hit to me economically, among other ways that I get hit. Face them in field, an open battle! Like in Cannae or Teutoburg Forest. Well, winning arguments like that. How can I say no? Heavy infantry's taking a while to arrive, sir. These guys are gonna get mulched. Oh dear. I was a little slow. Let them get shot a little bit. And then good, just in time. Why? I know why, but come on. The engineer never decided to walk over to that prefect. Believe. Keep believing. Continue the believing. Hope dies last. Alright. Stop this. Heavy infantry really bad at dealing with projectiles if they're not in tortoise formation. Alright, we beat them back, but my army is in tatters right now. We need some R&R. Fortunately, I have the weapons and the barracks is working at full pelt. Unfortunately, that is time that we're not going to have to replenish these losses, the walls and such. We'll get them back, though. Whew, okay. Fire risk has been taken care of. Okay, we got the pottery, we got the wine, we got the oil, we got the furniture. Shouldn't be too difficult to lift these people into patrician hood. Still unsure if I want to give this to Toga Boy. I'm thinking about it. I'm going to send him a gift, though. A golden chariot. Does it make any sense to put more towers behind the road, running behind the current towers as a safeguard? You mean if they blow through this, I have some backup towers? I guess. My concern isn't that they'll come this way. My concern is they go this way. Because if they come this way, I've got this. Because they're probably not going to path into these towers. They're going to path along here because they probably have attack orders for my food or my gold stores or whatever else you can do attack orders for. Making enemies have attack orders is so deadly. Because they don't hang around for ages before they just charge on in. Right, despite the next attack being imminent, we really need our units to lick their wounds. I hope it's not here, but at least if it is here, we've got a lot of towers ready to immediately mulch them. There's a lot of things a man can hope for. Anyway, I need these patricians. Oh, I don't need them, but I need that prosperity to raise, so I suppose I do need them. Right, how are we doing this then? Religion. We freaking love Neptune, and everyone else is a bit cheesed off by it. So Ceres, Mercury, Mars, and Venus I can do. I can have it close to their homes. It gives a desirability boost, but there are other better boosts to do. But on the other hand, I might as well have them here, right? Yeah, there's your Ceres. There's your your Mercury. Here's your Mars. Desirability here might be tough. Mars might be a bit superfluous there, so I'll put Mars over here. And then I'll put Venus probably over here. Maybe here? I'll put you there. 4 is one more than necessary, but they're getting 4 anyway. That's stupid, right? If I don't need that Venus, don't have that Venus. That said, these guys might not get all their religion, but I can put it down here if need be. Anyway, religion's taken care of. Entertainment. As I said, the Colosseum should go here. Unfortunately, I might actually have to put it here. Otherwise, these guys probably won't get Colosseum and entertainment. I hate to say that, but I think it's true. Put a Colosseum here then. And the amphitheater could probably go here. With a similar argument that there's a good chance that the walker will go down there. Oh, it could go over here. But the desirability will be difficult. Very difficult. I'll put it over there. Just have a entertainment region over here. They are, of course, going to need their lions. They are, of course, going to... Why did I put the lion house there? It's an undesirable neighbor. Very undesirable, in fact. Put the actor colony near the housing. And let's at least pretend to try to give that housing some sort of nicety. Don't like tents. So let's at least pretend. We're overflowing on wheat, so let's catch up on the veggie making. Give it some nice plaza. But we do still need the lion house and the gladiatorial school. So all the entertainment is hopefully taken care of. I don't know which way the entertainment walker's going to walk. Just need them to come down here and along here. Might be tough, especially the Colosseum. If the Colosseum doesn't come down here, I'm in a lot of trouble. Not a lot, actually. I can put a gladiator school here, but then I'm in a lot of desirability trouble. And that is a lot. Actually, it can't fit there because this thing needs to expand to this size. Well, I'm still in trouble then, but maybe I can figure something out. I'd probably remove the amphitheater and then shuffle the Colosseum around until it works somewhere. The trouble with shuffling a Colosseum is it's a 500 denarii shuffle job. I don't like shuffle jobs. I will want a forum here, so I definitely tax these people. Wait, no, if I'm going to be taxing people, tax them down here. Forum is a slightly desirable neighbor, but it's not huge. Whereas getting my tax money is huge. And I'm absolutely sure that they do pay it, so it's forum and forum. Don't worry, this counts as road access, so people can get through here. But it doesn't count as a road for adjacency for buildings, so also don't worry about it. Education. The academy is a brilliant, desirable neighbor. So the academy fits very well here. So it goes there. Schools are annoying. Schools are very annoying. School might work here. We'll give it a go. Libraries are significantly less annoying. It'll probably work from here. I don't like it there. I prefer it here. Because I also need a hospital. And this seems like a fine place for a hospice. And I also need a doctor and a barber. Bum ba bum bum bum. Barbers are desirable neighbors. Doctors are not. Hospitals are undesirable neighbors. Actually, that's most of what they need. What's all this dead space up here? Whose idea was it to have a loop here? Someone who's loopy, I'm telling you. Alright, we have a spare... Or we have a need for workforce. More workforce. Probably even more workforce because all the things I built are just walking around finally getting their labor access. There we go. What does that mean? Oh, more enemies on the way. Wonderful. 15, 11, 4. 11, 10, 4. I've had better numbers of troops in the past. Like a few minutes ago. I need my barracks spitting out units here. I don't want to fill up the tower yet, although there are probably some people that say towers are so much better I should have those instead. Venus is extremely unhappy that I didn't give her a temple despite humming and hawing about it. I think she might have a point. Yeah, she might have a point. I will give her a temple. Shove it over there. As expected, desirability is going to be a problem. That will help you guys, at least. But what's really going to happen is oracles up the wazoo. Unfortunately, I'm not made of them. I can only cram out 5 of them. What I could do is a triumphal arch. I would need to think about where my biggest desirability need would be. And the answer is probably... Where is it? Here. Now, the fun thing about our triumphal arch is that it is a bit broken. You see there are 2 triumphal arch things here. One of them goes like bottom left to top right, and then bottom right to top left. On this one, that one right there, not this one here, it works as a gatehouse. It actually blocks walkers. Could be useful, could not be, but it would definitely work against me over here. So it's a hard thing to place over there. There's not enough space for it here, unless I put it here. And then it doesn't really affect enough people. I think I'll just hold off and not use the triumphal arch. I'll save it for later. One thing I haven't given these people is a bathhouse. Boy, I've given them everything they need down here. I should give them at least something up top, right? The bathhouse does need to reach, mind you. I'll put it there in the hopes that it reaches down that way. If it doesn't, I'll put it on the lower area. It needs some fresh water from this trickle or puddle or whatever it is. And then Toga Boy still wants all that wine, and I still don't really want to give it to him. Do double, triple, etc. barracks help? Yes. If you put down, let's say, 4 barracks, then it'll pump out troops 4 times the speed. However, only one of the barracks will receive weapons, and weapons are needed for the legionnaires. However, multi-barracks is a disgusting exploit that shouldn't be used. You're only intended to have 1 barracks, in the same way you're only intended to have 1 hippodrome. However, if you put down a barracks and then put down a second barracks before the first one has labour access, you can put down a second one. And in fact, you can spam an arbitrary number of barracks that way. But it's an exploit and I don't use it. It was recommended to use for this scenario, but I still don't want to use it. Too cheap for this governor. Don't mess with this governor. Alright, well, the food is flowing. A bunch of things are flowing. Would you look at that? Already got ourselves some small insulae. The desirability will likely continue to be a problem. I don't want to build oracles. What can I do other than oracles? Of course, my own personal house. Yeah. See, the governor's house has a boost of 10 desirability at range 3. But maybe I can do even better by putting in governor villas. Yeah, my own personal assortment of villas for people to enjoy living next to. They're not cheap, but neither am I. Does this make a statement? We're doing it. My home from home, and my holiday home. Don't forget my tax-deductible London home. Doesn't have enough range to actually be useful from there, but, you know, it does from here. will actually affect you when you grow, which is impressive. Would work from here as well. Kind of. Alright, there you go. What do you think of that? They probably think it's deplorable. I'm going to leave myself a bit more space around the back here just in case I need it. Do you need a senate or a forum? I have a forum right here, and I have another forum right here. If I was very, very paranoid about them still not paying their taxes, I could put down more, but I don't think it's that necessary. Jake could be a modern politician, doesn't earn anything, somehow has 10 villas. Well, despite my rank affording me no money, I am allowing myself lots of money. And just as well I am. I need that extra 3 favor a year, which is what I'm getting out of it.
Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho, tá?
Jump scare Brazilian. That bathhouse lady is going to do what she always does, which is not what I want her to do. Just once I need her to walk down here. She has 4 different walk cycles. Just one of them walk down here, please. Huh? Ugh, okay, you're smegging useless, so you are. There you go. As a Brazilian, I was jump scared. Good. Brazilians are the devil's kith and kin. Gotta keep making a statement. I can make another statement over here. That is a bit intense, though. Maybe I could build something other than 2 million of my own personal villas. Oddly enough, they're not getting hospital access. Why not? No, I misread hospital for furniture. They all have hospital access. But the furniture will come in here. The market ladies are doing their jobs.
Will that be a shave or a trim, citizen?
Ja, denna stad, ja, den verkar fungera väl.
Oh, ja, no. Freaking Swedish, man. Why does it exist? To my immense surprise, the librarian is failing on their simple task of running around here. They get that far and give up. That is unacceptable. So I'll put you there instead. Unemployment's a little too high for my liking. There we go. Just keep it safe at 3%. Desirability, huh? Those two should help, and then you'll grow, and then you'll be in the range of more desirability. Wait, no barber access. This barber's doing a paltry job here. Alright, there you go. I don't mind having multiple barbers. I only employ 2 people each.
There's no space for this lot anywhere in the city.
Not a concern. What is a concern is that I need marketplaces over here that stock up on the different kinds of food. So we gotta get them that. Wait, isn't that way too far for you to get wheat or other things? Oh, it's almost good enough, but that's not good enough. I'm okay with them being this close. They are, after all, intended to go and get food. For which they don't need to be that anal retentive about doing the loops perfectly of. As long as they just occasionally come down here with the goods, they're fine. The markets down here are far more important. They bring out, well, all the other stuff. To the point where I worry about their position, because if they don't walk over here often enough, that's going to end up causing some devolution problems. And you really, really don't want devolution problems in your patricians. It's much worse than anywhere else. Large in Chile is a good sign, because the next step up from that needs their extra food type. We have a bit of pottery on the back burner, which is nice. This is a bit of time of peace, allowing my units to replenish, which is also nice. I like nice things. They don't need a fifth priest. They don't even need 4, they just need 3. Still on the fence about giving Toga Boy his wine. I mean, why should I? He'll be unhappy, but... You know, favor's growing, and that's a lot of money's worth of wine. For some reason, my money is trending down. What's happening there? The imports are going sky high, and of course I don't export as much as I used to. How unfortunate. Oh well, the sooner these people become patricians, the better. So I didn't mean to make kissy sounds there. Oh, crap. Although I built you here, I need to move this. So actually that's a 400 denarii expense. Whoops. Anyway, please become patricians rapidly. I need it badly. Well, they're supposedly going and getting that food. Two engineer posts here have now both failed this prefect.
Greetings.
Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho, tá? Não se preocupe.
This city is a reasonable place.
I'm sure that's what they're all saying. Let's get rid of those crappy tents over there.
I've been thrown out of my home.
You become superfluous is what you have. Everyone's looking good, they just need their multiple types of food, and now... Wow, we still haven't been attacked from the entry point for a second time. I'm a little concerned, well, I'm a lot concerned about this. However, I have what might be considered a cunning plan. Since my troops need to be on the war march right now, it's something of a perfect time to have these get their, they get their ballista. And they should get their ballista mid-fight. I'm not going to make the same mistake I made last time and not have my units in position, though. That was bad. Ugh, those poor Uras. Should they even get involved? Yes, they should. Because heavens knows how bad it's going to get. I'll leave these ones around. They might get another unit or two before the fight properly starts. Starting to see why multi-barracks was encouraged on this map. Let's add in a few bits and pieces here as they slowly but surely get their second and third food types out of these granaries. Lucky gets shot to death on his way out with his new purchases. Desirability shouldn't be a problem anywhere around here with all of my own private abodes nearby. Same for you, I guess. Well, not when you become a 3x3 at least. Till then, it might be a bit of a struggle. But now that you are this size, I can actually pull this back. Ugh, I'll wait for you to become a patrician. I got bigger concerns at my front door right now. These attacks really are not letting up, are they? And there is another attack on its way. Alright, well, get to it. I still somewhat believe in these guys taking the brunt. They should take the initial shots from the archers, because I don't mind these guys dying so much as I do my heavy infantry. Oh, unless they want to rush into Malay, that's a different story altogether. Fascinating. All right, they're on the ropes. Continue to be the armor for my heavy infantry and chase them away with pointy sticks. Beautifully handled. Whew. As a poor Roman just becomes one with the soil. Okay, glad I added these guys at the last minute. That was some good thinking by me. Means I don't need this anymore. What's this? I knew it. There are food problems. Several of these guys are running out of food. Alright, well, away you go, away you go. If we must reduce the amount of people living here, then so be it. There's really no skin off my nose. And reduce it by that much and see if that helps. Yeah, these guys are struggling as well. Maybe I need to reduce it by more. I can destroy a small tent if I see a small tent. Or a large tent, rather. Hey, during that fight, we ended up with some patricians. Oh, that's excellent news. Also, look at that very lucky amount of denarii that we got there. Ding, ding. The doctor, of all people, are not making their rounds. Huh. That's easily sorted, but it's still mysterious. I guess this loop is just a little bit too big to be comfortable. These guys, unsurprisingly, don't like how undesirable it is nearby. Have the oracles of multitudes of sins and whatnot. And now I have to do almost the unthinkable, begin importing wine. By doing that, these guys will evolve into palaces. There you go, Caesar, take it. Oh, it's February. I missed my opportunity to send him a burial mask. There you go. Satisfied with me. I could be maxing it out a bit more by giving my money back to the city before paying Caesar. And I probably should. It's the right thing to do. Okay, this needs to be done. And it's a little painful, but let's have more of my personal accommodations. I'm not sure I want one more of them. They're very expensive. But they are desirable, and they don't cost me in the same way that other things do. There we go. As we intended from the get-go. That does mean that I can put some nice things here. We like nice things. Didn't we screw somebody out of a temple? No, we didn't. Could still put nice things here, but let's do that. Yeah. Looking good. Yes. And it's not that far from the entry point, all things considered, so I should be able to get my patricians in here en masse without having to wait for too long. Oh, it's so nice seeing patricians grow like this. This is your ultimate desirable point here, meaning that we would go very well with a... can't quite fit an oracle there. Could fit an oracle here, though. We love oracles, after all. Wait, why in the world am I missing all these people? Oops. When I deleted all those people from their houses, I forgot I need to get rid of the make work that I made for them. Ouch. Gotta be careful, because if you let your employment numbers fall too much, or your unemployment numbers, then you might end up not enough people working the services for your patricians, and your patricians devolve, and you're very, very sad. And I've been sad before. Completely failing here. Let's look health, clinic. It's going everywhere but here. Despite you being there, right? Stop fannying around and get over there. You want just a little bit more desirability, do you? Not sure I can do little bit. Ach, I can try. Fun thing about small temples is they still have a range of 6 for desirability. When you're 6 away from a small temple, you do get a... Oh, how much is it? It's a 2 boost. Would 2 get you through? Current desirability here is... maxing out at 60. And a medium palace needs... 74. But there's a plus 10 bonus for being high up. So actually, if I put down 2 little temples, maybe a 1 for you and a 1 for you, this should... Plonk. Wonderful. Plaza aplenty, because you deserve it. Do you deserve anything, though? You've already force merged, so I can complete what I originally had planned for you by doing that. Some of these people would love to evolve if given half the chance. You're meant to evolve down in this direction. Why is this even here? I must have put it there with good measure. Oh, right, it was to make the building, the house exist? No, that doesn't sound right either. Whatever, away you go. It's unnecessary. You're beautiful as you are, but you can be even more beautiful. Oh, yes. Oh, no. You don't like being near a prefecture, but the prefecture stops you from burning to death, so... Do we believe any of that? Can't quite fit my own personal house here. I could, of course, go crazy with 1, 2, 3 oracles, but... Point here is 46, which is 56. Just a little bit more here and we're good, but it's getting a bit difficult to pack desirability over to that point right there. Well, difficult is not impossible, though. Like I said, double oracle here would go a long way. I see more large tents. Large tents have got to go. Well, that eats into my unemployment, something fierce. Yeah, they are struggling on food over here, as I expected they would, which is becoming a bigger problem for my city as I'm struggling on workforce. However, I can save some workforce by turning off my wine industry because I already import 2 types of wine. I already have Massilian wine and Narbonne wine. So yeah, I can disable my wine industry. And that's going to save me... There it is. It's going to save me some workers. Quite a lot of them, I might add. This guy remains a problem. Pottery is struggling. Pottery is also backed up everywhere. Maybe it's not as struggling as I'm making it out to be. So I'm going to do this. I want you to grow. I want you to grow more. Okay, well, Caesar wants all of my oil. Fine. I'm being attacked when I have an incoming attack. And my army is still battered and bruised from the last encounter. At least it's the boys in blue, but yeah, as we've seen before, they have their own problems. Why do these guys lose their projectile every now and then? Strange, isn't it? Do they need to have their road access? Anyway, the boys in blue don't wait around. Or the blue trouser, bare-chested tribe, whatever you want to call them today. I'm unsure if I even want to have you engage the enemy. I don't. I'm going to let you staff up a bit. Because you cost weapons and you're the more tricky throughput thing here. Yeah, look at the devolutions here. It's very sad. No food from market. Commerce. Food stocks. Food stocks are too low, sire. Alright, fine. Away you go. I'll keep deleting them until we stop having food problems. But we are seriously having employment problems. I need to bring in more people for this city quite soon. So at the start of next year, I'm going to expand this into a fairly normal plebeian housing area. I think these guys will flesh out a bit. We just need the food to catch up. There's certainly no employment issues for these guys. Oh, nice. They became a shack. Does that mean you could also be a shack? I want you to be better. Plaza's better. Hold on, how in the God's name do you still not have clinic access? There's a clinic next door to you. This clinician only walks this way. Stop doing that. At least you affect this guy, but that's not good enough. This one needs it. Cliff dwellers are cool, but they can take a lot of work to make work.
I've got nowhere to live.
Yeah. Blue Trousers Warriors are working on that. Oh my god! Keinwyn, you do know this is exactly what makes the bare-chested warriors so incredibly dangerous. The fact that they just punch through your army like this. Normally you can offset that by having a wide enough tortoise formation, but we're not allowed that because of the military academy loss. When you lacked employment, you lost the ballista. Ooh, interesting. Well, at least I got some of it back. This is a paltry army that I have ready for them. I'll win, but at what cost? I think I need you here, actually. But I don't want you there. I want to replenish my soldiers while I can. Alright, we'll have to make do with this then. Come and have a go. Christ, that's a lot of them. Is it perhaps too late to consider the privileges? Just in case. Nice shot for nothing. Ah, they're being idiots. Good. And I just saw a prefect engage. Good, we need more of that, not less of it. Bye, tower. Oh, wow. Get up on the tower. That right there is why I seldom use only legionnaires. Just having these guys constantly lob pointy sticks at them did a lot of work in that fight. And we were able to regain another couple of legionnaires during the downtime. Alright, not bad.
Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho, tá?
It is tudo perfeito. Thank you, Brazilian man. Right, the villa would love to grow. If it grew, would it have more desirable land? Oh, yeah, enormously desirable land. I just need this thing to grow a tiny bit. So I'll let it grow a tiny bit. There we go, and now it loves where it lives and it will grow even more. You might have noticed that the fountain itself changed. The fountains change depending on the desirability of their tile. And another thing of note is that patrician buildings exude desirability themselves, just as tents and shacks and hovels exude undesirability. The food does go here, it's just a case of it's going to take a while for the food to be enough to hit them. I worry a little bit about something like you, though. I don't actually want you as a hovel. I think I'll keep you as a shack. If you're proper housing, you're going to eat more of this food, and this food is for your betters, not for you. Anyway, it'll suck for these guys for a bit. They will eventually get the food they deserve. I'm not sure about deserve, but they'll get the food they want. Desirability, on the other hand, that'll be kind of tough for them to get.
This city is a reasonable place. Salutations! This city is quite well run.
The question of how much does it cost for each of my... oh wow, look at that birth rate. So what happens when you kill city health? More people get born. Hold that thought, I have some other things I want to check. Net in outflow minus 7,000, minus 4,000? Where the hell's my money? Imports, I suppose importing wine is not a free thing to do, but I need that patrician tax now. Remember when I had loads of money? Okay, so when I need to replace a soldier, I need to buy in iron at 280 per lump. And that's also an opportunity cost of selling it, because I could make 100 denarii profit off of that. So I'm essentially spending 380 per soldier, plus the astronomical wages I have to pay my workers in order to be pressed into the army. That's only 10 for the barracks workers, but it's still 10 I'd rather not be paying at this point. Could you guys even evolve at this point? 78 is huge, because that's actually 88, so you are more than plenty to be a Medium Palace. But this guy... he's got 53 over there. 53 is actually 63. And 63 is Grand Villa. If I want more than that, we'll have to push harder. I'm not sure if I care about pushing this guy up. The amount of jiggering and pokering I'd have to do is... well... I could get this tile up to 66, I think. With an oracle here. Beyond that, though, maybe this becoming a palace will exude a bit more desirability for them. That's another consideration. How much do palaces even exude? The large villa it currently is exudes 2, but a medium palace will exude 3 onto this tile, so we'll get a +1. I get 57. If I got rid of the prefect, I could add another 1. But I don't think it's worth thinking about. That said, the swing on the prefect would be pretty big. How undesirable is a prefect at point blank range? The prefect is -2, and I could swing that up to +4. That's a 6 swing. That would bring you up to 69. Then you could be a small palace. The risk, of course, is that I am getting rid of a prefect, but if the prefect were over here, it just needs to occasionally walk over there and everything's fine. Well, how much do we trust that? I will do my best to trust. There you go. Of course, you're still waiting on your extra food type, but I'm pretty confident that the food will eventually spread to all of you. Yeah, it's certainly spread to you. You got your 100 veggies. Oh, look at you. You got some veggies. Oh, man, I'm good. But I'm clearly not good enough. We're at Small Palaceville now, and if I want it to be a medium palace, I need to squeeze the littlest amount of desirability out. 8 more on this tile, specifically. I don't think I'll bother. It's much, much more effort than it's worth. The benefit of a medium palace over a small palace is negligible. It houses 6 more people, and doesn't actually give it any extra taxes. The big thing that it does, and it's pretty big, is it gives a staggering 200 boost in prosperity, which is a big change. But we already know that we are fine on prosperity with what we have here. So, I need to knuckle down, not die, get people in and turbo tax them, and then we're pretty good. Because now that we have these patricians, and we're actually starting to have actual numbers of patricians, they're going to pay me the big bucks. And I want the big bucks. I have never not wanted the big bucks. How do you feel about it, Ninjin?
Ja, denna stad, ja, den verkar fungera väl. Ja, denna stad, ja, och jag bara
Och jobba.
din skatt från rika hus som det här.
Yes, all the taxes for the rika husa on behalf. This man has no idea what he's saying. I'm going to shave one worker off by denying you your clean fountain water and give you disgusting well water. Can't help but feel that in certain parts of Rome, it's going to be better to have well water than aqueduct water. At least well water is filtered out by the soil. The aqueduct water is filtered through lead. But who am I to judge? Monthly? That's crazy. No. This is not your monthly bill. For example, last year on wages we paid 11,778. So this is your annual bill here, which is fairly accurate. We make double that supposedly in taxes, and this number will grow. So actually we are very, very profitable. Thank God for that. Couldn't have come a moment too soon. Still have people devolving here, which is sad, but it was something we knew would happen. I have not done the calculations, nor could I even reasonably do the calculations for how many people I can feed with this much fish. It's just, if we see tents, we purge the tents. However, I really need to get more people in my city. Kind of desperately. Worker class, that is. And we will have them. We'll have them over here. I think I'm going to start with a small amount, just so I can start building this up a touch. No, we should definitely start next year. Otherwise my prosperity won't grow as much as I want it to. Favor's going to good places, though. We're actually in a very, very good position to win this map in, let's say, 5 years, provided Caesar doesn't throw any weird things into the works. You heard Toga, boy. No tent cities, exactly. That's why we're purging the tents. And the next batch won't be tents. They'll be lovingly fed from all of these wharves. Well, maybe not lovingly, but they will be fed. Da 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 da. Don't really have the money to be doing this kind of removal of trees right now. But I need to... Well, if I want to think, I can think like this, can't I? There is, at the very least, a lot of fishing at a good position here. So there's a lot of food I can make. I should be able to... What's your nearest fishing point? Pretty bad, but at least there are 5 of you that I can stick in here. Just 5? Oh, yoba. That's actually a pretty strong fishing point. Relatively close to that. Fascinating. What I'm beginning to see is 2 housing loops. If this is even a loop. You know, there'll be some... Was this even going to be a loop? I don't know about that. Maybe just a line. I can get plenty of people living in a line. But yeah, I'll have some kind of big-ass line of small insulae here, and another line of small insulae here. I could loop it around this rock, but the loop is rather large doing that. What maybe I end up doing is doing one of those letter B things. So it comes down and it loops over here. Which will be easier to do if there's more space. Yes, we'll do that. We'll get a lot of extra people in this way. And our prosperity cap is so high with all this, I think it's fine. Let me do a quick check. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Why am I even counting? I didn't play this game to think. I have 7 medium palaces and 1 small palace. 7 medium palace, 1 small palace, 30 grand insulae, well, let's say we're going to end up with, I don't know, 90 small insulae. That's already a prosperity cap of 104, and it's probably not going to be 90, it'll probably be more like 80. Yeah, we are nailing this prosperity goal to the freaking wall. What was it, Keinwyn? Beaten black and blue by this map, were you? And you made the map! I have to do this blind. I still can't believe there's only been 1 attack from here, though. My only assumption is that you were not intended to be over here. What the hell? Who's killing sheep? Are Are there any sheep other than the ones that are up there? There's some here, but how would they have died? End of year present. We actually missed it a few times, so now it's the February present. We'll get it to him, though. It died of old age. Oh, that's right. Wait, someone really has a vendetta for the sheep. Oh, well, never mind that. Let's mind what we have to build here. So the fishing point's actually quite nice and close, so we're going to have the granary something like here. Yes. But how is that going to translate to somewhere to live? Maybe it will be a loop. I said I wanted to do a line, but now I'm having second thoughts. Merger points aren't good, but they're good enough here. Something like that actually seems not too shabby. But we can make it even less shabby. Oh yeah, that's fine. I don't anticipate feeding a massive amount of people with this, but it should be enough for this. A lot of this being said here, but I'm pointing at it. Surely it's clear enough. But we can't let go with just this. We'll need this as well. I reckon... Yes, I do. Gonna ghost it in. I don't trust building these things currently because they can burn down really, really easily. So my proposition was we do something like a letter B here. That doesn't seem too bad. It doesn't seem too good either, but it doesn't seem too bad. I think I'll tighten it up a bit. I don't trust these walkers. Ugh, now that I've done that, I don't like having it tightened up. Let's trust these walkers. And then you're going to need to come out and down to here. Because I want every squeak of fish that I can get straight into here. Alright, that's fine. Let's start building. Ugh, why is this 3 thick? 3 thick is such a... is just not right. Roads are not free, by the way. Don't think for any moment I can just build and delete these roads and get away with it. If there's one thing I don't do in life, it's get away with things. And if you'll believe that, I got some stuff I want to sell you. At least roads aren't as expensive as they are in Pharaoh. I think they're double the price in Pharaoh as they are here in Caesar. How many people do I think I'm going to be able to feed with this anyway? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're not particularly good, so maybe this is larger than it should be. Okay, I've changed my mind again. Fickle is my mind, and that's fine. Interestingly enough, I can get a house here as well. Not there. Had a little twitch at the end there. There you go. Don't want them too close on this side. It's very undesirable because of all the docks. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I shouldn't do that, that's just showing off. And it will impact the amount of people that end up being able to move in rapidly. like I should have somebody up here as well. So I will. Alright, I reckon that's plenty. I don't want to run into food problems like we did last time, or with the existing one. Let's keep ourselves as far away from the dock as we can get away with, though. Oof, that gets in the way there. I can still come around, though. It's not a huge deal. Let's have that come down. Let's be frighteningly aware of how little amount of houses this is going to be able to feed. Honestly, it's not very good loot because of the lack of food. If I was able to exploit all the arable land up here, I could build something beautiful. And the more I play on this map, the more I really, really like this map. I mean, I liked it a lot from the beginning, but this is just whew, getting hot under the collar kind of stuff. What I'm trying to say is... What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, where the hell do I get the water for these people? That'll do nicely. I mean, I can have it right next to them. And I do have a lot of watering to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The fishing point's really quite close. Let's take advantage of that. I think we can cram in rather a lot of people here. And they don't need that many services, so let's not be too worried about that. They are, after all, only slaves. They are only small insulae dwellers. There we go. Let's be greedy like that. I think we could be even more greedy than that. How much more greedy? There we go. Alright, get them in. And they're safe from attacks over here because I haven't bridged across this, and our enemies have not learned how to bring bridges with them. But I need these people in stat. We are out of spare workers. I would have to start destroying my backup towers if I wanted to be able to survive this onslaught. Who's shooting the sheep? These are all of my towers, right? Who just shot a sheep? I have occasionally... I think it's you. You're the one that's offset. Who are the dying sheep? I don't see any sheep corpses. I have seen sometimes ballista fire just go all the way across the map, and I think it's something to do with the ballista being at the edge of the map. It's somehow targeting some other sheep. Extra-dimensional sheep. I wonder if this is going to be happening all game. But then why would it have started just now? I've had these ballista here for ages. They're at the first bridge. They are? Forgive me for not seeing them. Yeah, as expected, low on workers, but hey, it's February, that means cheetahs and giraffes for Togebo. I should have given to the city. I need to stop forgetting that. I know I'm making a lot of money, but I don't have a lot of money. Uh-oh. Well, that's also noise I don't want to hear. Entertainment losing workers is not good. Is there anybody that I can spare right now? Before these other workers come on in. I have probably 2 more amphitheaters than I need. That'll spare me some work. Wow, amphitheaters employ 12 people. That's, for some reason, more than I thought. Yeah, first it's Shadow Chocolate, then it's Shadow Sheep. What other shadows are haunting me? Is this a restart or is he 7 hours in? I'm 7 hours in, Flo. It's been quite a difficult map.
Citizen, is this not the dullest city in the Empire?
You really have to put it like that. I don't think it's that dull. I see my problems. We're still struggling on the food front here. Food stocks are dwindling, sire. Really don't want to lose you, but I have to.
I work hard. I like to play hard. But I can't here. There's nothing to do for fun.
I work as hard as I can, but there's still nothing like enough entertainment in this town.
Oh, you can't get a good night out in this place.
Ué, mas parece até que você não precisa de mim. Essas construções estão uma beleza. Muito bem. Ué, mas parece até que
It's nice to see that Brelix is so upbeat about the place, though.
muito bem cuidadas. Garantia, ó.
Come on, I want to hear it complain for a bit. Where's BR Man when I need him?
Depois de um longo dia de trabalho, eu só quero assistir uma peça de teatro ou uma luta. Eu não tenho nada pra fazer nessa cidade.
Nonsense words. Just popping in, can't listen. How we looking, chat, says Baron. Baron, did you vote on me winning? Oh, yes, we'll crush this one. I don't know about crushing it, but I have not yet been crushed. The trouble is, the more elaborate your city becomes, the more it is possible for it to just crumble from one bad thing. Biggest thing, lack of pottery.
I can't wait to do some trading.
We
here.
still
I
struggle
love a good deal.
so much with pottery because of the horrible trading situation we have on this map. And make no mistake, it is horrible. Right, as ever, we do not want our city to burn down. 2 of them should be sufficient. Should, but might not. Once this stuff's ready to rock and roll, you go here, you go there, I guess. Maybe I shouldn't guess so much. I think I got in the way of where that wharf was actually meant to go, which was here. And it's meant to go in like that. Sure. Alright, good. Bring on the extra workers. I need them. Unfortunately, I need to lower taxes or else they're going to be very, very unhappy with me. So we're going to have a short burst of 4% taxes. Get everybody to love me, and then they'll have fallen for my devilish tricks, and then we'll raise taxes back up to 25%. Unfortunately, what I also need is for them to very rapidly have enough food to eat. So let's get these guys in here. And these guys in here. I hope you don't explode or catch fire or anything of the sort. Let's try and help you with that. And this time, hopefully, Brelix does his job and walks up there. Brelix is the name of the engineer, because he's voiced by our resident Brazilian man, Brelix. To this day, nobody knows what the extra B is for. Probably stands for Brelix. Alright, it'll take a while for the boats to come around with their extra shipping boats, but this is the last task of these shipyards for the map, meaning I can decommission them once we're done, if I want to, which I don't. Not yet, at least. I'm amazed by the fact that the ghost building could be implemented so easily. I don't know, Doctor, have you seen it? I don't know if it was easily done or not. But I am ever so grateful. In fact, I don't think I gave credit where it is due. It was, and his name is difficult, Diadistis, that came out of nowhere and said, Jake, I've had it with you complaining about not being able to ghost your buildings, so here, I made this for you. And it was pretty much ready to go out of the box, ghosting ability, which was easily folded into the existing quality of life version that we have. There was a bug found last night where you could no longer build bridges, but that was swiftly fixed. Once a QA, always a QA. I have to keep this open or else my my immigrants won't be able to get here. I need these people to rapidly start fishing or else they're going to destroy my prosperity rating. I don't want that. Which is why I'm having them merge so rapidly. Let them move in, move in, move in, move in. So now we got 5 people, 4 people, and 5 people. And then... all 14 in one place. If I had just put down all 4 to begin with, the first person would have arrived at the north. He would have been 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5 people, and then it would have merged, and it would have gotten rid of the people that were migrating towards the other 2, because those points no longer exist. So instead of having 14 people, I'd have 5, and that would be much less efficient for getting population into my beloved city. This was a little tip I picked up from looking at Troglu's cities, actually. Troglu being one of the ancient greats on the Caesar 3 forums and upload page, which has existed since the dawn of time. Yeah, about the time of the Little Ice Age. Which actually wasn't that long ago. Anyway, there's some people out there that really, really know their stuff. It's September already, and we've only just got these people in here. We haven't got the food to give them, but I can at least water them. How am I watering these bozos, though? I could reach around with water. Why am I so poor? Well, I know why I'm so poor, but I don't want to be poor. This isn't right. I think we have plenty of space to do something like, but not necessarily this. And just wang the reservoir right there, dog. Okay, this is going to have rather negative consequences for me and my prosperity. Just because this is so bleeding far away from our spawn point. But get them all in, get them all merged, get the food flowing, and get them watered, for God's sake. Right, that waters a good amount of you, rather handily. Wow, that is water galore. And it doesn't even infringe upon other good building areas. And then these last guys get finished off with, say, you. You. Alright, beautiful. These guys still need to be done in, though. And the very, very sad market lady is going to have to work extra hard to get food for these fools. At this point, just bringing up to Casa is going to be a good way. Maybe I can actually make do with Casa. Could I do that? How many... what are my building numbers right now, actually? Ignoring the small tents, and assuming we only have 5 or so of those, we're looking at 1 small shack, 1 large shack. Weird. We have 1 large hovel. Why in the world do we have 27... oh, that's small insulae. I thought it said small casa. Anyway, we've got 27 small insulae. We have 30 grand insulae. Alright, now if I were to put on top of this, let's say 50 small casa. Oh, we're still there. We don't need to give these people pottery. And you know what that means? They're not getting any bloody pottery. Thank you, Caesar. I live to have the opportunity to serve Rome. Hate this guy. I hate having no money. People are not going to be happy about this, especially these new tent-dwelling freaks, but the taxes must grow because I'm out of money. And yeah, just passing time there, they're going to be livid. Oh well, so be it. Marketplace. If they're only getting food, then I really just need 1 marketplace to service everything. Especially if it's close to the granary, which it certainly is. And it's actually far enough away to be a not undesirable neighbor. It's only desirable if you're 1 or 2 tiles away from it, which none of these houses are. I mean, if they were, they'll have other more desirable tiles. Anyway, we've got you all in. Let's get you all watered and get to work. That does an excellent number on these guys. In fact, I can put you there, and then things are looking relatively well taken care of. Do. Yeah, not quite. It shouldn't have been there. It should be there. Yeah, then you're the only concern, so I can put this over here. And that is so close to being good, but it's not close enough. Ah, well, that takes care of it all. They all grow. Not a single small tent in sight, aside from you, because you hate living next to the smelly dock. And the wharf, rather. And as we've ascertained, the dock, it has a range of 3, so it negatively affects all of you there. What a shame. Well, it can be dealt with. Get that food flowing, get these people fed. I do not want them impacting my prosperity any more than they have to. Get a temple to Mars and to Venus. Small temple Mars, done. Small temple Venus, similarly done. And then they only need some very, very base entertainment, so here's a theatre. This is also known as a theatre. And here are some scrolls. I will not teach you how to read them. Figure it out. Education's not allowed over in this part. Now, with any luck, the market lady can go and get some food and do a round or 2, and maybe, just maybe, feed some of these people and evolve them before they trash my prosperity rating. Well, the market lady came back and grabbed 100 fish. Oh, I knew this would have some problems. This one's better. It's really nice and close to the fishing point. Come on, you useless sodding market lady. The fish is right there. Screw it. Let's have another one. You're being too slow. Alright, well, that's promising. Wait, what? That's you, isn't it? I don't think they can get to you. I've never seen this text before. Our fishermen hope that someone discovers fishing grounds in this province someday. They can't earn much of a living with the waters depleted. But that means you don't work there, which is bad news, but whatever, away you go. I hope that didn't stop any of these places from putting boats out to the other fisheries. No, it didn't. Okay, good. Keep an eye on that, though. Alright, we can do a little bit more to boost up how nice these houses are. Crutch Plaza or gardens. We have options here. Any evolutions over here looking promising? Yes. Actually, yes. But these guys will get Plaza. Plaza every other step, although a bit more concentrated over here, because I know it's disastrous living next to a dock. I did spend plenty of time in Aberdeen once. Let's not... Let's not romanticize those times. Okay, will prosperity go up or down? I say up, from 56 to 68. 64, good enough. Did I make a loss last year? Yeah, that's probably why, but I think if you spend on construction, it doesn't negatively impact you so badly. The people are very pleased with me. Unemployment is low. Prosperity rating looking better and better. Don't miss our gift to Hoga Boy in February, and for once, don't forget to cook the books beforehand. Cooking books are good. Let's also tax these people, and tax these people, and tax them some more, and tax them some more. They don't have much in the way of fun over here, so they can have fun counting their coins to give to me. Which I'm sure is a real thing. I used to have fun counting my coins when I was a kid. And then I'd go to the little 2-penny falls and lose them all. Time well spent. I don't think that was a dock, Jake. Wharf, dock, whatever. I keep calling it wharf, dock when it's a wharf. Alright, so there are no fishing wharves demanding any of our boats. If I build a fishing wharf here... Strangely enough, it is on its way. Wait, that's not it. No. The ships just disappear because they can't get here. However, this is a valid place. Unfortunately, you can't reach there without getting rid of this wharf, so I don't know why this area exists. Oh, okay. You could do a really weird situation where you fish there and bring it out over here, but a complete waste of time. What a shame. Duivco is chatting for the first time ever, and they say, Jake, I've been enjoying your videos on YouTube for years. Thank you so much for the countless hours of joy you gave me with your streams. Oh, it's given me countless hours myself. Maybe not countless, I think we can count them by now. But you're more than welcome. It warms my cockles to know that other people are enjoying this as well. Alright, like I say, we're just going for casa. Jake does not like small casa. I think it is one of the most cowardly things you could ever build. But I'm having a hard time denying that it's cost effective here because I have no reasonable way of getting enough pottery for these freaks. Here, have a single bit of plaza. Seems these people are also in need of more desirability because I plunked a reservoir, a big old smelly, mosquito-ridden reservoir right next to where they live. But there we go, casa as far as the eye can see. Useless, disgusting tents as far as the eye can see. I think food's going to be a huge problem over here. But we'll see, we'll do what we can.
This city isn't too bad.
Yeah, well, it's not too good. The money, on the other hand, is now starting to flow. Yeah, okay, so taxes are double of wages. And if last year's anything to go by, we can export enough to cover our imports. And that is courtesy of my army not being dead, so we're able to actually export our weapons for a profit. We really can't afford to bring in any vines. I'd rather... Oh, so I was talking about my army not being dead. Might have spoken a little bit too soon. If you put a bridge where the engineer post is, you can get a wharf on the island. Fascinating. Where the engineer post is? You mean a wharf on this island? What engineer post? Further left. You mean here? No, that makes even less sense. You mean from here to there? Yes, I could. But it would be disgustingly inefficient. There's not really any point in it. Keep scrolling left. Oh, okay, you mean... How far? Oh, here perhaps. Ah. Ah. How much do I like this? Rather a lot, as it happens. Sorry, Brelix, you're gonna have to move across the ways here. I should really be seeing to the... Oh, finally, I'm being attacked from the arse. You know how painful it is building up a defense that nobody tests? It's almost as painful as building this up and getting destroyed. Let's hope we don't get destroyed. I put in many layers of walls because I need them to not immediately smash me to bits here. Interestingly, they're not being shot. I'm pretty sure we can shoot through trees. What if I'm wrong? What was that tower ranging thing saying? It can shoot over rocks, water, aqueducts, and one-by-one buildings. It's looking noticeably blocked by trees in that example. So it can shoot over rocks, but not trees? How bizarre. Anyway, if I want these people shot, and you better believe I want them shot, we're probably going to have to get rid of some of these trees. There we go. Please do me a favor and die. There are also some trees over here, aren't there? Of course, I can't replace it with a wall, but whatever. I just noticed they can walk through here. I'm very glad I didn't accidentally delete. Oh no, I tell a lie. That's elevated land there. And if they could get around here, that would be a big problem. As it happens, there are no problems. Yet. I'm having a very hard time dealing with my walls, and I'm very grateful for that. Shoot them. Oh, plenty of time for my heavy infantry to arrive. Okay, so the walls were a brilliant idea. The ballistae, another in a long line of brilliant ideas I've had. Whilst that's going on, I want to make sure that Relix's relocation was worthwhile. Because this wharf is doing diddly squat for me if it doesn't actually connect up. Donk. Alright. They certainly cut my walls to ribbons, but those walls were really very necessary. Just in time for another distant battle. We're utterly besieged here. It's mad. Did I send Toga Boy what he needs? I was meant to do that in February. It's now June, so no. So Toga Boy would want a chest of sapphires for 289 denarii. What if you don't want to spend that? Make sure you only have 200 denarii. So take 179 of mine and give it to the city. I can do 170. That's your lot. Now I have 209 denarii. I give a gift to Caesar. It's only 204 because it costs 200 flat and then a portion of what you have left. So have your lavish gift. And I suppose I will have to stockpile my weapons for now. Walls are expensive. Even debris costs 2 denarii to clean up, so let's be mindful of what we're doing here. And you gotta wait for their corpses to completely desiccate before you can build over them. Alright, another invasion expertly dealt with. Nihilation lead. That'll be the day. It's the end times of the Republic, Jake. Of course there are lots of invasions. Yeah, well, maybe if they had more clerks like me... Oh, sorry, I'm just a citizen these days. More citizens like me, things wouldn't have gone to pot like this. Or maybe if they actually paid me for my work. I hate not getting paid for my work. Maybe that's not true. I did my streaming for ages before I ever made any money off of this lark. Okay, this is probably the final form of our city. We have total capacity for more than enough population. The prosperity ceiling is even above 100. Everything is rock steady. The only thing that could possibly kill me right now are invasions. Of course, we have to wait a wee while for that prosperity, and if we're feeling gutsy enough, we could build a hippodrome just to style on the map. I swear this map is custom made to just not comfortably allow a hippodrome anywhere. Okay, it would fit here. Does that count as road access to the hippodrome? I always forget if you need to specifically be touching the first chunk of the hippodrome. Caesar 3 players will know what I'm talking about. Other people think I've gone mad. Your commanding officer would have to be stark raving mad not to give you this hippodrome. I mean, I want a hippodrome. I always build cities without a hippodrome because they're very unnecessary a lot of the time. But I suppose I don't really have the spare unemployment for it, do I? Says man who's definitely about to build a fountain park. Too late. The need for a fountain park is already... Oh, it's happening. We're going to need to increase the fountain park over time. I will need one of these back because I think our cap is... No, actually, our cap is fine. I didn't need that. Whew, feels good. 8 hours 20 on this map. Whew. It's been a trying one, no doubt about that. But we've risen to every occasion. For a map that starts you with 12,000 denarii, the early economy on this one was rough. And I'm very glad that ultimately I decided to consolidate my defenses. My original plan was to have 3 legionnaires here and 3 legionnaires here. And as you saw, I very much needed my entire army for many of these attacks. So I think you need to choose one choke point and stick with it. Trouble is, with the possibility of attacks down here, ignoring the fact that we now know where these attacks have come from, I don't think any sane person would not start their city here, because if you ever have an invasion, they're killing all of your land traders, and 5 out of 6 of your trade routes are by land. Don't be fooled by this Tingis connection. Those are donkeys swimming across the water. So you have to protect your trade, because your trade is so vitally important. And your boats are crap anyway, so yeah. Flip the invasion, flip the road to Rome, make it here, and suddenly you have a very, very easy map. Because this is just such a wonderful place to build on. Okay, Togaboy can get his weapons. There you go. Cease the stockpiling, get them trading. Stockpiling, I believe, stops you using them for armies, but my barracks already had plenty in stock. Could be wrong about that, though. The line between insane and genius. Oh, that's right. When we inevitably win, and make no mistake, I'm crushing this map. Let's see. My main problem is prosperity, so I really probably should build that hippodrome. If I build the hippodrome, I can actually get rid of all of these amphitheaters. I no longer need the bonus to entertainment that they give. Can I actually put it here? Is that a thing that I can do and have it work? I'm not sure I want to spend 2.5 grand on this thing. I'm not swimming in dosh yet. Let's be reasonable and actually have some money in our back pocket before we do something so outlandish. You can restart the industry that you paused. Great catch. There we go. That's good control. We never need our wineries working again, but they're a good way to just soak up employment. What a wonderful life that seems to me. You go to work at the winery, everything smells deliciously of wine, and you say, right, boss, what are we doing today? And he says, well, nothing. Oh, what, there's no work for me? No, your job is to be here. I'm going to pay you a full wage, which is 50% more than the standard, plus 8. And 8 itself is like 25% more. So compounding, you're getting ludicrous amounts of money. You're like getting London money when you live in Middlesbrough. And you can do whatever you want, because there's no actual work for you to do. And look at that, you're right next to the lake. You go swimming all day. Let's see, where are we? We're in Italy. It's probably lovely to go swimming out in the water most of the year. And then you walk home to your glorious Grand Insula. In fact, forget walking. We've got donkeys coming through all the time. Just ride a donkey home. Chow down on your mixed meat and grain food that you get for free. The state is subsidizing you to eat and to work. And there's so much you can do. There's brilliant nightlife, free education, multiple baths to go to. Watch gladiators fight. Lovely fresh water. You can choose your supplier. pray to any god you want. And when you go home, you can smash all the pottery, you can burn all the furniture, and you can lather yourself in as much bloody oil as you want. And you're getting paid for it. These Romans have it figured out.
Salutations! This city is quite well run.
If I had 4 months of food available, they'd probably say the city is the dog's bollocks. Unfortunately, I don't have that much food. Could actually, I could stock additional... stock additional. Do I want to? I'm going to. Out of the way. They don't have insulin, though. I'd be dead. Can't you just, like, have a scoopful of jam? That's what they taught me in that Scottish game that we played not too long ago. How are the gods feeling? I suppose the gods could also scunner me, but no, the gods are looking mighty fine. We're loaded on wheat, which tells me I can actually evolve these guys. I feel bad having shacks in my city. Let's do something about that. Total shack death. You go hovel, and then hovel, and then... I want a library. Well, you can have a school. There you go. Might as well spend the end point here trying to do away with the crappy level of housing that we have. Probably not the tent labor over here. It's a disgusting necessity. This one is not, though. This one could be cut off. Can and will be cut off. Yeah, these two tents are very unhappy. But that's not to say I can't do anything about it. I can fish. If I got rid of this and replace it with a high level bridge. Ooh, not sure I want to do that. Quite sure I don't want to do that. Okay, well, the possibility's there, but I'm not going to do it. I just want to swim in money right now. Yeah, if I was willing to pay 3 grand to renovate this bridge, I could feed you and you. And with Plaza, I could almost make your lives bearable. This one I definitely could. This one I also definitely could. Fascinating. But I suppose with victory so close, I should not be messing around, right? We're going to win, and then you're all going to say something along the lines of, wow, Jake, I wish I was 1/10 of as skilled as you are at Caesar 3. Hopefully with proper grammar. Now, that said, there are still more enemies coming in to try and scupper everything, but if all the attacks thus far have not been able to pierce through this, I don't know what could. Let's hopefully get you some labor access and additional ballista, and all should be well. You could take out that weapons workshop and squeeze in a wharf. Or Caesar could squeeze in a demand for 28 units of vino. Fortunately, I can give him a gift. Not sure I care about squeezing out 60 denarii, but you know what? I'm having my 60 denarii. Here's your lavish gift. He's overjoyed. Yeah, he doesn't need that. Screw off, Caesar. You're not having my wine. That stuff's expensive. Squeezing in a wharf here. Yeah, you know what? You've convinced me. I can't imagine how disgusting the fish from there is going to be, considering all the heavy metals that are processed, but whatever. We can get our fish. We can shove it in a granary right here, in fact. Oh, I'm feeling sick thinking about this, but there you go. We'll let that fill up with fish, and we'll see what we can do for these people. Is there, well, actually, what I can do is I can cock Annie on a bit of that. It's not necessary anymore. They're going to need water some way, somehow. I can water one of them. And you know what? We can water the other one from over here. Wish I could do it from here, but that's not quite large enough. Surely there's not going to be any more attacks from this area. Oh god, the water quality is going to be dire. That is London levels of water. Everybody loves having plaza nearby. There you go. Even the plaza there and there will help out, because plaza's range of 2. It's +4 at range 1 and plus 2 at range 2. 4 at 1, 2 at 2. That's not confusing. 7,000 people live here. The music has changed. And we still think Neptune is the bee's bloody knees. So here's a temple to Neptune. I mean, we can kibosh a lot of this. It's no big deal. Neptune should make the rounds from there. And a theatre should make the rounds from around here. And that would leave the necessity of a librarian somewhere. Guess I could put you there. Just, yeah, I saved this 3x3 for a warehouse all game and never used it, so there you go. It would make more sense to have a large temple to Neptune here, but I'm not... You know what? Screw it. Neptune has done so much for me by not destroying my city. There you go. Praise bloody Neptune. The librarian can go over here. It'll take a bit of time for this to actually get some food, but it'll get there. Dun 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 dun. Many structural faults and cracks. Wait, there's a chance that Brelix's walking routine got changed. Let's take note of that. Enemies are closing, and so too is the numbers on my unemployment here. I anticipated this, so I expect the number to look worse for me over time because of constant immigration. Oh, that building for Brelix was superfluous. He does go and see to this.
Esses negócios estão prontos pra quebrar. Acho que é bem na hora, hein?
Bro que pibra. What a beautiful language. Right, how's the market looking? It'll eventually get its hands on 100 units of food. Lovely. This person is going to have to walk through the dock to get their disgusting fishy water. These people are going to have to go into the front lines of battle to get their water. Enter the killing fields. How's the desirability, by the way? Oh, it's not good. It's -4. That's bad. It's not good. Okay, now it's 0. 0 is good. Oh, of course the fort impacts that. No citizens desire to live here. I think there's nothing more I could do for you unless I was willing to move some of this around, which I'm not. Am I really not? How much desirability would I have to make them have a not crap life? I need 12. Currently it's... whoa. Heart of gold, mate. Absolute heart of gold. I gotta remember that the opening talk was about how disgusted Caesar was from all my tents, so... there you go. And I can't make it any more desirable, or else they might become large casa and start consuming pottery, which I don't want them to do. Need that market lady to bring you some food, which they will eventually do. But, you know, we need the food first. This poor overworked dock has a lot to do. Wonder if I could get away with getting rid of you, actually. That's too risky. We'll eventually get some food in this granary for you. Yeah, that is the all power of the Oracle. Can achieve even that.
Greetings. This is an okay city, really.
Is it really only okay? I got 4 months of food. I do have 5% unemployment, though. If I drop it to 4%, will they say it's amazing? What's quite likely is that the lack of health coverage is not making it good enough.
Greetings. I'm new to this.
Have got anyone for an example?
Greetings. This is an okay city, really.
I want them to say my city is amazing, so I'm going to put a hospital here and a hospital here. Hope that's not too undesirable. Hospitals are not nice neighbors. Don't know why. I mean, I live near a hospital. I'm pretty thrilled about it. Good to know if I collapse on my front door, it's not a long drag to make me better. But the average healthcare across your city is actually a consideration for how good people think your city is. And that's a difficult number to figure out. But it might be fine with us. If it's not fine, I can make it a little bit better. After all, it's only average. I think I want it to be a bit better than average. There you go. And they obviously lack the hippodrome. Wouldn't be impossible to give it to them, but I won't. I'm sure there's a way to squeeze in a bit more desirability for this building, but this house, I'm not seeing it though. Frankly, I should be happy that I made patricians as nice as I did here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of my own personal villas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them, so they outnumber me. I could build more. But why bother?
Salutations! Life here is all right, isn't it?
Is it really only all right? It's... oh, right, the hospital isn't doing enough of a run here. It's also possible that the overall entertainment isn't high enough. Which could further be improved, but I don't know about that.
The city seems to be in good health.
Let me double check what people need for best comments. I think I put it somewhere here. All the gods are not angry, yes. Food, yes. Unemployment, yes. Workers, yes. Population, yes. There it is. Average entertainment points per house. Health venues and education venues per house. I think it's that entertainment one. The entertainment value is too low for these guys. So I actually think I can get there by shoving an amphitheater here and somewhere here. I guess that's fine. I don't like it there. I want it one bit further over here.
This city isn't too bad, really.
I don't want to hear that it's not too bad. I want to hear that it's the best city you've ever seen. I don't care if it's the only city you've ever seen. We are so close to victory here. Final victory is upon us. Triumphal Arch, that has no bearing on what they think about your city.
Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt från rika hus som det här.
This city is a reasonable place.
Well, part of the problem is occasionally we fluctuate down to only 3 months of food, which is unacceptable. He says, having to accept it. At least the food situation is stabilized here. No idea what the actual stable number is.
Things seem to be working well here.
Yeah, well, but they could be better. Oh my gosh, how did I miss you? No hovels. No hovels allowed. Get those school kids over there educating those hovel dwellers. I could actually do away with this tent as well. That wouldn't be a big deal. This guy needs some religion in his life. Here's Neptune. Yeah, I should actually get rid of these and migrate them over here. How many, though? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should suffice. I'll let them get their workers, and then I'll delete these guys, because I don't want any tents in my city. This is a no tent zone. After Caesar had all those nasty things to say about me. The next thing he's going to be knocking on my door saying, what the hell is with your entertainment district? Maybe he thinks it's a red light district. Okay, hopefully that doesn't make these ones want to devolve due to lack of coverage. It will not. That is perfect and very poor. Like, the idea of having multiple Colosseums seems weird, considering there is one Colosseum. It is the Colosseum.
Life here
Yes!
is simply adorable.
Adorable.
Salutations! Isn't this a marvelous city?
Mas o senhor tá de parabéns, hein? A cidade, ó, maravilha.
This is a wonderful city.
This area has some risk of crime.
Oh, don't give me that.
Citizen, I've fought in many cities in my day, and this one is up there with the best.
And don't you forget it.
Salutations! This city is quite well run.
Occasionally fluctuates down, and that's because of unemployment, and that is something we expected, anticipated, prepared, and deal with.
Life's very good in this city. From the comfort of my villa, I perceive life here to be very good.
Wonderful. It's such brilliant delivery. I love the voice acting in this game. Is that a remnant ghost? Ah, cool. Better keep that one in mind. Building over ghosts works functionally, but it still leaves some graphical remains.
Blah. Don't know why I bother with this fruit. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell.
We got all sorts of languages here. We got Swedish, we got Brazilian, we got English, we got Canadian. The full works. One small tent. Oyoba. How many small tents? That's what I thought. Oh, that is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
I've been thrown at my own. I've got nowhere to live.
A thing of true beauty is what I'm saying. That is unfortified anyway. Instead, I'm going to have it here so I can get an extra thrower. Ah. I think the shield islands are great. The shield islands, what, these things? Yeah, beautiful map. And what I really like about it is there are a lot of options here. There are so many different ways to tackle this map. I did what I think was best, but we'll see what Keinwyn's solution was. Momentarily, because I reckon we're going to be done in 2 months. Ugh, Caesar, you don't deserve that wine. In fact, I think I can beat the game, or beat the level without giving him that wine. Let's see, it's September baby time, so I'm going to give him his burial mask. And then at the turn of the year, I'm going to drop myself back down to citizen where I belong. Good discovery that, though. If you can afford it, paying yourself more in order to keep Caesar in your good books is useful. And I will be doing that on difficult maps going forward unless there is a specific thing that says don't gift or you're not allowed to raise your salary. Because you can squeeze out a good 5 favor per year. But again, it's not free. I have to use the city's money to afford that. You threaded the early game economic strangulation needle far better than I did. I recognized very early on that Grand Insulae were vital. Small Insulae are so good, but when inflation hits 50%, they only kind of break even. And at that point, you either need patricians, very good trade, or evolve to Grand Insulae. I wasn't in a position for... Wasn't in a position for patricians, and the trade only looked like it was getting worse, not better. And if you're wondering why people just got mad, it's because unemployment is growing and I'm not dealing with it. Drop taxes down to 4% for a short period. They'll see the funny side. Have people work in my endless fountain spam. No, at least if you want some water, you're spoilt for choice on where to get it. Hey, sheep. We're practically in a population, which means next year the prosperity should be there and we're done. I think I could be done now, actually, if I put down a hippodrome. An active hippodrome in the city is +1 prosperity, and I think I fulfill every other prosperity target. The hippodrome needs to get workers, and fast, though, which it might not. But I could do that. It's a little risky, but I want him to go over here and get workers rapidly. Well, we'll find out very soon if it works. Or I could break my entire patrician block. That's also possible. It's working, kind of. He got workers surprisingly fast. Oh, I suppose he puts out his charioteer, doesn't he? That thing moves rapidly. Okay, active hippodrome is +1 prosperity. Do we hit 89 or 90? City also needs to make a profit, which it already has. No tents, no nonsense. Come on, you beauty. Ah, damn. How am I losing prosperity? I made a profit. 10% of your population lives in villas. Maybe not. Yeah, that's probably it. Although that is only one of them. Still bizarre that I didn't get everything there. Well, whatever. No hippodrome for us. Didn't you go broke and have Caesar bail you out? Yeah, that was ages ago, though. That doesn't count for now. Alright, well, we win at the turn of the year, and there are 2 enemies at the door, so these 2 attacks are the game's last chance to defeat me. And by the game, I mean Keinwyn. Oh, the messages from Keinwyn about being beaten bloody and raw by this map. Oh, something's bloody and raw, and it's not me. It might be my armies, though, given what this attack could be after everything else we've seen thus far. I think we've made back plenty of good grace by lowering taxes. The people are extremely pleased with me. Good. Damn, that is good housing. Okay, I'm not happy with small casa, but it would be ridiculous to push for more given the pottery demands on this map. Was pottery intended to be this horrible?
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
It's just nasty. It's like such an awful pottery situation. It comes through an incredibly infrequent boat that's very, very awkward to position. Keinwyn says no. Yeah, I was expecting more boats. Maybe like a second trade route that has pottery. Is that how it worked out for you? Then again, you maybe set up your city here where it's much closer to the boats coming in. Many things that I don't have answers for. Wasn't I meant to put my salary back to citizen level? Oh well, there we go. No more money for me. Go on, you grotty old toad. Take your wine. I'm donating my spare points, says Chamro. Eat well, win lobby. Oh, they will be. I'll make sure of it. Momentarily. Those are helpful advices telling me that there are enemies on their way. The thing is, if they invade in a few months, I don't think they'll be able to reach me fast enough to do me in on this map. They can try, though.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
What is this? Oil? No, 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 no. You're not allowed to be short on oil or anything, frankly. Market lady.
This city isn't too bad, really.
Oh, God, that was close. Never trust your market ladies around your patricians. They're awful. I should have built these aeons ago when I realized I had the spare space for them. Whew. Oh! I give you the privilege of sending me 30,000 denarii. Oh gosh, that's close. That is dangerously close. Let's hope they don't go on the attack just yet. Need all of this heavy infantry in position for this. Ah, Lure Salon, welcome. I trust you have defeated Nancy Drew just as I'm about to defeat Toga Boy. Oh, that's probably gonna aggro them, but the heavy infantry's on their way. I think it worked out pretty well having the ablative spear throwers up front to kind of bait them in. I'm gonna want more of them, I think. Ah, that's just gonna kill them. I just hate being shot by their horses. They're really doing my units. All right, get in there. I don't care about losing you as much as I do the other guys. Uh-oh. Oh, God. This fight's going really badly because the horses didn't charge this time, so they spent a lot of time just shooting my units to shreds. Don't do any last-minute devolutions on me, patricians. That one spooked me bad. It really spooked me bad. This should be fine, because we're not going to get any more immigrants. That's what it was, the immigrants. We're going to need to rearrange our numbers rapidly, you see. Pull back a bit so I can move forward into position, and I'm going to repair some of these walls. I once again lost some of these people, probably due to lack of employees. Final month. Last chance. There's quite a few of them. I see they're killing Canadians. Maybe we have more in common than I thought. Army's looking a bit thin. I swear I had more javelins at one point. When it says peace 100 and you hear the fighting. Ekum bokum, lads. Ah, they're doing it again. They're shooting me. Right, that cannot continue. I must engage. They're getting clever, so they are. Rome doesn't feel so good. Ah! You can't stop me. I'm the best clerk there ever was. Operation Flesh Wall was an outstanding success. Ah, congratulations. Once again, you've proven yourself to be Rome's finest governor. I'm so freaking good at this game. Ah, what a wonderful map this was. It was beautiful, it was full of choices. Normally when there's such a large map, it can feel a bit bleh, but your options were pretty tight. So, you know, somewhere like this really only aids how the map looks, because functionally this is nothing. Troops are going to be attacking here, and look at this! Oh yeah, I've built my settlement here. Building here remains... I'm almost sad that I didn't build here. It's such beautiful virgin land to build up. And you could definitely consolidate your defenses here. The problem is, with the entry point down here, it's such a long journey time for people to come in, and your traders are going to die horribly to anyone spawning here or here. And I think some of them are spawning here as well, so trade is hampered by that. And seeing the size of these invasions dividing up your force, just no, man. But the early reach for Grand Insulae was something I'd considered from the very start. Kind of decided against it in favor of farming vegetables, and then when I saw what was happening to inflation, nope. We farm wheat, we feed our people, and we squeeze every denarii of tax down. Look at that. 315 denarii in tax from a Grand Insulae compared to 190 from a small insulae. I know small insulae have very low demands, but when what you need to do is squeeze every penny out per person that you have, Grand Insulae just gets it done. Made easier by the fact I didn't have to import wood or furniture or olives or oil, so there was no extra cost on imports for these guys. The costs were only on having people work services for them, and that costs labor, which you want to squeeze out anyway for taxes. So Grand Insulae, such an obvious choice at the start. Can't believe anybody would play this map without thinking about Grand Insulae. We needed the extra workforce here before we started thinking about patricians. And then we got our patricians, and all was well for some casa because there's not enough pottery to have more insulae. I'd be delighted not to have any small casa. I don't like them visually, and I don't like them as a governor. It makes me feel like I cheaped out, but there's just not the pottery to do more. Like, this is my main pottery place. It has 10 pottery, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4 warehouses, each coming at it for 4 pottery a pop, so it's barely even holding because there are no bloody trade ships with pottery. But this decision allowed me to concentrate my defense in this location, pushed out to this location, specific places coming to the center, and there were so many options for that. There were plenty of other places to bridge across over here. Watch as I show off none of them because I can't find any of them. But they do exist. You'll have to trust me that they exist. I can tell just by looking. Yeah, you can bridge across this way. If you wanted to, for whatever reason, use this. Don't know how. Maybe you have your towers here or towers there and your army here to catch them before they come on in. I don't know. Something for other governors to figure out. Speaking of other governors figuring them out, I have a special message from Keinwyn. That message includes their final save of the map. Let's get that downloaded, shoved into my directory, and let's see what they did. Wow, Jake, I was only 10th as good at you at Caesar 3. Oh, you wish you were, Pepper. Well, don't worry. Maybe someday, with excessive amounts of practice, you could be 1/10 as good as I am at this. Good thing I beat Nancy just in time before Jake could make some snide remarks at my awful performance. Oh, don't worry, Lursulant. I'll be firing up that VOD and enjoying it this evening over my dinner. For now, though, my mind is fully on the Caesar. Where's that save? Red Wedding, Keinfin.sav. Tell me more. Red Wedding, Keinfin. River crossing stream complete. Why didn't I put DDR Jake there? Weird. Alright, so this is what another governor thinks is the way forward. Look at this! Completely unused land here. What? Madness. Nothing here? But look at this arable land. You didn't even use this arable land? This governor's gone mad. He does, however, have a considerably more concise city than I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 grand villas here. which means you did not switch to importing wine. That's strange. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. Well, it's your call to make. Maybe you just think grand villas are cooler. You're swimming in money, although it's a bit later. Lots and lots of small insulae. Good idea. Brilliant idea. A little bit of small casa here. Yeah, this is more what I was expecting. Fully utilizing this beautiful land. Although, I don't think it's a good place. I wouldn't use this layout, let's put it that way. But you did, and you won, so well done. Absolutely no Huns allowed, says this wall. How do your troops get out of there? They squeeze through here and here. So yeah, rap-tap-tap as they come in this way. I suppose the advantage is you know the invasion points. I mean, you made the map. So you know they're going to be coming from here, 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 and I suppose all the other ones will culminate over there. I had to make educated decisions, but they were very educated and very good decisions. Yuck, medium insulae. Don't like them personally, but hey-ho. What? What is this? What the hell is this? Sorry, Caesar, could you fill me in on this one again?
Upon entering the city, I was greeted by a foul sprawl of tents, the stench of their inhabitants' miserable existence pervading the nostrils.
Cannot believe the stuff that I'm subjected to here. This lore accurate description. Okay, otherwise though, I do like what I see here. You also consolidated your army. My initial plan was to split 3 up here and 3 down south, before seeing the size of the attacks and thinking, oh hell no. You're leaning very heavily on wheat production, but that means that the market ladies have to go across this obnoxious bridge. They got a lot of work to do. Where do you do your fishing? The fishing. The fish. What? Okay, this is part of why I love this map. Okay, what the hell is this? Am I right in assuming that you pulled this down every so often? How quaint. Anyway, I really don't like the food logistics here. Food does not travel well in Caesar 3, so having the bounding about like this is not how I would like it, but it appears to have worked for Keinwyn, and they got it. Apparently, they just walk right past it. Ah, of course. Because there's no gap in this, but there is a gap up here, the AI probably wants to make their way in through this way, right? If I had to guess, and guessing is all I can do. Wait, is there a gap? There's a gap up here. Oh, heaven help me, I truly don't know. Anyway, well done, Keinwyn, but of course a bigger well done to the win lobby, those that believe that I could do it, which includes Keinwyn. So let's get that payout going. Choose prediction outcome. Yes, we'll crush this one. To the layman, it probably looked quite comfortable, but I was sweating bullets for a lot of this. The early economy was rough, the attacks were rough, having my army away was rough, Caesar's never being happy was rough. We had to invent new strategies midway to deal with Caesar's perpetual unhappiness, but this one is crushed. Please enjoy your 2 million channel points. Oh, Keinwyn lost this map several times or so, I'm told, but they can probably tell you better. They're right there after all. We've crushed this map, but what's more important is to crush the lose lobby. They thought we couldn't make it, and now we're stealing their points. Let's find out exactly how that breakdown goes. That's the stuff. A huge congratulations. Nobody put in the full 250,000, so my recent failures in Caesar have certainly rocked people's confidence. But not Keinwyn's. They're walking out with well-earned 379k points. Good job, Holden. You lurk a lot, and for that you're richly rewarded. You can now do a full bet on your next one. Sleepy Kid, my beloved Baron Von Owen is there. The Bison is there. Bart is there. Lenevdi is there, Shellmac is there, Vidox is also clawing up those points, must feel good. And there's Viking Hank, often quiet, often winning. And what about these bloody losers, people who couldn't piss in a pot if they had one? Rested Pandy is out, and Crickney and D-Day, and other people, they're just such ridiculous losers. They wouldn't know victory if it slapped them in the face. Maybe I should, just smack them one so they understand what it's like. This is winning. Me, the victor. You guys wouldn't know anything about that, though. You're dedicating all your points to the glorious win lobby. As for me, it's been over 9 hours of Caesar today. I am knackered, and I'm starving. So I'm going to rustle myself up a victor's dinner. And until I am back with, he checks his schedule. Ah, yes, Discworld tomorrow. There's a cheers and cheerio. I don't know why I thought betting against Jake on Caesar was a good idea. Well, Warble, you've learned a valuable lesson. Let's hope you can remember it.